Yi Min managed the household diligently, anxiously awaiting the return of her husband from battle. However, the arrival she anticipated was overshadowed by his entrance with another woman, accompanied by the announcement of their impending divorce. Resolutely, she agreed to the separation, believing that if anyone were to suffer, it should not be her. Armed with the compensation from her former husband, she chose to forge her own path. Subsequently, her life began to flourish. Chapter 1. His triumphant return with his paramour. Yi Min entered the Chu family at a tender age, marrying Chu Yunyue during a tumultuous period for the family, known for its martial legacy. That year, the household suffered the tragic loss of all its sons in battle. Had circumstances been different, this marriage would not have befallen Yi Min. Although she was the legitimate daughter, she was not favored within her family. Originally, the engagement was meant for her half-sister, who, unwilling to marry amidst such calamity, left the family with no option but to wed Yi Min instead, lest they bear the stigma of breaking the engagement. In the 2 years that followed, she devoted herself to managing the household and caring for her mother and grandmother. Despite the ridicule from outsiders for her solitary existence, she bore no resentment. Upon hearing of her husband's triumphant return, she felt an undeniable joy, even if their relationship lacked a foundation of affection. The women in the household eagerly awaited his arrival. His entourage entered the city. He reported to the palace. He rode in on horseback, flanked by trusted companions. From his carriage, he descended with a beautiful woman at his side. Yi Min stood frozen, unable to recall how she returned home. When she regained her senses, she heard Chu Yunyue declare, "Grandmother, mother, you disapproved of Jean Eyre's humble background and forbade her entry to our home. Yet, had it not been for her care over these past 2 years, I might have perished countless times on the battlefield. I cannot forsake her now." Chu Yunyue held Su Jean Eyre's hand tightly as he spoke, casting a glance at Yi Min. The elderly matriarch erupted in fury. "This is utterly absurd. How can you disregard this woman? What becomes of your wife?" She clutched her chest, gasping for breath. "Matriarch, please do not agitate yourself," a servant hastily urged, casting a reproachful look at Chu Yunyue. If it weren't for the young mistress's care, the matriarch would have succumbed to illness long ago. "You return and bring a woman with you. This is simply unacceptable." The Chu family had endured a tragic fate, with numerous sons lost in battle. Although the matriarch was astute, her age weighed heavily upon her. Having faced the grief of losing husbands, sons, and grandsons, she had fallen ill. Yi Min's mother-in-law, Lu, possessed a gentle disposition, ill-suited to bear the burdens of such a household. Had it not been for Yi Min's ability to stabilize the household and manage its affairs, the elderly and vulnerable would not have thrived. As Chu Yunyue returned victorious, he found his family intact. "I will not allow this woman to enter," Lu declared coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Jean Eyre. Jean Eyre paled at the slight and instinctively attempted to withdraw, but her hand remained firmly held by the man. Noticing her struggle, Chu Yunyue tightened his grip. Yi Min's gaze fell upon their entwined hands, a pang of discomfort swelling within her. Jean Eyre, aware of Yi Min's scrutiny, ceased her resistance. Chu Yunyue glanced at Yi Min. This woman, bearing the title of his wife, was undeniably beautiful. He recalled her blushing visage in a vibrant red wedding gown, now replaced by a pallor of silence, standing there, uncertain of how to bear the humiliation. For a fleeting moment, remorse flickered within him, but it was ephemeral. "My union with Jean Eyre has received the Emperor's blessing. Yi Min, I am grateful for all you have done for the Chu family over these past 2 years. I will clarify to the world that today's events are solely my fault, and your reputation will remain untarnished. After our divorce, I will grant your every request. I will not make things difficult for you." His words were smooth, but did the world truly abide by reason? What sin had Yi Min committed by marrying into the Chu family? Despite the mockery she endured for her solitary state, how would the world scrutinize her now that her husband had returned in glory only to seek divorce? Does General Chu believe his actions to be noble? Yi Min inquired calmly, her eyes laced with scorn that pierced Chu Yunyue deeply. He felt he owed her nothing. She had married him out of necessity, and life in the Chu household was undoubtedly more comfortable than her own family. He did not love her, and he believed it better for her to leave than to remain confined within the walls of his home. Chu Yunyue thought this was beneficial for both of them. He had been guiltless in his heart. Before they could contemplate further, his second aunt abruptly stood. "What? You sought the Emperor's sanction for this union? You intend to divorce Yi Min?" gasped the third aunt in disbelief. "You dare!" The matriarch's voice thundered, and before she could finish, she fainted. "Grandmother, Mother, in that instant, Chu Yunyue's countenance changed. His grandmother had always been in good health, and he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Lu burst into tears. You ungrateful son. The entire family awaited your return, and you come back only to faint your grandmother. I will not allow this. If you do not expel this woman today, do not call me your mother. And release her hand. At last, the grip he held on Su Yunyue was forcibly broken by Lu. Mother, Yunyue is skilled in medicine. Let her attend to grandmother. You would let her tend to your grandmother? She is the one who has caused your grandmother's distress. If anything befalls her today, you and I will have unfinished business. The household erupted into chaos. Yimin exhaled a weary breath. Mother, this is not the time to blame General Chu. Second aunt, please assist grandmother to her chamber, and Zhao Mama, quickly fetch Dr. Chen. She then turned to Chu Yunyue, explaining, Dr. Chen has been the one to examine grandmother's condition. He understands her ailments best. Her dark eyes held no excess emotion as they met his. They were filled only with fatigue. Since this Miss Yunyue possesses medical knowledge, I kindly ask her to examine grandmother before Dr. Chen arrives. Yimin had grown accustomed to taking charge whenever the family was in disarray, and Yunyue met her gaze, frowning slightly before gently stepping forward to check grandmother's pulse. Lu intended to stop her, but Yimin's subtle look of disapproval deterred her. Mother, there are officials from the palace and the Ministry of Rights awaiting in the parlor. We cannot keep them waiting. You and second aunt should attend to them. The once chaotic scene was swiftly organized under Yimin's guidance. Second aunt sighed, grasped Yimin's hand in solidarity, and departed. Lu added, Good child, your mother will not let you be wronged. With that, she shot a glare at Su Yunyue, who had already retreated with third aunt to tend to grandmother, before turning her ire upon her son. Yimin forced a smile, saying nothing. The moment Yunyue was brought down from the carriage, she had felt a wave of panic. Upon entering the Chu family, she had regarded it as her own, caring for Chu Yunyue's family as if they were her own. Without hesitation or doubt, she had embraced her role as a Chu family woman and was determined to uphold that identity. Yet, Yunyue's arrival rendered all her efforts a mere jest. How could she not feel disoriented? It took her a full quarter of an hour to regain her composure. Chapter 2. The divorce. The elderly matron fainted, and thus Chu Yunyue dared not rashly broach the subject of divorce. A few of them stood vigil by the bedside, and soon Su Yunyue cautiously withdrew her hand from taking the pulse. The matron has been agitated, causing a surge of qi and blood. I have a few heart-calming pills. After taking them and resting for a while, she will be fine. Henceforth, it is imperative that we prevent any further agitation for her. Su Yunyue produced the pills and offered them to the third aunt, who hesitated, casting a glance at Yimin's expression. Is it advisable to take this medication indiscriminately? Indeed, medication should not be taken carelessly. The matron's condition is not severe. Once Dr. Chen arrives, he will attend to her properly, Su Yunyue replied, concealing her displeasure at being doubted by the family of the patient. The pills were crafted with great difficulty, and her goodwill was met with skepticism from the relatives. Third aunt was displeased with Su Yunyue's demeanor. After all, she was merely a lowly servant who had disrupted the relationship between husband and wife and caused the matron to faint. Why should she act so haughty now? However, given that the Chu family relied on Chu Yunyue's support, third aunt refrained from confronting his beloved. She turned to Yimin, stating, Daughter-in-law, what should we do now? Outside, there were officials and servants delivering imperial edicts, all bestowing honors upon Chu Yunyue, while Lu Shi would likely also be conferred the title of lady. Today was supposed to be a day of great joy for the Chu family, yet the atmosphere within the inner courtyard was fraught with confusion. Third aunt, please stay here to look after grandmother. Ming Cui, prepare the autumn residence for Miss Yunyue to reside in temporarily, and accompany her there, Yimin instructed. Ming Cui, Yimin's maid, was already irked by the situation, and hearing that her mistress had arranged for Su Yunyue to stay in the autumn residence, which was adjacent to Chu Yunyue's courtyard, filled her with indignation. This arrangement seemed to favor the couple, and even though a woman should be virtuous, this was overly accommodating. Ming Cui gritted her teeth, but dared not protest. Yes. Miss Yunyue, please follow the maid. Su Yunyue was taken aback by Yimin's composure. She herself had not realized her own feelings of unarticulated resentment. Yunyue intended to divorce her, yet this woman was presuming to issue orders as if she were the mistress. Su Yunyue had endured countless hardships for this man, so why should she now be treated as an outsider? No need. I have my own place to stay, Su Yunyue declared as she turned to leave. Chu Yunyue, feeling a pang of alarm, hurried after her and grasped her arm outside the courtyard. Jinner. Su Jinner lowered her gaze, silent, her eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and grievance. Yimin followed them out, and Chu Yunyue turned to her, lowering his voice so as not to disturb the elderly matron inside. Miss Yi, others may be unaware, but you must understand that I have not touched you on our wedding day. Therefore, a divorce does not constitute a debt owed to you. Yimin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Though he had not violated her, what had he said at the time? He had never mentioned his affections for another, only lamenting his uncertain return from the battlefield and suggesting that she maintain her virtue, so she might marry well in the future. At that moment, she had thought him so noble, considering her well-being even when he was uncertain of his own fate. How deeply it had moved her. She merely nodded lightly. General Chu, fear not. Even if you owe me, I shall not cling to you. Your actions today have caused turmoil among the people, and thus I must assure them. Ming Cui, take Miss Jinner away. Since General Chu intends to offer compensation, we ought to discuss how much wealth you plan to provide for my departure. Even if he owed her, she would not hold it against him. Chu Yunyue did not perceive himself as owing anything, yet her words struck a chord deep within him. His emotions were a tumultuous blend, and he merely nodded, then reassured Su Jinner, I will not allow you to suffer any more indignities. Please follow the maid. Su Jinner was reluctant. Why should she heed Yimin's arrangements? However, to argue with him now would only displease him further. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to follow Ming Cui. The Chu family's affairs were all under Yimin's management, and she led Chu Yunyue back to her own courtyard. This shall serve as your study. Write the divorce document, and grind your own ink, she instructed in a calm yet distant manner, leaving Chu Yunyue at a loss for where to place his hands. He cleared his throat and complied, grinding the ink, while he observed her rummaging through the bookshelf, her demeanor serene, which only served to intensify his discomfort. Jinner is a disciple of Dr. Zhou. When my family's circumstances changed, I knew the Yi family was reluctant to proceed with this marriage. I had originally intended to wed Jinner, but your parents married you to me instead. Chu Yunyue spoke earnestly. Yimin cast a sidelong glance at him. He was focused on grinding ink, seemingly oblivious to her presence. His profile was handsome and resolute, bearing the vigor that was often lacking in the young men of the capital, likely a remnant of his military experiences. I am not interested in your story, she replied curtly. He seemed to be attempting to wrap his unfeeling and dispassionate actions in the guise of noble intentions born of love. Yimin was not swayed by such rhetoric. As a virtuous woman marrying into the Chu family, why should she sacrifice for their love? They were hardly acquainted. Chu Yunyue felt a sharp pang from her icy demeanor. Stealing a glance at Yimin, he could only see her silhouette, her slender waist adorned by a sash, her hair styled in a married woman's bun, as she stood on a stool to reach for what she desired. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of panic. Yimin had found the deed she sought. I want these shops, this residence, and this estate. Very well, Chu Yunyue agreed absent-mindedly, having barely given it a glance. Then you may go receive your title. Once matters have settled, summon my mother, second aunt, third aunt, and Miss Jinner to discuss the household affairs. We must not alarm grandmother at this stage. Chu Yunyue opened his mouth, genuinely surprised by Yimin's reaction. Just a short while ago, she had appeared lost and despondent, as though she had lost everything, yet now she was so composed in her arrangements as if the matter bore no relation to her. However, he did not know what to say, and could only nod. Yimin noticed he remained still and said, go on. Only then did he leave. Alone in the room, Yimin's calm and rational gaze gradually lost its luster, revealing a depth of confusion. She truly had lost everything not long ago. Upon entering the Chu family, she had envisioned it as her future home. But what could she do if she did not agree? Crying, making a scene, or resorting to desperate measures to compel the man to retain her as his rightful wife, only to spend every day thereafter watching him dote on another woman? Or scheming to win him back? Such a life was unbearable for her. Yimin lowered her gaze, only to find that Chu Yunyue had ground the ink, yet the divorce document remained unwritten. But that was of little consequence. She could complete it later. Chapter 3. Su Jinner is with child. Chu Yunyue had been gone for an hour, not because the rites of the Ministry of Rites required so much time, but rather, they were discussing matters concerning Su Jinner. Yimin remained in the inner courtyard, fully aware of the events transpiring outside. As she had anticipated, Lu Shi had been granted a noble title. The elderly matron, who already held a title, was now conferred the title of matriarch. The emperor had bestowed upon Chu Yunyue the title of Marquis, naming him Duke Weiling. The absence of the duke's legitimate wife had gone unremarked by the officials of the Ministry of Rights and the servants delivering the edict, indicating that they were well aware of what was to transpire. Yi Min was not surprised. The emperor had already consented to their marriage, and these matters must have been formalized within the palace. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard, a dispute was underway, with Lu Shi opposing Su Jiner's entrance into the family, and even if Yi Min was willing to concede, she would not agree. The second and third aunts were hesitant to speak up, yet their attitudes clearly aligned with Lu Shi's support. Chu Yunyue probably never anticipated that the most challenging aspect of this situation was not Yi Min, but rather his mother. Ultimately, he had no choice but to reveal that Su Jiner was already with child. Ming Sui's eyes were red with fury. What a pair of shameless wretches. To have the audacity to engage in such acts while on a military campaign, how despicable, disgraceful, unconscionable. Bah! Yi Min, glancing at the trembling girl, could only respond with resignation. Is it truly so, or merely a ruse concocted by Prince Weiling? Of course it's true. Dr. Chun is still at home and has confirmed it. She is 4 months along. If one were to calculate the timing, it was evident that the two had become involved shortly after the victory. If Ming Sui had been bolder, she might have sought to exact vengeance with a blade. Yet, as a mere maid, she dared not act so recklessly. Upon hearing footsteps, she hastily silenced herself, though her inner resentment could not be concealed. The inevitable had arrived, and everyone was outside. Lu Shi was the first to enter. With red-rimmed eyes, she grasped Yi Min's hands and said, "Min Min, you cannot fathom how much your mother dreads losing you. Yunyue mentioned you agreed to a divorce. Do you truly intend to consent?" Yi Min gently returned the grasp, offering soft reassurance. "This is the wish of Prince Weiling, as well as my own. Mother, this may be the last time I address you in this way. Our bond as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has reached its conclusion. Thankfully, with Prince Weiling's return, no one shall dare to bully us again." Tears glistened in Lu Shi's eyes. How could a divorce possibly be your desire? Just as Yunyue has returned to the capital after achieving merit, he seeks to discard his first wife for another. What a scandal that would bring upon him. It would tarnish his reputation significantly. Min Min, Yunyue is my son. He ought to heed my counsel. I intend to keep you here, and let us see if he dares defy me. By the end of her statement, her teeth were clenched, yet her resentment was not directed at her son. Upon hearing this, Yi Min unobtrusively withdrew her hand and shifted the topic. I must clarify the household accounts. I have allocated funds from the public treasury for the 3 young ladies being courted. If you deem it appropriate, please invite the second and third madams to join us. Lu Shi, perceiving the necessity of providing for the other young ladies, felt it was a matter of course. Over the past 2 years, she had grown accustomed to Yi Min managing all household affairs. Wiping her tears, she instructed her maid to summon the others, completely forgetting her original purpose had not been fulfilled. Yi Min bowed to the 2 elder ladies. The account books from these past years are here. Each quarter, I have submitted the income and expenditures for your review. It will be convenient to reconcile the accounts now. You may examine them, and if there are any questions, feel free to inquire. Min girl, why do you say such things? The second aunt felt unsettled. Yi Min cast her a kind glance and proceeded to clarify the preparations made for the 3 young ladies, detailing the assets she intended to take with her. The household ledgers and property deeds were handed over to Lu Shi. The future management of these matters was no longer her concern. Having completed her statements, Yi Min added, "Since the day is still young, let Prince Weiling accompany me to the yamen." She was well informed, having learned of the emperor's official recognition of him as Prince Weiling. Chu Yunyue remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Is it necessary to notify the Yi family about these matters?" "Not at all," Yi Min replied with a smile that fell upon Chu Yunyue like a taunt. He felt a pang of discomfort, but was uncertain as to the reason behind her smile. As he gazed intently at Yi Min, his attention did not go unnoticed by Su Jiner, who felt a surge of unease. Chu Yunyue, oblivious to his beloved's discontent, hesitated before stating, "Then let us proceed." However, Yi Min was acutely aware of Su Jiner's dissatisfaction. Calmly, she picked up the divorce document. "Here, take a look at the divorce decree. You hastily left without signing it, so I have already prepared it for you." Su Jiner's expression froze instantly. Seeing her reaction, Yi Min felt a sense of satisfaction. She deliberately sought to vex Su Jiner. After the day's events, she had no intention of offering them any well wishes. Furthermore, it was she who had initially married Chu Yunyue. She could gracefully extricate herself from this predicament. But what of other women? How pitiful would be the wife who languished at home, waiting for her husband's return. Yi Min bore no psychological burden, her gaze towards Chu Yunyue now exuding genuine amusement. The divorce decree was written in a dignified manner, stating that their marriage had been a result of circumstance, and now, devoid of any affection, they sought to part ways amicably, each to pursue their own lives henceforth, with no grievances held against one another. Guilt welled within Chu Yunyue, and when he glanced at Yi Min, his expression softened significantly. Then let us go. His tone suggested a lack of urgency regarding the divorce. Chu Yunyue. Su Jiner suddenly erupted. Her voice startled everyone in the room. Chu Yunyue looked at her in confusion, only to notice her eyes brimming with tears. Su Jiner, her voice trembling, declared, "If you do not wish to divorce, then do not. I have never asked you to take responsibility for me." With that, she turned and fled.
What? This?
Yunyue, your second aunt only now realizes you have an inclination for such a girl? Min Min has already consented to the divorce. What is she causing a scene for? The third aunt remarked. If you dare pursue her, I will throw myself against this table. Lu Shi exclaimed in exasperation, furious at Su Jiner's antics. Chu Yunyue, who had already rushed out, abruptly halted and turned back to his mother. Prince Weiling truly lacks the time to chase after her. You must first accompany me for the divorce. However, since Miss Jiner is with child, we must send someone to check on her, lest her distress cause complications. Lu Shi finally recalled the child and smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what a situation. Elon, you must hurry." Though she harbored disdain, she felt compelled to retrieve the girl, leaving Lu Shi with a queasy feeling as though she had swallowed a fly. Chapter 4. In the matter of the women surrounding Chu Yunyue, it was Yi Min who took the lead in decision-making and arrangements. Even the separation was conducted under Yi Min's instructions, leading Chu Yunyue to momentarily feel as though she were the true head of the Chu family. The two of them, bearing the divorce documents and a new residence permit, proceeded to the household registration office, exchanging not a single word along the way. The clerks were taken aback by Chu Yunyue's arrival, and their surprise intensified upon learning that they had come for a divorce. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, yet neither party seemed inclined to share further details, allowing the formalities to be completed swiftly. Upon exiting the office, they were no longer bound by any ties. Chu Yunyue felt a sense of daze at that moment. Yi Min's complexion appeared somewhat pale, but her demeanor remained remarkably composed. She slightly inclined her body in a gesture of farewell and intended to leave when Chu Yunyue, regaining his senses, called out to her, "Where are you headed now?" "Naturally, I am returning to the Yi residence. Tomorrow, I will send someone to collect my belongings." Chu Yunyue nodded absently. "I shall escort you for a while." "There's no need," Yi Min declined, spotting a nearby horse rental service. She intended to have Ming Cui rent a carriage, but her gaze fell upon the second madam of the Chu family, who had appeared unbeknownst to them. The second madam cast a subtle glance at her nephew, sighed, and ultimately refrained from speaking further. She approached Yi Min, saying, "Min Min, allow your second aunt to escort you." Yi Min felt that she should no longer maintain any ties with the Chu family, yet considering their 2 years of acquaintance, she could not refuse the second madam's kindness. "Thank you, second aunt." The second madam, discerning the hint of distance in Yi Min's tone, had actually hurried over to prevent the divorce. The matriarch had awoken and wished to see Yi Min. The second madam thought to delay the separation under the pretext of the matriarch's wishes, believing that after spending more time together, Yunyue would come to appreciate Min Min's merits and would hesitate to proceed with the divorce. Alas, their actions had been too swift, and she was ultimately a step too late. Once they boarded the carriage, the second madam could not help but inquire, "Min Min, you have done so much for Yunyue. Are you truly willing to relinquish everything you have gained?" The second madam, perhaps unaware, recalled how on the day of their marriage, Wei Lingjun had expressed uncertainty about his return, thus unwilling to tarnish her purity. For the past 2 years, she had been moved by Wei Lingjun's noble spirit, as he considered the plight of others while grappling with his own survival, and had devoted herself to the Chu family. Yet now, it seemed that the truth behind his words was known only to him. The noble sentiment that had once moved her now appeared dubious, leaving her with nothing to hold on to. In her heart, Yi Min felt a mix of grievance and reluctance, but having made her choice, she saw no need to voice unnecessary sorrows. Instead, she expressed her thoughts from a rational standpoint. The second madam grasped her hand and said, "Why must you be so distant with me? Does our bond cease to exist simply because Yunyue is no longer in the picture?" From now on, you may call me Aunt Sue. Yimin smiled in response. Very well, Aunt Sue. She then asked, Aunt Sue, I heard from Wei Lingjun that he initially intended to marry that Miss Jean. But it was Lady Chu who intervened to prevent it. Yet after these years of interaction, I believe that neither Lady Chu nor the matriarch are the types to rigidly adhere to social standings. Her claim of indifference to the story between Chu Yunyue and Su Jin was merely a pretense. How could she possibly not be curious about her former husband's entanglements with another woman after investing so much in the Chu family? At this point, Su Shi felt there was little left to conceal and said, Consider the nature of that Su Jin. Does she seem fit to be a matriarch? That is one point. Furthermore, it is evident that Yunyue is already betrothed, and thus there is no rationale, either emotionally or logically, for her to enter the household. As she spoke, Su Shi felt compelled to express that she should not have consented to the divorce, but recognizing the situation was already beyond remedy, she swallowed her words. Yimin thought to herself, having once believed in the depth of their love, it turned out to be rather superficial. 2 years prior, her sister Yi Xian was merely 14 and could not hastily marry him, while he was eager to secure an heir for his military campaigns. Given the circumstances of both families, Chu Yunyue's decision to break off the engagement and take another bride was not unreasonable. Perhaps the man was reluctant to bear the responsibility of the broken engagement. Moreover, the Chu family situation at that time was precarious and could not withstand further upheaval. Chu Yunyue, having just reached adulthood, was facing imminent military action due to border tensions, leading him to minimize complications at the cost of Yi Min-Lu-Shi's maid. Elon failed to catch up to Su Jin, yet Su Jin was not surprised, as Chu Yunyue's trusted aides were accompanying her. This was not Su Jin's first visit to the Chu residence. She dashed out the gates with familiarity, running along the street for a while, only to find that Chu Yunyue had not pursued her. Ultimately, she broke down in tears by the roadside. The aides quickly surrounded her to shield her from the gaze of passers-by. Do not be upset, Miss Su. If the master sees you like this, it will surely pain him, Zhou Zhen comforted her. He would not be pained. Your master is unwilling to part with that woman.
How could that be?
The master's feelings for Miss Su are evident to all. You have stood by him through thick and thin. How could that woman, who enjoys peace from the rear,
compare to you?
Upon hearing this, Su Jin felt somewhat reassured. Though her tears had ceased, she remained unwilling to return.
Chu Yunyue's subordinates naturally favored Su Jin.
Her courage as a woman accompanying them to battle was unmatched. Moreover, Su Jin possessed medical knowledge. Even those who had not been treated by her had likely used her remedies. As for the occasional shortages in military supplies, the materials sent by the Chu family to the front lines were, in their eyes, merely a matter of intention. Anyone could facilitate the delivery with a few words. Su Shi escorted Yi Min to the Yi residence, intending to subtly remind the family to treat her well. After 2 years, Yi Min had seen their true colors. However, Yi Min declined Su Shi's goodwill. I can manage the family matters myself, and even if they do not welcome me back, do I not have somewhere else to go? Wei Lingjun has not neglected me financially. The provisions he has given are sufficient for my needs, so there is no need for Aunt Su to worry. Su Shi nodded in agreement, but could not help but advise. Then keep a close watch on your belongings. Do not allow your family to take them from you. If you encounter any difficulties, have Ming Chui come find me at the Marquis's residence. In her eyes, Yi Min was a pitiful woman without support. Yi Min smiled in appreciation of her kindness, yet in truth, she was far from weak. The skills she possessed were often viewed as witchcraft, and she could not easily showcase them. As she watched Su Shi depart, Yi Min instructed Ming Chui to knock on the door. However, before Ming Chui could approach, the door to the Yi residence swung open. Yi Min's mother, Sun Guizhi, along with Yi Huairan, rushed out in haste, only to be taken aback upon realizing that Yi Min stood there alone. Where is everyone? Was it not said that your second aunt was accompanying you back? Where is your husband? Yi Huairan stepped forward to look out the door, but indeed, only Yi Min was present. Father, mother. Yi Min greeted respectfully before stating, I have divorced Wei Lingjun. I am no longer a woman of the Chu family. Chapter 5 rejected at the door. Sun Guizhi's smile instantly froze, seemingly struggling to comprehend her daughter's words. Yi Huairan's expression darkened immediately. Divorced? How long has Chu Yunyue been back in the capital?
How could you possibly have divorced?
Having served as a junior official in the Dali Temple since the age of 21, Yi Huairan had long been unable to advance. With the current head of the Dali Temple nearing retirement, he had hoped to leverage Chu Yunyue's accomplishments for his own benefit. During the 2 years that Chu Yunyue was away, Yimin had shouldered the family's responsibilities, and in light of this, Chu Yunyue ought to have shown some consideration for him as a father-in-law. Yet now, Yimin suddenly returned home proclaiming a divorce? Father, let us discuss this inside, Yimin said calmly, but Yi Huairan stepped forward, blocking her path. Do you still have the face to go inside and discuss this? You, a disappointment. Thought you had finally witnessed the clouds parting to reveal the moonlight. Yet here you are, returning home in silence after a divorce. What on earth is happening? Today is meant to be a joyous and festive occasion. There were whispers that the Yi family would soon flourish. Instead, a commotion has erupted at the Yi family's doorstep, drawing the curious gazes of neighbors. A chill ran through Yimin's heart as she suppressed her exhaustion and stated, Lord Wei Ling has someone in his heart. I do not wish to hinder another's destiny, hence I agreed to the divorce. Moreover, has father forgotten that I was never the one betrothed to Lord Wei Ling in the first place? Just because he wants a divorce, you readily agree? I was unaware of your generosity, Sun Guizhi responded. Regaining her composure, her gaze filled with disdain for Yimin. Yimin turned to her mother. What would you have me do, mother? Cling to the Chu family and refuse to leave? Look at the daughter you raised, speaking to her mother in such a tone. Yi Huairan shot a discontented glance at Sun Guizhi. He had never held a fondness for his wife, always finding fault with her. Sun Guizhi felt her face burn with shame and approached to strike Yimin, cast out by your husband. You still have the audacity to come back to your family and cause a scene. Yimin quickly stepped back, avoiding the strike. I am no longer a woman of the Chu family. In the eyes of you and father, am I no longer your daughter? When you managed the affairs of the Chu family, you never thought to return home. Now that you have been cast out, you dare show your face here? Do you think the Yi family threshold is so low? Sun Guizhi glared fiercely at her disappointing daughter. In the past, when Yimin managed the Chu family's business and Sun Guizhi sought to borrow money, Yimin had insisted on a promissory note, leaving Sun Guizhi humiliated in her in-law's household. Sun Guizhi, who hailed from a noble lineage, had forgotten entirely that Yimin's dowry was prepared by her maternal grandfather, the esteemed Duke of Jinbei. Before Yimin's marriage, Sun Guizhi had used all of Yimin's dowry to support the Yi family, resulting in her departure adorned only with stones. Yimin had long anticipated her parents' attitude, yet experiencing their coldness firsthand stung her heart. Without a trace of emotion on her face, she took a step back and bowed. Regardless, I am still your daughter. Father and mother, please allow me to enter and speak. Discussing matters here only invites ridicule. You've embarrassed me enough. Do you still fear being ridiculed?
Yi Huairan retorted sarcastically.
Yimin lowered her gaze, her frail figure exuding an aura of loneliness. What does this imply, father? I have no daughter like you, leave. Yi Huairan's icy tone rang out, and without a backward glance, he retreated indoors. Father, wait. Yimin called out urgently, and when Yi Huairan glanced back impatiently, she continued. Do you wish to sever our father-daughter bond? Ha! What do you think? Yi Huairan had his own calculations. If Yimin could not return home, she would have to go back to the Chu family. Should she succeed in gaining some standing there, he could later claim that his actions were for her benefit. If Yimin truly proved to be useless, he would be spared future burdens. In any case, he would not suffer loss. Yimin scoffed inwardly. To sever their bond without stating it outright, he clearly believed everyone was a fool. If her father wished to disown her today, she would not bring shame to her maternal family. She raised her voice. I urge all neighbors to bear witness. Turning to the onlookers, Yimin noticed their curiosity piqued. And many had stopped to watch. Those who had been eavesdropping at the door now stepped forward. From this day forth, regardless of my circumstances, I shall never seek a word from my parents. If I ever set foot in the Yi family again, may heaven strike me down. Gasps echoed among the crowd, and many turned their inquisitive gazes toward Yi Huairan. They were largely unaware of the situation but knew that this woman had been cast out by her husband only to be rejected by her family. However, the neighbors were well aware that Yimin had divorced Chu Yunyue. Previously, upon learning of Chu Yunyue's victory, Yi Huairan had celebrated as if it were his own son's triumph. Now, upon hearing that Yimin had divorced him, he cast aside even his daughter. How cold-hearted. Yi Huairan's expression froze. Yimin knelt to bid farewell. I understand my parents' intentions today. I shall take my leave now. And I hope you shall not disturb my peace. She bowed 3 times and turned to depart. Yi Huairan stood at the door, struggling to maintain his composure. his expression shifting between shades of blue and white as he cast a fierce glare at Sun Guizhi before storming inside. Ming Chui followed closely behind Yimin, her face etched with worry. "Miss, what shall we do now?" she asked, anxiety evident in her tone. Yimin's look of bewilderment had long dissipated as she calmly replied, "Did not Lord Wei Ling provide us with sufficient resources to sustain ourselves? What is there to fear?" Seeing her calm demeanor, Ming Chui's anxiety began to ebb. "Where is the residence Lord Wei Ling has arranged for us? Shall we stay there tonight? In the northern part of the city. I will go there myself. You return to the Chu family to gather my belongings. I shall seek you out tomorrow morning." Chapter 6. The divine Gu Yimin chose a residence that was secluded, with several nearby houses remaining unoccupied, allowing her to relish the tranquility. The house was bare, likely gathering dust, but Yimin thought it preferable to sleeping on the streets. She would settle for one night and arrange her belongings properly the next day. By the time she arrived, night had fallen. Yet she was wholly unprepared for the commotion that awaited her in her new home. 6 months prior, she had sent someone from the Chu family to manage the property. But now the weeds in the yard reached her knees. As she approached the front door, the sounds of a struggle reached her ears. It seemed someone had broken in through the wall. Upon entering, she indeed saw 2 shadows engaged in a fierce fight. They noticed her presence, but neither had the time to spare her a thought. The darkness enveloped the yard in silence. Any ordinary person might have panicked. But Yimin calmly closed the door behind her. From their silhouettes, one appeared to be male, the other female, with the male clearly on the defensive, overwhelmed by the woman's assault. "Please, do not damage my furniture," Yimin called out, attempting to sidestep them to reach the main hall for some much-needed rest. She had a busy day ahead. "Help! This woman is an assassin from Yu Kingdom." The man's voice rang out, seeking assistance. Yimin thought, "Why would you reveal the identity of your opponent to me?" As expected, after the man shouted, she felt the assassin's gaze flicker toward her, uncertain if they intended to eliminate her as well. "You, a robust man, unable to defeat a mere girl?" Yimin made no attempt to assist. Instead, she stood at a distance, leisurely observing the spectacle. Qin Wuji felt an overwhelming urge to strike down the girl who was watching the fray. Was he truly incapable? No. He was poisoned. She was the unparalleled one of Nanyu Court. After a moment's hesitation, the man finally spoke. The mention of those 5 words stirred Yimin into alertness. Nanyu Court was a powerful faction in the martial world, engaged in the transport business. And as for unparalleled, who did not know that the young master of Nanyu Court had a deadly weapon by their side, a woman named Wu Shuang. So, Nanyu Court was a force of the Yu Kingdom? This was indeed a significant gang involved in transport for the great industry kingdom, responsible for many official deliveries. With a swift motion, Yimin darted toward the entrance, choosing to flee as a show of respect. Wu Shuang, encouraged by the man's words, intensified her attacks. Eager to dispose of her opponent quickly, yet this person proved exceedingly difficult to subdue, even while poisoned. After a prolonged struggle, realizing that the girl was preparing to escape, Wu Shuang sprang forward, delivering a kick to Qin Wuji, then swiftly turned, sword drawn, flying toward Yimin. A chill ran down Yimin's spine as she crouched down, narrowly avoiding the sword's arc that grazed above her head. That was a close call. Qin Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood, seizing this rare opportunity. He struggled to rise and flee. "You bastard! Coming to my home to fight, and then selling me out!" Yimin cursed as Wu Shuang blocked the exit, forcing her to react quickly and sprint toward the man. The lethal sword energy surged behind her, an icy dread sending shivers down her spine. In this life-and-death moment, she could not afford to hesitate and immediately summoned the divine worm within her. Stab! Yimin was pierced through the heart by a sword. Wu Shuang glanced at her, a fleeting flicker of compassion in her eyes, before turning her blade toward Qin Wuji. All of this transpired within mere moments, as Qin Wuji stumbled into the main hall. Wu Shuang was already upon him again. The girl was utterly useless. He had no choice but to turn and confront her. Inside the room, a fierce exchange stretched on for about a quarter of an hour, until Qin Wuji was finally brought down by Wu Shuang. Just as her sword descended toward him, a sudden sound from behind caught her attention. She whipped around to see Yimin, breathless, appearing behind her, exuding a strong scent of blood. Wu Shuang was sure her sword had struck a vital point. How could this woman still be standing? "You're still alive?" Wu Shuang, typically a cold-blooded killer, was momentarily taken aback. Yimin cast her a light glance, Her wound had already healed, though she had lost a considerable amount of blood, leaving her slightly dizzy. Miss Wushuang, let us negotiate. Yi Min staggered into the room. Wushuang remained silent, her cold sword aimed at Qin Wuji, her gaze fixed on Yi Min. It seemed casual. Yet she could sense any sudden movement from either of them and eliminate the threat instantly. Yi Min felt around for the candlestick, retrieving a fire starter from her pouch to ignite it. The dim flicker of candlelight illuminated the room. Yi Min approached Wushuang slowly, raising her hand to grasp the wrist of Wushuang. Her every movement appeared feeble, and Wushuang frowned but did not withdraw. Soon, Yi Min released Wushuang's hand, collapsing to the ground as if devoid of strength. Qin Wuji observed the girl enter without a hint of urgency, witnessing her ignite the candle, grasp Wushuang's hand, and then slump to the floor. Meanwhile, Wushuang gazed at her with astonished delight. What on earth had transpired? Yi Min possessed the art of witchcraft. At the age of 7, a figure clad in black had appeared at her bedside one night, administering a pill to her. The cloaked figure informed her that she harbored a divine worm within, which only a witch could hatch, and once it emerged, it would grant her infinite power. That pill was concocted from the blood of a great witch. At that tender age, Yi Min was unaware of the intricacies of witchcraft. The very name sent chills down her spine, and as her family never treated her with affection, she remained silent. Over time, she learned that those of the witchcraft lineage were often regarded as sinister. Any nation daring to harbor a witch could become a target for war from others, illustrating the disdain for witches. Yet this formidable power was still pursued by many. The divine worm represented the pinnacle of witchcraft, granting its possessor command over all witches. However, the power was not as idyllic as it seemed. The stronger it became, the greater the suffering the host endured with each use. Yi Min's first experience with it occurred when Sun Guizhi fell and injured her forehead, leaving a scar that Yi Min healed. That instance resulted in a month-long headache for her. At this moment, Yi Min endured excruciating pain, as if her very limbs were being torn apart. You are controlled by your master through the mother and child worms. They hold your life in their hands and can torment you at any moment. I have killed the child worm within you. Spare us both. Worms. Qin Wuji, barely conscious from the beating, suddenly cast a glance at Yi Min, an unobserved glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Yi Min anticipated that Wushuang would find it challenging to speak. However, she was unperturbed. If Wushuang was unwilling to let them go, she could instantly take Wushuang's life. She could not be blamed for not negotiating terms with Wushuang beforehand. It was a necessity. Should Wushuang's disposition change, the child worm within her would detect it and eliminate Wushuang in an instant. Just as Yi Min finished speaking, Wushuang decisively nodded. All right. Chapter 7. Yes. The royal dark guard Wushuang produced a porcelain vial from her bosom and handed it to Yi Min, gesturing to Qin Wuji beside her. The antidote. I have no money for medicine. Although the poison was neutralized, the moment of antidote application would leave some residual toxin. Wushuang knew how to handle it, but she lacked funds. You've been poisoned. Yi Min accepted the antidote and passed it to Qin Wuji. Only now did she take a closer look at him and realize his striking appearance. Despite his current disheveled state, with a bruise on his lip from the fight and a fresh sword wound on his face, along with considerable dust on his body, his features remained remarkably handsome. His chiseled features conveyed a sense of elegance, having faced life and death, yet he now appeared relaxed, as if unbothered by these setbacks. His peach blossom eyes, typically filled with emotion, now held a cool detachment. An air of inexplicable nobility surrounded him. Qin Wuji was accustomed to being the center of attention. Yi Min's scrutiny did not fluster him. He calmly accepted the porcelain vial from her hand. Inside were 2 pills. He quickly checked one, confirming it to be the antidote,
and took it promptly.
A devilishly charming yet innocent smile spread across his face. What a coincidence. I also have no money. Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze shifting to Yi Min. Qin Wuji looked at her as well. Yi Min retorted, no money, yet you borrow someone's porcelain vial? No money, yet you consume someone's antidote? What are you looking at me for? Do you expect me to pay for you? Yi Min ground her teeth in frustration. When Chu Yunyue brought a woman home to seek a divorce, she and Ti reacted so wildly. When she returned to the Yi family and was blocked from entering by her parents, she had not been so unruly. But this man's nonchalant expression, exuding a subtle air of shamelessness, made her want to raise her hand and slap him. But I have no money. Qin Wuji's eyes glimmered with mischief, his face a mask of innocence. At this, Wu Shuang was left at a loss. What should we do? The medicine has already been administered. Qin Wujie cast a surprised glance at Wu Shuang, not expecting such a lethal weapon to utter such words. Little girl, since you have saved me, why not go the extra mile and help me settle the expenses? Qin Wujie proposed to Yimin. Why should I?
Ye minimum suppresset her rising anger.
After being drawn into a fight at her home and suffering a stab wound through no fault of her own, she was now enduring excruciating pain. Yet he still had the audacity to ask her to pay? The blood on her body had yet to dry. Could he not see that? What sort of person was he? Realizing the inappropriateness of his request, Qin Wujie cleared his throat and suggested, how about I work off my debt? Noticing the indifferent glance Yimin cast his way, he hastily added, your residence has been vacant for so long. You must be in need of assistance. I am quite skilled in martial arts and can help guard your home. It was not difficult to deduce that this woman had no one to assist her. The residence undoubtedly belonged to her, a fact that was true. However, she had come alone, and the untidy state of the house revealed that she had no prior intention of staying here, suggesting she had nowhere else to go. Yimin scrutinized the man who was still leaning against a chair, unable to rise after being beaten by Wu Shuang. What gives you the confidence to claim such martial prowess? He is indeed quite skilled, Wu Shuang interjected. Upon noticing Yimin's gaze upon her, Wu Shuang explained, he was poisoned, yet still possesses the ability to retaliate. Had I been afflicted with such poison, I would have perished long ago. This man's inner strength is formidable. Wu Shuang hoped Yimin would keep Qin Wujie around, as he could help her procure the necessary medicine. Wu Shuang seldom spoke, and Yimin still had no clear understanding of Qin Wujie's combat abilities. Although she believed he was likely quite proficient, yet she remained hesitant to retain him. You do not appear to be an ordinary individual. I cannot risk hiring you. Wu Shuang bit her lip, pondering how she would acquire the funds for the medicine. Having had minimal interaction with the outside world, her missions only required her to focus on a target. She needed to eliminate her objective. Any moment spent outside could alert the heart-eating Gu to her unusual behavior, and her master could torment her mercilessly until she returned. Thus, her knowledge of everyday life was virtually non-existent, and her ability to communicate with others was nearly zero. Yimin had initially freed her from the Gu before discussing her needs, so she had first provided the antidote before expressing her own requirements. However, she had no inkling that this man might lack funds. She was so overwhelmed with anxiety that she did not realize she was at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Yimin's ignorance of his identity, she quickly asserted, if he is not a member of the Imperial Guard, then he is either an assassin raised by the Emperor of Day. Indeed, I am an assassin nurtured by the Emperor, Qin Wujie remarked with a smile, addressing Yimin. Do you know of the Imperial Guard? Yimin shook her head. It is the secretive organization directly under the Emperor. I am the leader of the Imperial Guard. He said this with pride, his demeanor cheerful, though a shadow lurked in the depths of his gaze. He alluringly continued, when we traverse the outside world, we require a disguise. Keeping me around will not only spare you trouble, but also bring you numerous benefits. At the very least, I will keep your sorcery a secret. Yimin thought to herself, this scoundrel seeks to exploit her finances while threatening her. She shot him a fierce glare. Without me, you would already be a ghost under Miss Wu Shuang's blade. Do you understand the meaning of gratitude? What sort of character do these men possess nowadays? Hearing this, Qin Wujie propped himself up and, with a flourish, knelt on one knee. I assure you, I shall diligently serve the lady henceforth. His demeanor and tone exuded loyalty. Yimin rolled her eyes and retorted, are you trying to pin this on me? Qin Wujie remained silent, a charming smile playing on his lips, exuding an undeniable elegance. Yimin did not genuinely believe that the man remained for monetary gain. He was likely interested in uncovering her sorcery. Yet, she found herself with no other options. As she summoned the divine Gu to save herself from the pool of blood, she considered fleeing. However, such a plan was futile. Her identity would be easily traced, and it would not take long for someone to discover the owner of the residence, leading them directly to her. Even if the court was unaware of her situation, the Nanyu court would keep a close watch on her. The divine Gu had been employed against Wu Shuang, and while she could use it against her again, attempting to use it on another would likely inflict unbearable pain upon her. Not the figurative pain of embellishment, but real, excruciating agony. Resigned, Yimin sighed. Very well. How much silver does Miss Wu Shuang need for the antidote? Wu Shuang instinctively grasped her sleeve, enough to purchase the medicine. How much does the medicine cost? Yimin inquired. Wu Shuang fell silent, having no concept of currency. Observing Wushuang, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16, Yimin was moved by the flicker of helplessness in her eyes. Chapter 8. Dullness. Yimin too had experienced countless moments of helplessness and anxiety, yet no one had ever offered her assistance. Reflecting on her life, the time spent at the Chu residence turned out to be the warmest memories she possessed. Will Miss Wushuang return to the Nanyu court? Yimin asked. Wushuang shook her head. I dream of escaping the Nanyu court. Now that I have gained my freedom, I will never return. Does Miss Wushuang have anywhere to go? Yimin continued. If you have not yet decided where to go, why not stay with me? As she spoke, she subtly glanced at the man. In truth, I could use Miss Wushuang's assistance. Should I find myself in peril, her skills could protect me. The herbs you require, we can procure them tomorrow. Chu Yunyue thought. She insinuates that he would lead her into danger. Does she? Wushuang's face lit up with joy. Then I shall stay for the time being. If the lady had not suggested it, she would not have even considered where to go. Anywhere but the Nanyu court would suffice. And now that she had a place to settle, she was more than willing to remain. Chu Yunyue looked at Yimin with indifference. Do you not fear attracting the Nanyu court by keeping her here? Wushuang panicked, fearful of being turned away. Yimin lightly regarded the man. You have already chosen to stay. What do I have to fear from the Nanyu court? Even if they come seeking us, it will take time, during which I will prepare accordingly. Chu Yunyue fell silent. Yimin then inquired, what is your name? Si, he replied promptly. A royal surname?
Yimin asked.
The members of the Imperial Guard are granted names by the Emperor, Chu Yunyue explained. Yimin chose not to pursue the topic further and beckoned Wushuang over. Wushuang stepped forward, supporting her as she leaned closer. Let us disperse for now. Rest early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. I have just moved in, and have not previously resided here, so the house lacks daily necessities. Miss Wushuang, you shall sleep with me tonight.
Wushuang nodded. All right.
What about me? Chu Yunyue interjected. You can sleep outside in the courtyard. Yimin retorted through gritted teeth, casting him a glance. Chu Yunyue sighed and rubbed his nose. Watching the two women depart, he paid no mind to the dust on the chair and sat down heavily. After a while, he realized that Yimin had indeed gone to sleep. How bold of her, to invite two unusual strangers into her home, one of whom she dared to share her bed with. Chu Yunyue chose not to linger. He adjusted his breathing and, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, rose to leave. As soon as he departed, Wushuang noticed and promptly informed Yimin. Yimin remained indifferent, enduring the maddening pain. She was utterly exhausted and had no desire to move unless the house was ablaze. The next morning, she awoke to the sun already high in the sky. Wushuang had risen early and stood at the door like a steadfast pine tree. Every time Yimin employed her divine insect, it was accompanied by pain. Her capacity to endure discomfort surpassed that of the average person. Thus, she managed to fall asleep last night, although her dreams were plagued by agony, leaving her spirits low. She steeled herself, determining that today she must retrieve some belongings, and once completed, they would go together to procure medicine. Wushuang nodded in agreement. Yimin went to the well to fetch water for her morning rituals, and Wushuang followed closely behind. As Yimin reached for the water, Wushuang promptly took over. Yimin smiled at the girl and inquired, Is your name given by your parents? It was given by my master, Wushuang replied.
Ah, I see.
Would you permit me to bestow upon you a new name? Your current name bears too much weight in the outside world. Wushuang nodded. That would be fine. What do you think of the name Sangyu? It signifies the idea of reclaiming what is lost. Yimin had contemplated a new name for the girl since last night and had thought of it upon waking. Good, Wushuang replied calmly. Yimin could not help but marvel at how easygoing the girl appeared. She seemed to have no objections to anything said. Although slightly aloof, Yimin found an endearing charm in her demeanor. After a brief wash with cold water at the well, they set out. They had a bowl of porridge by the roadside before purchasing a horse-drawn cart and heading to the Chu residence. Upon seeing Yimin, Lu Shi immediately burst into a torrent of complaints about how Su Jin-o had caused chaos the previous day, injuring one of the young women in the third household, resulting in a ruckus at home. Despite Chu Yunyue's significant achievements, today should have attracted nobles coming to offer their congratulations, a moment of great honor. However, due to that woman, Su Jin-er, the visitors were scarce, and those who did come were merely gossipmongers, with none of the second household's leaders making an appearance. Yimin took Lu Shi's hand in a comforting gesture, gently reminding her, Madam Chu, you should not confide in me about such matters. I no longer have ties to the Chu family. If word were to spread that you share the family's affairs with me, it would tarnish the family's reputation. The Chu family has always upheld a strict code of conduct, a legacy cultivated by generations of women. Surely, you do not wish to sully the family's name? Lu Shi wiped her tears, finally understanding. She could no longer cling to the leisurely days of the past. It was time for her to take charge of the household. The most challenging 2 years for the Chu family had passed, and there would be no more hardships ahead. As Lu Shi contemplated this, she felt a pang of guilt toward Yi Min, and her gaze softened with increased affection for her. These scenes were particularly unsettling for Su Jin. Standing in the corridor, she watched the two women converse as they walked away, a tempest of unexpressed resentment churning within her.
Yet,
She maintained a calm facade and asked quietly, "Is that Miss Yi truly as wonderful as they say?" This question was directed at Chu Yunyue, who had just returned to the capital and had ample time to rest. "I cannot say. Our interactions have been limited, as you are aware," he replied, though a hint of weariness flickered in his eyes. Before returning, he had only considered how Su Jin had stood by him through thick and thin. Feeling he could not let her down, yet he had not contemplated whether he might neglect his wife at home. Su Jin remarked nonchalantly, "If I were to sever ties with my former husband, I would not maintain any contact." Seeing how decisively Missy agreed to the divorce, I presumed she was a woman of virtue, yet it seems she lacks understanding of such principles. Chu Yunyue frowned slightly, but remained silent. Su Jin continued, "With your mother gone, will you not pay her a visit?" Her tone was not genuinely generous. She merely sought to gauge his reaction. Surprisingly, Chu Yunyue responded, "Indeed. Your magnanimity is unmatched by ordinary women. I had forgotten to pay my respects." He then instructed his guards to escort Su Jin home to rest before striding away. Su Jin stood in a daze, unsure of how to react to the sight of him departing. Chu Yunyue discerned the implications of her earlier remarks. While she belittled Yi Min, her true intention was to caution him. If he were to betray her trust, she would never cross the threshold of the Chu family again. In the past, such words from Su Jin would have struck him as unique, compelling him to vow to win her heart, wishing to keep such an extraordinary woman by his side. However, this time, he found it utterly uninspiring. Chapter 9. Moving Yi Min was surrounded by a throng of well-wishers, including Lu Shi, her second and third aunts, and the three young women of the household. Chu Yunyue claimed he wished to visit Yi Min, yet he merely observed her from a distance before retreating to a quiet corner. Yi Min had only a few belongings to take, her daily necessities and some clothing from her time at the Chu family packed into 2 boxes, which the cart could easily accommodate. The 7th daughter of the Chu family wiped her tears and asked, "Sister, will you come to see me again?" Chu Ying, the 13-year-old, had attended a banquet with Yi Min before Chu Yunyue's victorious return, when the Chu family daughters were still the center of attention.
now,
They hardly dared to step outside. Being from the second household, both Chu Ying and her younger sister, Chu Luan, were aware that Yi Min had prepared their trousseaux early on. Chu Ying felt a mix of gratitude and reluctance, coupled with concern for her sister. "Sister? Please don't refer to me as sister anymore. From now on, if we meet, call me elder sister," Yi Min said, pinching the little girl's cheek. Chu Ying wiped her tears and obediently nodded. "I will listen to you, elder sister." Su Shi also urged Yi Min that if she ever faced difficulties, she should return to the Chu family for help. They would not refuse her if they could assist. Yi Min smiled in acknowledgement, but believed that seeking help was unnecessary. Relationships were built over time, and while they were inclined toward her now, they would also feel for Su Jin. They were not malicious individuals. Yi Min was unable to enter her family home, but the Chu family sent her off warmly from their residence. Yi Huiran learned of this, and turned pale with anger. "You useless thing. If you had this much energy, why not use it wisely? What good is it to ingratiate yourself with the women of the Chu family? Can you return there?" He lamented the loss of Chu Yunyue, a promising young man who had been granted a title by the age of 22. Who in the capital could compare? Such an excellent son-in-law wasted on a daughter with no ambition. Unbeknownst to Yi Min, even her move would draw her father's ire. Sang Yu exuded an aura distinct from ordinary individuals, causing Ming Chui to hesitate to speak with her. Sang Yu was in charge of driving the cart, and from within the vehicle, Ming Chui quietly asked, "Miss, who is she?" "She is my hired guard. I have given her a name, Sang Yu," Yi Min replied. "A guard?" Ming Chui's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether such a petite figure could fulfill that role. Sang Yu was indeed not tall, standing at only 5 feet. This notion persisted until they returned home, where Ming Chui was left speechless as she watched the small Sang Yu effortlessly lift a large box and carry it toward the courtyard.
Miss.
Sang Yu is incredibly strong. Ming Chui tugged at Yi Min's sleeve, urging her to witness the spectacle. She rushed over to Sang Yu, exclaiming, "How do you possess such strength? Where did my lady find you? With you around, there is no need for any men in the house." Sang Yu was taken aback by such enthusiasm. Biting her lip before replying, "I have always possessed this strength. It is a natural gift. If only you were a man, you could go to battle and earn military merits. Then perhaps that person with the surname Chu would no longer have any business here." "Sang Yu, where are you from?"
Ming Ku inquired.
"I do not know."
What?
"And your parents?" "I do not know." "So you are an orphan?" Ming Chui gazed at Sang Yu with a touch of pity. "No matter, from now on you will be one of us." She smiled and attempted to assist Sang Yu with her box, but Sang Yu easily set it down without needing help. Yi Min approached, saying, "Ming Chui, please tidy up the house first. Sang Yu still needs to accompany me to procure some supplies." Ming Chui bowed in acknowledgement. It was only on their way that Yi Min asked Sang Yu about the medicinal herbs she needed. The answer nearly caused her to choke. Sang Yu hesitated. "Are these herbs problematic?" "Not exactly, but they might be rather expensive. For instance, a single ling chow could cost over 1,000 taels." Sang Yu panicked. "What should we do then?" "I cannot afford to buy the medicine all at once. I will have to save up gradually. You may have to endure some hardship first." The lingering poison would not be fatal, but it would cause Sang Yu intermittent chest pains for an hour or two. Yet no suffering could surpass what Yi Min was currently enduring. Despite this, Yi Min was uncertain of Sang Yu's temperament. What if she was dissatisfied? Fortunately, Sang Yu was not troubled by it, and upon hearing this, she felt relieved.
All right.
Yi Min smiled. "Sang Yu, I find you truly easy to care for." Sang Yu looked at her in confusion, only to find Yi Min's gaze filled with tenderness. Perhaps having never been treated gently by anyone, Sang Yu froze for a moment and then secretly blushed. Yi Min had 1,000 taels in cash, and at the pharmacy, she spent 500 taels on medicine. Besides purchasing Sang Yu's remedy, Yi Min also needed herbs for her own practices. Previously, she had hesitated to engage in such endeavors, preferring a life of peace and stability. Now, however, she had fewer worries and knew that Nan Yuting would eventually seek her out. She needed some means of self-preservation. As they traveled, Yi Min overheard many discussions regarding her separation from Chu Ho. Some condemned Chu Ho for abandoning his wife, while others mocked her misfortune. Questions arose about the character of this young lady from the Yi family. Otherwise, why would Chu Ho wish to divorce her upon returning to the capital? Had she perhaps engaged in some unspeakable deeds at home?
Who could say?
After 2 years of solitude in an empty house, it was only natural for a young woman of such beauty to grow weary of loneliness. People sympathize with the weak, but they also admire the strong. Sympathy for the weak is fleeting, while admiration for the strong is enduring. 2 years prior, during a time of intense warfare, the capital was gripped with fear, and the court even contemplated relocating. The perilous situation was evident. It was Chu Yunyue who repelled the invaders in a single decisive victory, restoring peace to the nation after 2 years of hardship, earning him the title of hero in the eyes of the people. Heroes make mistakes. Does that not affirm their humanity? Such black and white judgments are abundant. Sang Yu tugged at Yi Min's sleeve. "Are they talking about you?" Yi Min looked into the young girl's clear eyes and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "Yes, it is I." Sang Yu froze. It was the first time someone had shown her such affection. Lowering her head, she secretly blushed. "Should I help you deal with that Chu Ho?" "Just give me a time, place, and person. I have never made a mistake in this business." She was quite skilled at this. Guaranteed not to kill the wrong person and never be traced. Yi Min, amused by the young girl's earnest expression, chuckled. "No need. You still have remnants of the poison in your system. There is no need to engage in such perilous tasks. Besides, now that you have gained your freedom, you need not do these things any longer." Chapter 10. Qin Jia's heartache. Yi Min contemplated finalizing Sang Yu's household registration. Surely Qin Si could manage that? She wondered where that scoundrel had vanished to, failing to assist with the move or the purchases, and leaving her with a substantial debt for medicine. Yet, she was not worried about his prolonged absence. Since he was intent on uncovering her secrets, he would inevitably reappear. When he did, she would certainly put him to good use. Unbeknownst to her, that scoundrel was in the very carriage that had just passed her by. Qin Wuji, however, had recognized Yi Min. She was indeed Chu Yunyue's ex-wife. Last night, Qin Wuji was oblivious to Yi Min's identity, but now she knew her background thoroughly. Her father served as the Deputy Minister of Justice, a fourth-rank official. Yi Huairan was born into a humble family and could not be described as particularly capable. He conducted himself adequately in his position without any notable achievements or significant blunders. His rise to this rank relied heavily on the reputation of his wife, the Marquis of Zhenbei. Being born into the Zhenbei Marquis family, Sun Shi was effectively supported by her ancestors. However, during her pregnancy, the Marquis's household encountered turmoil, leading to a dramatic decline in her circumstances. Yi Huairan had always been ambiguous with his cousin, and when the Marquis's household fell into disarray, Yi Huairan sought to marry his cousin, Tai Jinfu, which Sun Shi vehemently opposed, resulting in constant discord at home. At that time, the matriarch of the Yi family decided that if Sun Shi gave birth to a boy, she would arrange for her cousin to be sent away. In the end, Yi Min was born. Sun Shi's disdain for Yi Min stemmed from this very reason. This woman blamed her daughter for not being a son. Had she been a son, her husband would not have taken a concubine. How ridiculous! When her family faced calamity, she lamented why they could not continue to support her, allowing her to endure hardship in her husband's household. When her husband sought a concubine, she resented her daughter for not being a son, believing that if she had been a son, her husband would not have sought a concubine. Suddenly, Qin Wuji leaped from the carriage and strolled toward Yi Min's residence. She had just been purchasing bedding and seemed to have forgotten to buy a share. Qin Jia was startled by his master's behavior. "Where are you going? Master? Master. Master." He hurriedly pursued. "Master, the Empress has summoned you. Are you not going?"
Not going.
"Tell her I am very busy," Qin Wuji replied nonchalantly, casually picking up a mask from the roadside and putting it on as he walked away. Qin Jia rushed to pay the vendor, but when he turned back, his master had vanished. "What have I done to deserve this?" Qin Jia lamented silently. Upon entering the palace, when the stunning empress cast a cold glance at him, Qin Jia's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. "Why are you kneeling? Did I not instruct you to stand and speak?" The empress was pruning some flowers, snipping away an incongruous branch with her scissors. Qin Jia hastily bowed his head. "I will not stand, I will speak while kneeling." The empress made no effort to compel him. "Your master's injury has not yet healed. What is he busy with?" This time, the servant was at a loss. How could his master possibly reveal his whereabouts to him? He had returned half-dead yesterday, nearly scaring Qin Jia into wetting his trousers. The empress smiled faintly. That little beast might as well die outside. Qin Jia dared not respond to that. The empress then glanced at her chief maid. "Go fetch the items." The maid promptly bowed and soon returned with the box. Qin Jia received it with both hands, only to hear the empress's voice above him. "Tell your master that if he wishes to die, he should at least finish my affairs before doing so." Qin Jia pondered whether he should respond. Qin Wuji did not go directly to find Yi Min, but instead headed straight to her residence. If this woman truly had not purchased his bedding, he was certain he would dare to sneak into her bed tonight. Indeed, Yi Min had not procured any bedding for Qin Wuji. She had not acquired even a single item for him. As the night descended, she and Songyu returned to the residence, where the smoke from the kitchen was already rising, indicating that Mingsue was preparing dinner. However, upon pushing open the door, they found Qin Wuji seated leisurely in a rocking chair on the porch, a teapot and an array of fruits and snacks at his side, engrossed in a book. Yi Min's expression darkened. Qin Wuji, seemingly oblivious to her displeasure, greeted her with delight. "My lady, where have you been? I have awaited your summons at home for an entire day." Yi Min coldly regarded him, flicking his monkey mask with her hand, which appeared to have been purchased from a roadside vendor and looked rather cheap. "What purpose does this mask serve?" Qin Wuji adjusted the mask she had dislodged. "I have a unique identity, and I prefer not to be recognized. Do you think this mask is an extension of your face? Anyone intent on uncovering your identity could easily unveil it." With that, Yi Min attempted to remove his mask. As it came off, she was nearly taken aback by the sight of his veined face. "What has happened to your face? Last night, you were a captivating beauty. And now you resemble this?" Qin Wuji seemed pleased with her reaction, preparing a sorrowful expression, while Songyu widened her eyes. You practice the Shura sword technique?" Yi Min inquired. "Shura sword?" Qin Wuji took a moment to steady himself, the veins on his face fading swiftly, returning to his enchanting visage. With a beguiling smile that could ensnare souls, he remarked, "Is the Shura sword now devoid of mystery? Have you discerned it so easily? Is it truly the Shura sword technique? The treasure vault of Nanyu Pavilion contains records about it, claiming it to be formidable. Where did you learn it? Is there a manual? I merely wish to take a glance. I won't steal the technique." Qin Wuji did not respond. Smiling like an amiable merchant, "I had no idea the Nanyu Pavilion had records of the Shura sword. Can every member of your pavilion access it? How many are aware of this technique?"
Who are they?
Before Songyu could answer, Yimin coldly commanded him, "Bring everything inside." She then took Songyu's hand and walked away. The Shura sword technique is a form of martial skill? Indeed, it is impressive. The Shura inner strength can also heal bodily injuries. No wonder it was impossible to defeat him in our previous encounter. Songyu cast a furtive glance at Qin Wuji, desiring to learn but hesitant to take someone else's technique. Yimin tousled her hair and turned to Qin Wuji, saying, "Teach her." Songyu's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she gazed intently at Qin Wuji. Qin Wuji, while moving items inside, replied, "Then she must become my disciple." "Oh, you agreed rather readily?" Yimin raised an eyebrow. The man smiled charmingly, drawing attention, "Of course. I dare not disobey my lady's command." Chapter 11. Unfilial disciple. The kitchen was in the backyard, and Yimin went to check on Mingsue, who lowered her voice to ask, "Miss, that masked man claimed he was assaulted by you last night, and he has come seeking accountability today."
What?
"I assaulted him." Mingsue's questioning abruptly ceased, and after a moment, she nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, he said you assaulted him last night. And he has come to hold you responsible. Surely he is speaking nonsense. I knew you would never do such a thing. That shameless scoundrel. How dare he speak such lies? And yet he commands me to brew tea and fetch fruits. The residence was already secluded, and upon returning from an outing, she had barely finished tidying the courtyard. Such shamelessness. Yimin turned briskly towards the front yard, where the man stood straight as a pine, speaking to Songyu. "Qin Si." Yimin's furious shout echoed, followed by a stone hurtling towards his forehead. Qin Wuji sidestepped. "What has provoked my lady's ire so?" His tone was languid, and just as Yimin approached, her fist followed. "Who claimed to have been assaulted by you, and what nonsense are you spreading about my maid?" Qin Wuji effortlessly evaded her strikes, maintaining a calm demeanor. "My lady must have misunderstood. I have never uttered such words. Are you implying I have not raised my maid properly, and she is concocting lies about you?" Qin Wuji replied, "Oh, what logic is this? I merely informed your maid that I would henceforth be your servant. I swear I have never claimed to have been assaulted by you." His eyes held an innocent expression. Yimin ceased her futile attacks, her initial rage now giving way to an overwhelming fatigue, her body racked with pain, her complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat. Unable to stand upright. "My lady appears somewhat weak. After only a few movements, you are breathless." And he still has the audacity to make light of the situation. With so many vacant homes around, why must he create trouble in hers? Had it not been for his involvement, would she have needed to resort to the divine poison? Yimin glared at him fiercely. Qin Wuji, perplexed by her resentment, felt an inexplicable guilt under her gaze. "Ahem, I am only concerned for my lady. I am quite hungry. When will your maid finish preparing the meal? You still have the nerve to eat? You shall not dine tonight."
Ah.
"Then will I be left to starve? My lady, I do nothing but laborious tasks. Find somewhere else to eat." Songyu stood quietly to the side, and even if Yimin had emerged a moment earlier, she could have helped Yimin strike Qin Wuji, but now that she had just taken him as her master, it would not be proper to strike her teacher. Hearing about the meal, Songyu perked up. "Is dinner ready?" Turning to Songyu, Yimin softened her tone. "It will take another 2/4 of an hour. Come with me, Songyu. Let us tidy up first." Songyu nodded, glancing at Yimin's face with concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" Yimin waved her hand. "I am fine." Though the divine poison was tormenting, it was ultimately beneficial to her. This pain, while distressing, was strengthening her body. If she endured it, she would emerge revitalized. Seeing her so assured, Songyu did not press further. The two young women conversed as they departed, leaving Qin Wuji behind. What a tyrannical master, denying me food. Though he spoke thus, he wore a smile. Yimin did not hear, but Songyu did. He said, "What a tyrannical master, denying me food." The tyrannical master turned back. "You shan't have food tomorrow either." Furthermore, if I do not see you by dawn, I shall deal with you. Qin Wuji mused. I am suddenly quite curious about how I shall be dealt with. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. Qin Wuji returned to the manor for dinner. Upon his arrival, Qin Jiao approached him, suppressing his grievances. My lord, the Empress has sent some medicinal ointment for your injuries. She instructed me to remind you not to forget her concerns. Initially expecting a valuable gift, he was disappointed to find it was merely a reminder of his condition. He couldn't fathom why the Empress, known for her sharp tongue, would behave in such a manner. Did she find it amusing to intimidate a mere servant? Understood. Have the kitchen prepare the meal promptly. Qin Jia wanted to inquire about the urgency of his hunger. But upon seeing his lord smile, he refrained. When his lord bore a cold expression, he was curious enough to speak out. However, when his lord smiled, it was evident that something had piqued his interest, and Qin Jia quickly went about his duties, wary of the consequences of prying. After Qin Wuji finished his meal and returned to the small residence, he found it empty, as everyone had gone to bed. A dim yellow street lamp hung at the entrance, providing convenience for nighttime passers-by and patrolling guards, signaling that the residence was indeed inhabited. The house was shrouded in darkness. The main room was occupied by Yi Min, while the east and west wing rooms were surprisingly allocated to two girls, as if they were being raised as young ladies. Qin Wuji stood in the courtyard, pondering where he would reside. However, he did not hesitate for long, and soon strode toward the main room. Unfortunately, he was intercepted by Sang Yu, who questioned his intentions. With a smile playing on his lips, Qin Wuji retorted, Unfilial disciple, is this a matter for you to oversee? Sang Yu, her expression inscrutable yet internally conflicted, eventually replied, I will no longer study. If she ceased to be a student, then she would have to take charge. Qin Wuji raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had she become so devoted to that woman in such a short time? Could it be that she had been bewitched? Did the master truly appear as a villain? The royal dark guards differed significantly from the South Yo court. They understood the essence of the court, which was to protect the common folk. How could they possibly act against them? He had bewildered the naive girl, leaving Sang Yu somewhat skeptical. She sensed the danger he posed but reasoned that he had no apparent motive to harm her. Step aside. Do not disturb the master's rest, he said, his smile deepening as he gently patted Sang Yu's head. Suddenly, she collapsed. Qin Wuji showed no concern for her sleeping on the cold ground and proceeded directly to Yi Min's room. The door was bolted from the inside, but Qin Wuji easily opened it. Initially intending to confront her about the unfair room allocation, he discovered instead that Yi Min was not asleep. She was curled up in her blanket, her face pale and drenched in cold sweat, as if she were enduring tremendous pain. Who? She suddenly opened her eyes, and upon recognizing him, her disdain was palpable.
Qin Si?
What are you doing in my room at this hour? I am more curious about your condition. Why do you not summon a doctor if you are unwell? I am fine. Get out. Yi Min sat up, glaring at him fiercely. Chapter 12. I said I am fine. The pain had begun the previous day, and she could not afford to collapse. She had been enduring it, waiting for a moment of solitude, when she need not feign nonchalance. Yet, this insufferable man had come to disrupt her. If only she had martial skills, she would have charged at him in a fit of rage. Her face was a mask of fury, yet she remained unaware that her thin undergarment was damp with cold sweat, clinging closely to her figure, revealing her alluring shape, much to someone's delight. Qin Wuji's gaze flickered, but he did not withdraw. Instead, he stepped forward and grasped her wrist. Yi Min furrowed her brows and pulled away forcefully. Do not move. Qin Wuji's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable command, causing her to instinctively freeze in place. He sat at her bedside, holding her wrist to check her pulse. His eyes lowered to the floor, avoiding any inappropriate gaze. Yi Min could only glimpse his profile, which was strikingly handsome. Lost in thought about his looks, she was startled when he suddenly turned to her. Your pulse appears normal. What on earth is the matter? Caught off guard by his grip, Yi Min hastily withdrew her hand. I told you I am fine. How should she explain this? One moment she was fiercely demanding he leave, and the next, she found herself admiring his appearance, quite awkward indeed. But your pain does not seem feigned. Yi Min took a deep breath. The agony she had just displayed vanished from her face. What I am experiencing has nothing to do with you. I insist you leave. Do not forget you are my servant. Are you defying your master? Qin Wuji scrutinized her without flinching, though she appeared normal now. A closer inspection revealed that she was still suppressing her suffering. Why must she endure such pain alone? Yimin felt unnerved under his piercing gaze, as though he were prying open the depths of her soul. What are you staring at? I said leave. I will not. The way he pronounced those two words was particularly emphatic, as he shamelessly leaned closer to tease her. If the master is dissatisfied, you may punish me. Who raised such an insufferable wretch? Yimin was on the verge of losing her composure at his audacious demeanor. I have never encountered someone so eager to invite punishment. Finding her restraint amusing, Qin Wuji remarked, You cannot bear to part with me?
Get out.
Yimin raised her hand as if to strike him, but he swiftly seized her wrist with precision. Why not utilize your witchcraft? Clearly, you are impatient with me. Your sorcery can achieve even the impossible, cannot it? He smirked teasingly. Master, could it be that you are unable to use it at this moment? So he had been testing her all along. Yimin's eyes narrowed. Is the pain you endure now a consequence of employing your witchcraft? Panic surged within her. She remained silent, refusing to confirm or deny, allowing him to speculate. Qin Wuji proceeded with his deductions. Do not tell me this pain has accompanied you since yesterday? Truly, her resilience was impressive. She had maintained an appearance of normalcy all day, bustling about with moving and shopping. I wondered why you did not deal with me last night. Is there a limit to a witch's use of their craft? He had nearly unraveled her secrets. This man was indeed perilous, a fitting servant of the royal family. Shocked as she was, Yimin felt infuriated. If you persist in standing before me, I shall demonstrate the limitations of a witch's abilities. Determined, she resolved that if this man continued to pester her, she would risk her own pain to bring him down with her. Yet, unexpectedly, he released her and stepped back. Master, where shall your servant sleep tonight? In the woodshed. I find the ear room quite suitable. You will sleep in the woodshed. Alas, there are no blankets there. Would it not be better for me to share a bed with you? I could easily knock you out, and I am certain I would sleep soundly.
Ye minimum snip.
Go sleep in the ear room. Thank you, master.
Get out.
The following day, Qin Wuji learned that one must repay their debts in the world. After chopping wood, he was tasked with weeding and cleaning the courtyard. After filling the water tank, he had to venture out to procure the items they had missed the previous day, including vegetables. Though he could not cook, he was assigned the task of starting the fire. These trivial chores consumed an entire day. Yimin, meanwhile, was allowed to rest. When the sun shone, she reviewed the land deed, preparing to take over the shop once her pain subsided. Chu Yunyue had not shortchanged her. The shop and its business were both hers. She had only taken 1,000 taels of silver with her, but some of the cash within the shops belonged to her. She had allowed both girls to occupy the east wing room, reserving the west wing for Qin Wuji, while the ear room was designated for other purposes and could not be allowed for Qin Wuji's use. Last night, she had not intentionally denied him a room. She had assumed he would not wish to stay with her. After all, being a royal dark guard, it would be inconvenient for him to reside there while carrying out his duties. Qin Wuji sauntered into the ear room, observing her tinkering with a small medicinal cauldron. What are you concocting? Yimin did not raise her head, brewing medicine. Qin Wuji's interest piqued instantly. Do witches also need to master pharmacology? Otherwise, how do you think those poisonous insects are crafted? Realizing the truth in her words, he circled around her eagerly. The study of pharmacology is not simple.
Who taught you this?
Yimin cast a fleeting glance at him, suggesting that he should investigate on his own. Wasn't it precisely because he had failed to uncover anything that he sought her out? Her life trajectory bore no hint of suspicion. Had it not been for his serendipitous encounter, he might never have known that a practitioner of witchcraft lurked in the capital. Nevertheless, Qin Wuji remained unhurried. The inability to find answers now did not preclude future discoveries. Yet, he truly found himself at a loss. The knowledge of pharmacology and the art of nurturing familiar spirits resided within her, bestowed upon her by the divine familiar within her. From the moment this diminutive creature began to awaken within her, a wealth of knowledge began to unfurl in her mind. Though she had never before raised a familiar, she was determined to explore and savor this newfound wisdom. Thus, while she grasped the theoretical aspects, her practical experience was woefully lacking. All her available funds had been devoted to procuring medicinal ingredients, which theoretically could suffice to concoct 20 vials of insect-attracting elixir. In reality, she had managed to produce but a single vial. In recent days, Yimin had sequestered herself at home to brew medicine, while Qin Wuji occasionally ventured out, returning in a disheveled state. Just yesterday, he had left in the afternoon and returned at dawn, going straight to bed. At the hour of the dragon, Yi Min set out with Ming Chui, and the door to the west chamber swung open once more. Chu Yunyue had scarcely slept for an hour, yet appeared quite invigorated. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. "We're going to take stock of the shop. Funds have run low," she replied. Had she known she would encounter him, she would have demanded a greater sum. In her calculations for financial support, Yi Min had intended for herself and Ming Chui to live a life of comfort and security. Having acquired 3 shops, a piece of farmland, and a residence. When Ming Chui wed, she planned to bestow upon her a shop and land as a dowry. Should she choose not to marry into another family, she could still invite a suitor to their home. These assets were more than sufficient for their well-being. However, with the sudden addition of 2 more individuals in their household, the funds she had gathered proved inadequate. Not to mention the expenses incurred in purchasing medicine for Sangyu, her own funds for concocting remedies were stretched thin. Of course, the sweet and innocent Sangyu was blameless. The fault lay solely with that scoundrel, Qin Si. Chu Yunyue sensed the sudden chill in Yi Min's gaze, leaving him perplexed. How swiftly a woman's sentiments could shift. He followed her. "I shall accompany you." Their first destination was a shop specializing in textiles, where silks and satins catered to the affluent, a venture that proved most lucrative for her. Chu Yunyue still wore a mask. Yet as he navigated the streets atop his horse-drawn carriage, a commoner dressed plainly halted abruptly. Could that be the master? The figure resembled him, but why the mask? The emperor had called for him, and the palace had been pressing for days. The queen, unaware of her esteemed guest's whereabouts, urged them to locate him. Yet they had no inkling of his whereabouts. If he wished to remain hidden, even if he stood before them, they would be none the wiser. They possessed a messenger hawk, and Chu Yunyue would not neglect his duties, but he turned a blind eye to the news from the palace. The dark guards swiftly relayed the information to their companions, then nonchalantly followed him. Chu Yunyue did not cast a glance at the dark guards, appearing entirely oblivious. After some time, they halted before a bustling shop in the marketplace. "Master, is this the place?" Yi Min lifted the curtain to take a look, confirming, yes. The shop was thriving, with a steady influx of patrons. The shopkeeper, warmly attending to a young lady, turned to see Yi Min and momentarily froze before adopting a perfunctory smile, approaching her. "What brings you here?" His expression suggested that her presence was an unwelcome inconvenience. Yi Min recognized this Wang shopkeeper. He was competent in managing the business, which had prospered under his stewardship. However, he had displayed questionable integrity in the past, as she had uncovered discrepancies in the accounts. Yet, valuing his capabilities, she had granted him a share of the profits after taking over the management of the Chu family estate, and he had not faltered since.
Unfazet, ye minimum replied.
"I did not expect Wang's news to be so delayed. A quarter of an hour should have sufficed for you to handle your matters. I shall wait for you upstairs. Where is Mr. Liu?" Mr. Liu was the shop's accountant. The Wang shopkeeper felt somewhat intimidated by Yi Min's commanding presence and instinctively began to inform her that Mr. Liu was upstairs, but a nearby woman interjected coldly. "The tone of this young lady suggests that one might mistake her for the owner of this establishment. However, if I recall correctly, this is the property of the Chu family, is it not?"
Ye Min glanced over.
And the young lady was the very one the shopkeeper had been attending to. Presently, she held a piece of moon-white silk for examination, though her attention was clearly not on the fabric. The material was worth 5 taels of silver per piece, and the embroidery was exquisite. Such fine craftsmanship deserved better fabric, suggesting it was either a gift or a product of her own handiwork. This lady was either an exceptionally skilled embroideress or a daughter of a minor official. Her hairpin was worth only 2 taels, yet she adorned her wrists with 2 exquisite jade bangles valued at around 1,000 taels. Most likely, she was a sister of modest means but with a wealthy family background. Yi Min quickly deduced the young lady's identity and, maintaining her composure, stated, "You may not be aware, but this shop now belongs to the Chu family."
Belongs to you? You must be Yi Min, then.
"I say, Miss Yi, even if a woman is delicate, she should possess her own dignity and principles. When you were with the Chu family, they entrusted you wholeheartedly with their affairs. Instead of expressing gratitude for their trust, you left and took so many of their assets with you. Are you not ashamed? What a barbaric woman who cannot distinguish right from wrong. The matriarchs of the Chu family still appreciate my lady for upholding the family name, yet you, an outsider, dare to criticize her? One might think you had some connection to the Chu family. Do you share any ties with them?" Ming Chui, hands on her hips, stepped forward to reprimand her. This girl was not without discretion. Yi Min could see that the other woman was of ordinary status. And having been with Yi Min since she was 7, Ming Chui was perceptive enough to discern the truth. Some words were inappropriate for her master to voice. But a maid was free to speak. Had the young lady standing before them been of noble birth, Ming Chui would have refrained from speaking out of respect. However, given that the woman was of ordinary status, Ming Chui's silence would be disloyal. The young woman's face turned pale with rage at Ming Chui's brazen demeanor. What business do you have here, servant? You truly know how to embellish your lady's reputation. The Chu family has been a prestigious lineage for a century. Do you really think someone like Yi Min, who was even rejected by her own family, could uphold such a legacy? To take advantage and then play the victim. How shameless. She did not even consider the shabby garments she wore. The fabric on her was worth less than that of Ming Chui's attire. Yet she dared to adopt the airs of a wealthy lady, belittling Ming Chui as a servant, when she was in fact beneath even that status. Ming Chui indeed wore silk, but she only had 2 such outfits, which she reserved for rare outings. Yi Min had originally given her the silk to save for her dowry, yet the girl was reluctant, fearing that her future husband might lay claim to her dowry. Although life had been comfortable within the Chu family, Yi Min's mother's dowry had been seized by Yi Huiren, which included Yi Min's own dowry. Ming Chui was well aware of these matters. She believed that beautiful fabrics deserved to be fashioned into garments to be worn immediately, which would elevate her spirits. Qin Wujin leaned against the door, finally taking a serious look at Ming Chui, surprised to find that one of Yi Min's maidservants was so captivating. The woman had never encountered such a headstrong maid, her face alternating between shades of green and white with anger. Unable to retort against Ming Chui, she suddenly turned her attention to the silent Yi Min. Is this how you raise your servants? I wonder where my servant has erred. You step forth to reprimand me, yet fail to introduce yourself. Twisting the truth to insult others while hiding your own identity, your conduct is hardly commendable. Do not claim my servant has spoken wrongly. Even if she were to scold someone of your ilk in public, it would be justified. Chapter 14. Chu Yunyue. The woman was nearly brought to tears by rage. Yi Min spoke with a calm demeanor, exuding grace and composure, yet her words struck at the heart. This woman was indeed vicious. However, Chu Yunyue dared not reveal her own identity. She was merely an embroidery girl from the border, fortunate to have moved her family to the capital after befriending Su Jiner. The status of an embroidery girl was hardly superior to that of a servant. Yi Min had no interest in watching her cry. Her gaze shifted to the shopkeeper Wang. Who is this woman? Wang's expression grew troubled. This shop needs to conduct business. Why must you make things difficult for the customer? It would be best to resolve this matter peacefully. A smile curled at Yi Min's lips, though her eyes were devoid of warmth. This young lady has insulted me repeatedly. Yet now, it becomes my fault for troubling a customer? She grew increasingly curious about this young lady's identity. Wang felt a shiver run down his spine under Yi Min's gaze. With numerous customers in the shop, the recent altercation had drawn curious onlookers, some even daring to stand outside, listening intently. With so many spectators, Wang found it increasingly difficult to speak. Chu Yunyue seemed to have found an opportunity to retaliate against Yi Min, a triumphant smile on her face. You claim to be so self-important, yet you insist on proving it to us. When has Wang ever been your shopkeeper? Today, he has already handed the account books to Madame Chu. Wang has pledged a service to her. How can someone cast out by the Chu family come here and act so grand? Wang thought to himself, what the hell? Thank you to your ancestors. This woman must be out of her mind to sell me out like this. Wasn't Su Jiner the one who managed to displace the original wife of Lord Chu? What kind of people was she associating with? Chu Yunyue was unaware that Wang was cursing her in his heart. Having lived in a rural town, she did not know that only women with official titles could be called Madam. The Madame Chu she referred to was Su Jiner, yet those around her would assume she meant Madame Lu of the Chu family. Su Jiner could only be addressed as Mrs. at this point, and besides, she had not yet officially entered the family. Who would connect her to Madame Chu? How could Madame Chu act in such a manner? One woman, a daughter of a noble house, was genuinely sympathetic to Yi Min. Although she had not attended the day Yi Min left the Chu family, she had heard that Madame Chu was very reluctant to part with her. Chu Yunyue shot a triumphant look. How could it not be so? All these properties belong to the Chu family. Why should they be given to an outsider? What a significant business this is. I truly cannot fathom how Yi Min could walk into the Chu family empty-handed and then leave with the audacity to claim their possessions. If it were her, even if the Chu family wished to offer it, she would not have the face to accept. I saw Madame Chu just the other day, and she had no objections to the possessions taken by Miss Yi. Why does what you say differ so greatly? Who exactly are you, girl? Madame Chu's reputation cannot be tarnished by your unfounded words. Shui Ruan grew anxious as the noble ladies began to doubt her. I am a close friend of Jinu. How can I be blackening her name? I speak only the truth. I just came from the Chu family with shopkeeper Wang. How could I lie? The Gina you speak of is not the medical girl brought back by Lord Chu, is she? To put it simply, if the Chu family has indeed promised the property, then this shopkeeper, in his eagerness to curry favor with Lord Chu, should not have accepted his account books. This is the truth. The Chu family, being a prominent lineage, has experienced their share of ups and downs. They should understand how precious relationships are. How could they act so dishonorably? Shui Ruan was bewildered. How had the narrative shifted so drastically? It was clear that Yi Min was shamelessly taking the Chu family's possessions, yet everyone was now blaming the Chu family. But who in the capital did not know what Yi Min had done for the Chu family? In times of hardship, which noble family could support itself without falling apart? When troubles arose for the head, chaos ensued among the servants. As some amassed wealth, others resorted to deceit. The master could hardly keep his footing, let alone expect the servants to fulfill their duties. It was not merely that people's hearts were fickle. When the upper echelons faced difficulties, how could those below remain unscathed? Naturally, they had to look out for themselves. While relationships might be precious, treachery was the norm. Simply maintaining the allegiance of the people was no easy feat. Yi Min had not been diligent in managing rewards and punishments, failing to secure their loyalty. The vast fortune of the Chu family would soon be divided among others. Yi Min had previously gone unnoticed in the capital, but due to this incident, her name became known to many. Numerous women used her as an example to teach their daughters that to be a capable matriarch, one must act with such authority. Having anticipated Lord Chu's triumphant return, Yi Min thought she had finally endured the hardships, only to find him returning with a woman and seeking a divorce from his first wife. Claims that Yi Min was taking the Chu family's wealth were utterly unfounded among the noble ladies. Shopkeeper Wang was even more reluctant to support Shui Ruan. Initially, he had aimed to exploit the Chu family. Without Yi Min, the profits of the shop would have quietly filled his own pockets. Yi Min had not overlooked him. Since Wang did not wish to remain, she said, "Let us settle the accounts, and I will have Mr. Liu calculate your wages and dividends so you may leave." Coldly concluding, Yi Min turned to apologize to the others, selecting her desired goods for payment. Those who had not chosen their items would not be conducting business today. The shop would close to settle accounts. The crowd understood and did not press further. Shui Ruan wished to create difficulty, but lacked the standing to do so. Customers departed, and the shop's doors closed. Wang's expression remained grim, yet at this point, he saw no reason to grovel before Yi Min Miss Yi. The shop has made a total profit of 3,852 taels and 8 coins to date. Along with last quarter's cash of 4,367 taels, I have sent 4,000 taels to the Marquis's residence. The remainder is here. If your accounts are accurate, you will need to collect the 4,000 taels from the Chu Marquis's household yourself. Yi Min did not look at him. One hand reviewing the accounts while the other deftly manipulated the abacus, its clicks resonating like music. Qin Wujin observed her delicate fingers dancing over the abacus. How could someone handle it so gracefully and beautifully? The sound was more melodious than strings and flutes combined. Soon, she completed the accounts and began counting the silver. The amounts were correct. She raised her gaze to Qin Wujin, instinctively about to call for Qin Si to fetch the money from the Chu Marquis's residence. Remembering the significance of that surname, she altered her words. "Ah, Si. Go to the Chu Marquis's residence and retrieve the 4,000 taels. Bring this shopkeeper along as a witness. Ming Chui, you come too." Ming Chui replied, "Yes, miss." Qin Wujin paused, then realized that Ah Si was addressing him, bowing slightly. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 15. Departing without a word, Manager Wang was reluctant to visit the residence of the Chu family, yet he found himself compelled to do so. Upon hearing that Ming Chui had arrived, Lu hurriedly instructed her servants to invite Ming Chui in, fearing that Yi Min might have encountered difficulties and called for her assistance. However, after Ming Chui explained the situation and her purpose, Lu's expression darkened considerably. Although she had never met Manager Wang, she was aware that he had come to the estate looking for Su Jina, which incensed her. In front of Ming Chui, she summoned Su Jiner and berated her fiercely. What a disgraceful affair. Has the Chu family fallen so low that we require your money or food? You accept silver from outsiders. Yet you have the audacity to show your face here. Were it not for the child you carry, I would have expelled you from my home long ago. Tarnishing the reputation of the Chu family. To the common folk, the properties given to Yi Min by the Chu family represented a fortune, but to the current Chu family, it was but a trifling sum. The Chu family had its own wealth, and with the tremendous contributions made by Chu Yunyue, the emperor had graciously rewarded them with numerous gifts. The items recently bestowed by the emperor far surpassed anything Yi Min possessed. Thus, Lu would never allow Yi Min to be wronged in this matter, as her own stake was minimal. Su Jiner, pale from the scolding, was filled with resentment. Yet, considering that this woman was the mother of the man she loved, she suppressed her anger and attempted to explain. Manager Wang claimed to be the steward of our shop, and he said the 4,000 taels of silver were a congratulatory gift. She spoke no falsehood. Had she known that Manager Wang was affiliated with Yi Min's business, she would not have met him at all. Her engagement to Chu Yunyue had been settled, and while it would not be a grand affair, she felt a sense of joy. Visitors came to offer their blessings, and she accepted their gifts without a second thought. Now that she was to become Chu Yunyue's legitimate wife, she hoped that Yi Min would sever all ties, and it would be foolish to seek trouble with her. Lu would not listen to her defense, launching into further insults, calling her a fool lacking in sense, of lowly birth and unworthy of elevation, claiming she could not even compare to Yi Min's little finger. After her tirade, she ordered the servants to fetch silver notes for Ming Chui, ensuring she was well escorted out, while also inquiring about Yi Min's well-being. Madam need not worry about our young lady. She knows how to take care of herself, Ming Chui replied, wishing to alleviate Lu's concerns. Since her lady had departed from the Chu family, she would harbor no lingering attachments. Nor did she desire the Chu family to concern themselves with her. Manager Wang was subsequently dispatched to Su Jinu's side, but it was clear that the Chu family would not retain him, leaving Su Jiner to decide his fate. Su Jiner, however, was not inclined to concern herself with his well-being. Once freed from Lu's presence, she quickly gathered her belongings and left the Chu residence without a backward glance. Chu Yunyue, frantic to pursue her, was held back by Lu, who seized the opportunity to berate him for Su Jiner's shortcomings. Look at the temperament of that woman. She simply walks away at the slightest inconvenience. How can she be worthy of being the mistress of the Chu family? My son, I implore you to consider this carefully. Remember Min, who waited for you for 2 years, only to be humiliated in front of the world when you brought a woman home. What a disgrace. Did Min ever walk away like that? When your grandmother was distressed and the family was in chaos, it was Min who held everything together. I do not expect your new wife to equal Min, but Su Jina is utterly unfit for the responsibilities of a matriarch. Lu's heartfelt words nearly drove her to madness over Su Jiner's actions. At times, she wished her son had remained at the borders rather than return home to such turmoil. Chu Yunyue, initially impatient with his mother's lamentations, found himself moved by her words. Had he truly erred? Yet he had made a promise to Su Jiner, and a man of honor would not go back on his word. Departing from Lu, he wearily sought out Su Jiner, but she was not easily swayed and refused to see him. It would be better for you to stay here to avoid the troubles at home. I shall come to welcome you on our wedding day. With no other choice, Chu Yunyue departed. Upon hearing the servant's message, Su Jiner gazed at the door for a long while, lost in thought. Su Jiner returned to the home of her mentor, Physician Zhou, where her talent in medicine was nurtured, and she had been groomed as his successor. At this hour, Physician Zhou was still at court, and his daughter, Zhou Yan, approached her. Noticing Su Jiner's despondent state, Zhou Yan expressed her impatience. The esteemed Chu Ho is searching for you. What more do you desire? Zhou Yan had always been at odds with Su Jiner, feeling overshadowed by her father's affection for Su Jiner.
Su Jine, equally dismissive, replied coolly.
What business is it of yours? You reside in my home, so it is indeed my concern. Must you be so dramatic?
Given your status,
marrying a mere guard would be more fitting. If Chu Ho has taken a liking to you, consider it a stroke of fortune. Yet, your theatrics may ruin any goodwill he holds. Again with the talk of status. Su Jiner had already lost her dignity due to Lu's scorn. This time, she could no longer tolerate Zhou Yan's provocations, her eyes flashing with bitterness and derision. If you covet the Chu family so much, strive for it yourself instead of causing a scene before me. A married man, no matter how distinguished, is of no interest to me. You think you can break up their marriage and still feel accomplished? Zhou Yan, hands on her hips, adopted a defiant stance. I do not care who you marry. But you currently reside in my family's house, and you seem to consider it your right. You run to me when you face adversity. It is utterly tiresome.
Suyine.
Incensed, winced in pain, Zhou Yan, do not overstep. Seeing her in distress, Zhou Yan was taken aback. What is wrong? I cannot believe you cannot tolerate a few words. Is your stomach all right? Let me fetch a doctor for you. What misfortune had befallen Zhou Yan to be burdened with someone like Su Jiner? In haste, she sought out a physician, while Su Jiner, despite her discomfort, cast Zhou Yan a scornful glance, realizing that the daughter of a court physician lacked any real medical knowledge. Zhou Yan, a mere fool, could only rely on her privilege to bully her. Chapter 16. A stranger Chu Yunyue did not anticipate encountering Yi Min on his way home. She emerged from a pharmacy, conversing with her maid as she approached her carriage. He recognized the maid, who had been by Yi Min's side during her stay at the Chu residence. However, the masked man accompanying her was unfamiliar to Chu Yunyue. Clad in the attire of a guard, he possessed an air that suggested he was no ordinary person. Is that your ex-husband? Qin Wuji teased as he leaned closer to Yi Min. Following his gaze, Yi Min noticed Chu Yunyue, who was riding slowly and, upon realizing he was being watched, quickly averted his eyes. Yi Min, uninterested in him, stepped into the carriage, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Wuji. Qin Si. How old are you this year? 19. Why do you ask, my lady? Qin Wuji inquired as he urged the carriage forward once she was settled. Does your superior manage your marital affairs? Are you planning to find me a wife? Does that imply I am without a spouse? Well, that is fortuitous.
Asi.
You are aware of our family's financial situation. The bottle of medicine you took truly exceeded my means. Qin Wuji harbored an ominous premonition. What are you plotting? You are familiar with Hongmei Villa, correct? Qin Wuji exclaimed, impossible. Ming Chui interjected, it is a place for gentlemen's leisure, where affluent individuals indulge in entertainment, albeit few dare to visit. Are you suggesting that the young lady intends for him to earn some pocket money to support the household? Yi Min, what is your intention? Qin Wuji inquired again, this time laced with a hint of menace. You need not fear. I do not require you to sell your body, merely to sacrifice your appearance. I cannot ascertain your physical condition, but it suffices to say that your beauty should yield a considerable sum. Qin Wuji smiled, albeit devoid of warmth, and offered no response. Ming Chui was taken aback by her young mistress's proposition. My lady, are you truly serious? Do I appear to be jesting? Although Ah Si's demeanor could be irksome, this approach seemed rather ungracious. Given the lady's financial predicament, it would be more reasonable to have Ah Si serve as a son-in-law, negotiating for a handsome bride price and gifts. Ming Chui spoke earnestly, genuinely considering the welfare of both parties. Yet, as she spoke, an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. She glanced around but found nothing amiss. This cannot be. Ah Si must still assist me, and selling him off in one fell swoop is ill-advised. Ah Si can hear you, my lady. Is it truly appropriate to be so blunt? Qin Wuji merely chuckled. Soon enough, she realized that Yi Min was indeed not jesting. Upon returning home, leaving Ming Chui to guard the house, Yi Min took Sang Yu and headed straight for Hongmei Villa. At this moment, Sang Yu was driving the carriage, while Qin Wuji, without a mask, wore an exceedingly grim expression inside. You truly intend to send me to Hongmei Villa to entertain clients? He glared at Yi Min, his gaze as fierce as if he wished to pounce and devour her. Yet, Yi Min remained unfazed, calculating. The top performer at Hongmei Villa earns 3,000 taels for a single engagement. I have seen her, and you are not inferior in beauty. How should we price you? She appraised him with the demeanor of one ready to negotiate. What does entertain entail? Qin Wuji clenched his teeth, his expression menacing. Oh, feigning ignorance, are we? Do you believe I would tear you apart? This woman was indeed audacious, unafraid of the consequences. Yi Min, what have I done to provoke you? Qin Wuji's patience wore thin, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. You are spouting nonsense. This is merely settling a debt. Qin Wuji could hardly believe her baseless claims. Is it because I warned you that Chu Yunyue was watching you? Yi Min raised an eyebrow. Is that the crux of your malice? You would send him to entertain clients over such trivial matters. Yi Min dismissed him, resolute in her intent to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this scoundrel would remain oblivious to who truly sustains the household. Hongmei Villa lay beyond the city. The carriage would take 2 hours to arrive, and they would certainly not return tonight. Yimin did not plan to return that very day. She intended to procure some herbs from the farmer and, while at it, send Qinxi to earn some money. As the carriage traveled midway, it suddenly halted. "Miss, Nan Yuting has blocked the road." Sang Yu spoke with a dispassionate tone, yet this time, a hint of anxiety seeped through. Although she was not worldly, she understood that her presence created trouble for Yi Min. Truth be told, she had never experienced such tranquility. The most pressing concern was the herb someone procured for her, assisting Ming Chui with meals. She felt she served no significant purpose for Yi Min and feared being deemed a nuisance and dismissed. The speed of Nan Yuting's arrival was alarming. How dare they harbor Wu Shuang? The voice from outside spoke slowly, yet it carried an ominous intent. Yi Min attempted to exit the carriage, but Qin Wuji firmly restrained her. "There are 3 of them. Both of Nan Yuting's guardians are present, and the third exudes no discernible energy. You should find an opportunity to flee." This woman, adept in sorcery yet lacking martial prowess, was akin to a hidden danger harboring private soldiers beneath the Emperor's nose. Any resistance must remain concealed. Yi Min gently pushed his hand away and stepped out of the carriage boldly. "How did you find Wu Shuang?" Before her stood 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, and the woman, notably youthful, were presumably the guardians. The one without discernible energy likely lurked in the shadows. Yi Min scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting the hidden figure among the dense foliage. It would be nearly impossible to detect without scrutiny. The old man smiled, a cruel expression gracing his features, yet before he could revel in his bravado, Qin Wuji interjected, "They are unaware of Wu Shuang's whereabouts." Yi Min turned to him. The man donned a mask, obscuring his expression, yet she sensed his amusement. "No matter how inept Nan Yuting may be, they are aware that Wu Shuang pursued me into the city. Since Wu Shuang has not returned, they are lying in wait outside. How dare a nameless wretch, unwilling to reveal his face, boast?" The woman seethed with anger. How dare this masked figure declare Nan Yuting's ineptitude? Without hesitation, she charged at the 3. Sang Yu immediately engaged. The old man followed suit. Qin Wuji remained steadfast, guarding Yi Min's side. Wu Shuang was the foremost expert of Nan Yuting, yet the 2 guardians were formidable, and she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. "Assist me," Yi Min cried, shoving Qin Wuji forward. This scoundrel had the audacity to leave a young girl to confront the enemy alone. "I am not here to protect you," Qin Wuji sighed, feigning innocence. Chapter 17. The Sorcerer. Despite his words, Qin Wuji did act. The 2 from Nan Yuting quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, Yi Min realized the purpose of the hidden figure in the trees. 3 inconspicuous insects flew toward them. In battle, no one would guard against such diminutive creatures. Yi Min instantly recognized them as sorcery insects. Goodness, they had brought a sorcerer along. No wonder the 2 dared to confront Wu Shuang. These were puppets crafted from mosquito larvae. Yi Min delicately captured one of the flying insects, its size akin to a mere fly. Upon witnessing this, the sorcerer's pupils constricted in shock. This was indeed the sorcerer who had dispelled the insect within Wu Shuang. Realizing Wu Shuang's curse had been lifted, he understood that the Yi nation must harbor sorcerers of considerable skill. However, he never anticipated encountering one so swiftly. The man stroked his grotesque face, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied delight, fixated on Yi Min. So beautiful. To be a sorcerer and retain such beauty, her heart's blood must be exquisite. Yet, his mirth was short-lived. For Yi Min, slicing her fingertip to feed the insects with her blood, observed as they obediently settled at her fingertips, doing nothing further. Not only that, but the other 2 insects also flew toward her. The sorcerer exclaimed, "Is it truly possible to do that?" Realizing the dire situation, he abandoned his 2 companions and fled without hesitation. The 2 individuals were utterly subdued, puzzling over the sudden retreat of the shaman. When Yi Min spoke, "Ah, see. Leave no survivors." Qin Wuji responded, "As you command." A mocking laugh escaped the woman, her gaze towards Yi Min turning venomous. Although she was unaware of the reason behind the shaman's flight, she recognized that his abilities were unparalleled, compelling even the young master to treat him with utmost respect. She believed the shaman had successfully escaped. Yet, she had no opportunity to deride Yi Min, as defending against the onslaught of Qin Wuji and Sang Yu consumed all her focus. Unfortunately, her confidence was short-lived. At Yi Min's command, Qin Wuji intensified his assault, and the woman's arm was severed with a swift blow. Yunner, the old man cried out in anguish, momentarily distracted, only to receive a sword thrust deep into his back. Fueled by rage, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Qin Wuji. The latter deftly evaded the blow, though the force of it knocked his mask aside. You? Who are you? The old man's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Qin Wuji's face. Before he could utter another word, Qin Wuji seized his throat. A chilling smile suffused with murderous intent sending shivers down the old man's spine. Yes, I am the Royal Dark Guard. Are you afraid? With a decisive snap, Qin Wuji broke the old man's neck. Releasing his grip, the head hung limply, terror etched in his eyes, leaving a grotesque impression in death.
예민이 몸 앞으로 쳇.
A twinge of reluctance in her gaze. Turning her attention to the face of the man, she remarked indifferently, "It is rather embarrassing that your dark guards can be recognized."
아씨.
Indeed, I am the leader of the imperial court. Sang Yu stepped forward, hesitating before asking, "Should we pursue the one who escaped?" "Of course."
아씨.
"You can leap, can't you?" Qin Wuji instantly grasped her intention, stepping forward to wrap his arm around her slender waist and leaping in the direction of the fleeing shaman. Yimin was momentarily taken aback. For the first time in her life, she was embraced. This contact filled her with a sense of panic and aversion. She shot a glare at the man, but had no time to voice her displeasure, hastily instructing Sang Yu, "Strip them of their clothes and take anything of value. Dispose of the bodies." Her voice was carried away by the wind, leaving her uncertain if Sang Yu heard her. Afterward, she shot another glare at Qin Wuji. Qin Wuji feigned innocence. "Why do you keep staring at me? Even if I am handsome, a girl should maintain some decorum." Yi Min's expression darkened. "Stop your banter. Master. Are you feeling tense? You seem rather stiff." Perhaps intentionally, he murmured this close to her ear, his lips grazing her earlobe. Yi Min stiffened even more. Qin Wuji took note of her embarrassment, a wave of delight washing over him. He had not anticipated her to possess such a shy disposition. It was utterly enchanting. The shaman's speed was no match for Qin Wuji, who swiftly closed the distance in mere moments. They landed firmly before the shaman, who glared fiercely, adopting a stance of confrontation. "Oh, dear, how ugly." Qin Wuji gasped mid-sentence, as Yi Min's small hand found its way to his waist, pinching him sharply. The sensation left him reeling, and he stumbled back, staring at Yi Min in disbelief. Yet she offered him not even a glance, directing the puppets she had just acquired towards the shaman. "Child, you wish to use my puppetry against me? You are quite underprepared." The shaman's eyes glinted with cunning as he produced a ceramic vial and poured its contents onto the ground, fixating on Yi Min with malice, disregarding the puppets entirely. Yi Min raised an eyebrow. "I reside at number 32, Yong'an Street, in the northern part of the city. I shall state two conditions. First, you must not disclose my information to anyone. Those who do shall face dire consequences. Secondly, bring with you 10,000 taels of silver." Qin Wuji regarded Yi Min with hidden astonishment, his expression amiable. Even a shaman of this caliber could easily be worth 100,000 taels. "This shaman is wealthy, then. Let it be 100,000. The shaman sneered. "Your bravado is impressive." He had poured a potion designed to attract insects, as the shaman's craft relied on capturing poisonous creatures. The scent of this potion would linger for 2 to 3 days, and while the shaman could not remain that long, the gathering of poison insects would soon reveal his presence. This shaman aimed to expose Yi Min, pleased with his own treachery. The shaman was met with Yi Min's frown as she scrutinized his potion. What kind of concoction is this? How could it attract every type of insect? The shaman was momentarily taken aback. Was it not the very purpose of the potion to attract all kinds of insects? Did she expect to draw only a single species? Underestimating her was a grave mistake. It seemed the means to counter his craft lay elsewhere, and this nation did not harbor just one shaman.
Fool.
The shaman scoffed. Yet, he was soon met with a swift rebuttal. Yi Min produced a small teapot from her voluminous sleeves and placed it on the ground, dripping a drop of potion into it. Chapter 18. A treasure discovered. The liquid evaporated rapidly into a white mist, and the surrounding insects, drawn by the shaman's potion, veered towards the small teapot, clashing within, while other insects remained unaffected. Is it truly possible to concoct a singular insect-attracting potion? The shaman gaped, desperate to inquire how Yi Min achieved this, yet pride held him back. Qin Wuji's gaze was fixated on her sleeves, confusion swirling within. Had she always concealed a small pot within her garments? Contemplation was not Qin Wuji's forte. He approached and tugged at Yi Min's sleeve, searching within. Yi Min shot him a sidelong glance, dismissing him, her curiosity directed at the shaman. What is it? Is such a potion beyond your capabilities? His actions of rummaging through her sleeves resembled a child seeking affection, and her indifference to him conveyed a sense of indulgence. The shaman glared at the pair, his envy palpable. The practice of shamanic arts had marred his appearance, warping his mentality, and he could scarcely tolerate the sight of their affections. Yi Min's questioning gaze seemed to mock him. Such a potion is truly possible to create?
Ha!
Your ability to craft potions is merely marginally superior to mine. The shaman's cold laughter echoed, and he was determined to make this couple suffer. Swarming from behind the shaman were countless, nearly invisible insects. Most ordinary shamans would struggle against such an attack, but from the moment Yi Min fused with the divine insect, she possessed an innate sensitivity to insects. Not only could she track the movements of more powerful insects, but even the most mundane ones were within her grasp.
Assis, retreat.
Though Qin Wuji was relentless in his search of her sleeves, he reacted with astounding speed, already pulling her back several meters by the time her command reached him. Yi Min felt a sudden rush, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself several meters away, the inertia causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Fortunately, the man swiftly caught her. She now believed that Qin Si's martial prowess surpassed that of Sang Yu. There was no need for alarm. The insect's flight speed was slow, its only advantage being its minuscule size, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Ah, see, the shaman has unleashed a cursed insect upon us. Do you possess a method to prevent it from approaching? She inquired. I shall give it a try. Is it ahead? Qin Wujin summoned his inner strength. Though he merely waved his hand, the resulting force felt as if mountains and seas were crashing forward. Yi Min watched in awe. How could you be so powerful? I have cultivated the Shura sword to the 9th level. The 10th level will be even more formidable. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. His voice pure and clear, yet imbued with an alluring charm. Is it only now that you realize you have stumbled upon a treasure? Yi Min rubbed her ear. No. I am more concerned that when you decide to take advantage of me, Sang Yu will be at a disadvantage. Qin Wujin let out a joyful laugh. The meaning behind it unclear.
Ah!
The heart-bewitching insect I have labored over for 2 years. A wretched cry echoed from the shaman, filled with sorrow. Qin Wujin turned to Yi Min. The heart-bewitching insect? So this is what it is, capable of manipulating hearts while the afflicted remain oblivious, believing that every decision is of their own making. Such a cursed insect exists? It appeared that the dangers posed by shamans were not mere fabrications. No wonder they were hunted by the world. Such power was indeed overwhelming. It is a pity such insects lie in your hands. Yi Min approached the shaman, with Qin Wujin following closely. The shaman raised his gaze, eyes burning crimson. I shall kill you. Yi Min's lips curled in amusement. Oh, you certainly have a flair for jest. Ah, he will drive me mad. The shaman clenched his fists, glaring venomously at Yi Min, yet dared not make any further moves. Yi Min ignored him, crouching to observe the battle within the small jar. Is it really necessary to be so worked up over a mere heart-bewitching insect?
Besides,
yours is an incomplete version. This is a third-tier heart-bewitching insect. He thought to himself. His pride and joy, his treasured creation, was dismissed so lightly by this insolent girl. He yearned to dismantle her bones, peel her skin, drink her blood, and devour her flesh. Yi Min then realized that there were indeed different tiers of cursed insects, and this heart-bewitching insect had only achieved 30% of its potential. Just refine it again. If that fails, I can sell you a few. She calculated the price, 30,000 taels each. And this insect lure potion, 3,000 taels per bottle. If you could introduce me to some business, I would offer you a 30% share. For the sake of profit. This was why she had no intention of killing the shaman. The shaman, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, before finally responding. What did you say? You are willing to sell the potion? You can craft heart-bewitching insects. And you are willing to sell? Otherwise. Do you think I am discussing this with you for fun? Communicating with you is truly vexing. I shall not grant you 30%. For each transaction, you will receive only 10%. The shaman was at a loss for whether to be enraged or amused. What nonsense was this girl spouting about dividends? Did she think the shaman was just some roadside vendor? It was a gross insult to the shaman's dignity. The shaman's face changed dramatically. Yi Min found him quite unbearable and lost interest in their conversation. Noticing that the centipedes in the jar had nearly finished their struggle, she discreetly pulled out the jar's lid from her sleeve, capped it, and held it close. "Ah, see, let us depart." Qin Wujin's gaze fixated on her sleeve. Where had the lid come from? Had it been there all along? Yet he had not noticed it before. His face was etched with confusion, and instead of following her lead, he pointed at the poisonous insects still emerging towards the potion. "What about these? Why should I concern myself with them?" "It is not my doing," she replied disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the shaman, as if to say that even cleaning up after the trouble he had caused was beyond his capability, rendering him a useless waste. The shaman's face flushed with anger at her gaze. Did this insolent girl truly not realize that such remnants would cause trouble for her as well? Qin Wujin found himself speechless at her logic. Chapter 19. Having connections in court facilitates matters. If you desire the heart-bewitching insect, then you must clear up this mess. I do not care what means you employ. If you fail, while Yimin patted the shaman's shoulder. His body stiffened. In that moment, as her hand pressed against his shoulder, he felt a profound fear wash over him, an inexplicable terror that seemed to stem from his very bloodline. The shaman was unaware that this feeling of dread was due to bloodline suppression. Every shaman must use themselves to nurture their source insect, which is fundamental to their ability to command cursed creatures. Yi Min's divine insect suppressed his, and he was left to experience its fear. "Ah, see, let us go." Qin Wujin moved swiftly. As Yi Min felt his arm encircle her waist, lifting her off the ground, she shot him an irritated glance. "I meant to walk back. That would waste too much time." Qin Wujin tightened his grip, his voice laced with delight. "I have ample time to waste. Let us descend."
No.
"That is an order." "I refuse." Yi Min nearly choked in frustration. How could this man, a full-grown adult, dare to utter such defiance? Did he not care for his dignity? "Are you deliberately taking advantage of me, Qin-si?" Yi Min's eyes brimming with suppressed indignation. Qin Wujin's playful demeanor faded as he regarded her seriously. "I am not that kind of person." He alighted beside the carriage. "See, we are moving much faster this way, are we not?" Yi Min, uninterested in his antics, scanned around for Sang Yu and, not spotting her, instructed, "You go find Sang Yu and assist her with the bodies." Qin Wujin remained still, raising an eyebrow at her. This shift in atmosphere instantly put Yi Min on high alert, her body instinctively recoiling. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is it so difficult for you to follow my orders to handle a trivial matter like disposing of the bodies? If that shaman escapes, have you considered the consequences?"
Oh.
"So that is the issue. I thought it was something serious. You are a shadow guard of the imperial court, are you not? If that shaman fails to erase all traces, you can simply inform the emperor that the South Yu court harbors shamans. Such matters should not be treated lightly. The court would certainly dispatch individuals to thoroughly investigate the South Yu court. The traces left by a shaman are notoriously difficult to erase. The signs of alchemy and insect crafting are hard to conceal, and a thorough search would undoubtedly reveal clues. At that point, the South Yu court would be in dire straits, and with the court taking action against them, Yi Min would no longer have to worry about the South Yu court causing trouble for Sang Yu. While Sang Yu was capable of handling most dangers, she was ill-equipped to confront a shaman. Qin Wujin suddenly smiled. "Your support is right here." The here naturally referred to himself. Yi Min felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she was indeed relying on him as a representative of the royal authority. Having connections in court truly made matters easier. The ancients did not deceive me. Yi Min turned her head away, refusing to meet the man's triumphant gaze. She harbored secrets that were worth his digging, and she was certain he would assist her with this trivial matter. Qin Wuji immediately positioned himself before her. "If you require my services, ought you not to offer some form of compensation?" Was she to appear as a paragon of morality, demanding rewards for tasks assigned to her own servant? It was he who had volunteered to be her servant, after all, and she saw no reason to refuse his assistance. Observing her unyielding stance, Qin Wuji felt a peculiar delight rather than anger. Yet, as a master, he was expected to reward his servants. What would he bestow upon her? He leaned closer, inexplicably drawn to this woman. Yi Min shot him a sideways glance. Complete the task before seeking a reward. Qin Wuji decided to abandon this line of conversation and inquired, "Are you truly prepared to shelter Sang Yu? You may handle the witchcraft master, but you cannot contend with top-tier experts. Sang Yu excels in the Southern Phantom Court, yet her abilities are limited, especially with the kingdom of ghosts lurking behind." Yi Min regarded him with a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Qin Wuji continued, Sang Yu is a weapon honed over a decade by the Southern Phantom Court. Should she be rendered ineffective, they would have no choice but to destroy her. If others learn of this, it would lead to ridicule for the Southern Phantom Court. Do you comprehend the ramifications? I do not wish to know, she retorted. Qin Wuji insisted. This would undermine the standing of the Southern Phantom Court, inviting numerous troubles. Thus, even rationally speaking, they would be willing to pay a hefty price to pursue Sang Yu. Previously, they refrained from entering the capital to investigate, as they lacked information on Sang Yu and saw no need to expose themselves unnecessarily. Now that her whereabouts are confirmed, their pursuit will undoubtedly intensify. Yi Min dismissed his concerns. As a solitary figure, she feared no such pursuits. She had resolved to keep Sang Yu. She had grown fond of the young girl. As Yi Min prepared to silence him, she unexpectedly noticed Sang Yu had returned, clutching some garments, items stripped from those two men. She was uncertain how long Sang Yu had been back or what she had overheard. The sorrow and reluctance that flickered in Sang Yu's eyes tugged at Yi Min's heart. Approaching silently, Sang Yu handed the items to Yi Min. Everything they had is here. Yi Min casually rifled through them, surprised to find that even the guardians of the Southern Phantom Court possessed few valuables. While the tokens of the guardians might hold significance, they were of little use to Yi Min. I discarded the bodies to the beasts. Miss, I must take my leave, Sang Yu stated decisively. Yi Min shot a reproachful glare at Qin Wuji. Surely, he had noticed Sang Yu's return. She hurried after Sang Yu. Where are you going? Do not heed the nonsense of that dog of a man. I fear not the Southern Phantom Court. Qin Wuji raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning perilous. Dog of a man? Sang Yu kept her head bowed. But you cannot handle the experts. And I lack the ability to confront the entire Southern Phantom Court. You do not realize that there are individuals in the Southern Phantom Court who possess skills surpassing mine, while the Kingdom of Ghosts has even more formidable ones. What does that matter? Yi Min grasped Sang Yu's arm. Sang Yu halted, not struggling. Yet her usually calm face betrayed her inner turmoil. This is not good. Both she and Ming Chui had treated her kindly. They were the only two individuals in the world who cared for her, and she could not bring trouble upon them. What makes it so bad? Have you forgotten that I still owe you for the medicine? There is no rush. I shall seek you out quietly in a few days. Why must you insist on leaving? I am not afraid of the Southern Phantom Court. Do you not wish to stay with us?
No.
Sang Yu exclaimed, anxious to defend herself, yet she could not articulate her reasoning, her small face contorted in conflict. After a pause, she said, Miss, my staying would serve no purpose for you and would only complicate matters. Why do you want me to remain? Chapter 20. King Zhao Sang Yu believed that her voluntary departure would bring relief to Yi Min. She never anticipated that Yi Min would wish to retain her. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Min, seeing the questions reflected in her gaze, felt a warmth in her heart and could not help but pinch Sang Yu's cheek. The affairs of the world are not simply a matter of calculating benefits. If I were to say you are of no use to me, then I should not keep you, yet my own circumstances are hardly enviable. The residence I inhabit and the shops I own were bestowed upon me by my former husband. Should the day come when he reclaims them, I would have nowhere to shelter you, rendering you of no use to me. Would you then abandon me? Although the distance between them was considerable, Qin Wuji could still hear her voice. He gazed intently at the woman speaking tenderly. I possess remarkable skills and can earn enough to provide you with a residence. Sang Yu quickly responded, only to fall silent thereafter.
예민이 착let.
Taking her hand to lead her back, resembling a sister caring for her younger sibling. This time, Sang Yu obediently followed her. Upon their return, Qin Wuji greeted her with a smile, recalling that with their masks on, they could not see one another's expressions. It is getting late. We should return home. What the hurry? Qin Wuji mused. How curious that such an ordinary woman could instill a sense of trepidation in him. He had not anticipated that she would truly escort him to the Red Plum Villa. The matron of the Red Plum Villa was a woman in her 40s, garishly dressed. Her presence thick with the scent of powder. Her eyes appraised Qin Wuji like a merchant surveying goods, a fine physique indeed, tall and straight. As she reached out to touch him, she intended to ascertain whether his strength was sufficient. However, before her hand could make contact, Qin Wuji seized it, preventing her from withdrawing. The matron instinctively recoiled, yet remained immobile, as if she had provoked his displeasure. Her hand caught painfully in his grip. Alarmed, she uttered, My dear, are you truly in a position to send your servant here? Our establishment does not welcome trouble. Qin Wuji did not even glance at her. Mistress. You have brought me to the Red Plum Villa, because we lack business. But did you not find an opportunity on the way? Release my hand, Yi Min commanded. The matron stared fixedly at Chu Yunyue, and only after a moment did she feel her hand being released, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed this man was no easy foe, yet thankfully, his master could keep him in check. With such strength, he must surely be robust, rendering further examination unnecessary. The matron composed herself, as if her earlier panic had never existed. Why the mask? Remove it, so I may behold your visage. Chu Yunyue replied leisurely, that cannot be revealed so easily. Once you see my face, you shall belong to me. Yi Min narrowed her eyes in disgust, questioning why he would flirt with a woman of such age. The matron was initially taken aback, then her expression became suggestive. How bold of you, young master. Feel free to unveil your mask, for I would gladly become yours, should you dare to claim me. Having already spoken, Chu Yunyue remained silent, casually removing his mask. The matron's flirtatious demeanor gradually froze. This is King Zhao, the sole legitimate offspring of the Empress, the madman known for his ruthless killings? Her expression shifted to one of terror as she retreated, her mouth agape, yet no words emerged, not daring to utter the title King Zhao. These two characters are synonymous with bloodshed. In the capital, no one dares to underestimate this madman. In the presence of this individual, everyone treads carefully, for one never knows what might provoke his wrath, leading to a massacre of entire families. Yi Min studied the old brothel keeper, fearing she might falter and fall without the support. Do you know my family servant? Yi Min inquired, her face etched with confusion. How could someone who operates in the shadows be recognized by a woman engaged in the flesh trade? Your servant? The old brothel keeper gazed at Yi Min as if she had seen a ghost, astonished that this woman would claim such a connection to the Prince of Zhao. Did she understand the madness of his actions? A mere discontented glance from a court official could ignite his fury, resulting in the destruction of entire households. The infamy of the Prince of Zhao was well known throughout the capital. Had he not acted so recklessly, the position of crown prince would surely have been his, rather than merely being granted the title of a prince. Yi Min had never doubted the identity of her servant until now, suspicions suddenly taking root within her. Oh? If he is not my servant, who do you think he is? The old brothel keeper nearly divulged the identity of Chu Yunyue. But as the words hung on her lips, an ominous chill passed over her, and she sensed that should she speak, the Prince of Zhao could easily end her life. Who your servant is, how would I know? The old brothel keeper hastily retorted, her breath coming in labored gasps. The power that Chu Yunyue had been concealing at his fingertips dissipated quietly. I have been here before, leaving the old brothel keeper with an unpleasant memory. Indeed. Had I recognized him with the mask on, I wouldn't have wasted my time with you. The old brothel keeper shot a defiant glare at Yi Min, her heart brimming with resentment. If not for this woman's reckless decision to bring the Prince of Zhao here, would she have been so frightened? Yet, after glaring, anxiety washed over her, and she quickly assessed Chu Yunyue's expression. Fortunately, he appeared to harbor no dissatisfaction. Yi Min was taken aback. You're still visiting Hongmei Villa? Chu Yunyue, feeling guilty, touched his nose. That's why I've spent all my money. Thus, he was inclined towards male companionship. A sudden unease coursed through Yi Min. The old brothel keeper, seeing the silence between them, interjected, move along. What are you lingering here for? I won't accept this person. Yi Min felt there was nothing more to say. Then let us go. Chu Yunyue donned his mask once more and followed Yi Min out, casting a fleeting glance back at the old brothel keeper. That gaze sent a shiver down the old brothel keeper's spine. It took her a moment to regain her composure, her expression turning grave. The Prince of Zhao, masquerading as a servant alongside a woman, was a matter that required immediate report. Without a second thought, she hurried to relay the news. However, just as she stepped outside the door, a piercing sword energy struck her between the brows. The old brothel keeper's body stiffened, blood seeping from her forehead before she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror, murmuring the name of the Prince of Zhao. The surrounding crowd erupted into chaos. What has happened? The old brothel keeper is dead? Yi Min turned at the sound, unable to see much from her position. But she couldn't help but glance at the man beside her. We must depart quickly, Chu Yunyue remarked nonchalantly. We just met her, and now she is dead. They might blame us. Yi Min replied, though lacking evidence. I can't shake the feeling that this wretched creature is responsible. I assure you. What trouble could I possibly bring you? Chu Yunyue feigned innocence. If he could endure the troubles brought by Sengyu, why couldn't he stir up some chaos here? They were all working for her. Was it fair to hold him to a different standard? Chapter 21. It was I who killed her. By the time Yi Min departed Hongmei Villa, the hour was late. She decided to head directly to the farmstead, planning to seek out the herbalist the following day. The person who answered the door at the farm did not recognize Yi Min after she revealed her identity. They hesitated before welcoming her inside, rushing off to inform the steward. They were gone for quite some time. I suspect they are deliberating how to deal with you, Qin Wuji said. Yi Min took her seat at the head, glancing at Qin Wuji, who sat leisurely at her side, and then at Sang Yu, who stood obediently beside her. Indeed, raising a girl was far more comforting.
What do you mean by that?
Qin Wuji asked. The people here are all from the Chu family, correct? He continued, logically, I should send them all to the Chu family for proper placement. This farm boasted 3,000 acres of fertile land, and its inhabitants primarily managed the tenants below. If all the workers were sent away, there would be no one to oversee the tenants. Yi Min could sense that the people at the farm had begun to harbor a sense of rebellion against her as their new master. But she had no time to address it now. Just as the steward arrived, he overheard Yi Min's remark and took it seriously. He might send them to the Chu family, but whether he would still hold his position as steward remained uncertain. Why has the young lady come so late? The steward, a middle-aged man, forced a smile of false sincerity before her. We need to stay the night. Prepare 3 rooms for us. The steward was taken aback. Aren't you here to inventory the farm? No rush, Yi Min replied coldly, her gaze piercing. The steward dared not question further and hurriedly arranged for accommodations, sending 2 maids to attend to them. The maids dared not ask too many questions in front of Yi Min but were more inquisitive around Sang Yu and Qin Si. However, these 2 were no ordinary individuals, and the maids learned nothing of significance. Yi Min and her companions retired early, while the steward remained restless, unable to sleep for half the night. Yet Yi Min was indeed just there to rest for a night. She left early the next morning in search of the herbalist, securing the medicinal materials and paying a deposit. It was nearly dark when she returned to the city. Upon entering, she heard about the commotion caused by the witchcraft master, who was still attempting to erase the traces of his misdeeds when passers-by discovered him. The court dispatched troops to pursue him, but despite not having apprehended him, the citizens were thrown into a state of panic. As long as this matter did not affect her, Yi Min remained indifferent. Upon entering her home, Ming Chui hurried forward. Miss, something amusing has transpired at the Chu family. Yi Min raised an eyebrow at the barely contained mirth in the maid's eyes. What sort of amusement? It concerns the incident when we went to collect from the shop. The woman who instigated trouble kept referring to herself as Madame Chu while demanding the account books. Several young ladies were present, believing she meant Madame Chu herself, leading many to think that Madame Chu was duplicitous, tarnishing her reputation. How do you know all this?
Ye minimum inhuited.
Madame Chu came to visit you to clarify the matter. I noticed her displeasure during the visit, and she seems to harbor a strong dislike for Su Jiner. Even without this incident, she was never fond of Su Jiner, but this occurrence has only deepened that aversion. Ming Chui felt a sense of delight at Su Jiner's misfortunes. How could that shameless woman enjoy good fortune? The Duke of Zhenbei's household also visited, accompanying Madame Chu. They left upon realizing you were not home, but they requested you return to the Duke's residence. Will you go? The Duke of Zhenbei was her maternal family. Yi Min hesitated and then asked, who came? It was the young Duchess. She accompanied the old matriarch to the temple to pray for blessings and only returned today. Upon hearing about your situation, she hurried to visit. Yi Min had seldom interacted with her maternal family, aside from providing her with a substantial dowry. They had not involved themselves further. The dowry had been given to Sun Shi to settle Yi Huairan's debts, and her maternal family had not inquired about her since. Yi Min had always believed that the tenants rented from her family merely performed acts of kindness out of kinship, devoid of any deeper affection. Thus, she never imagined she would trouble them in times of distress. To her surprise, when she encountered an incident, the people from the Northern Duke's residence came to see her. Perhaps they can come later, she thought. Turning to Qin Si, she instructed, tomorrow, please find a carpenter to custom-make a large medicine cabinet for me, according to the dimensions of the ear room. Qin Wuji replied, you need to pay. Yi Min handed him 100 taels. Qin Wuji gazed at the thin slip of paper. Do you not feel something is lacking in my room? Yi Min narrowed her eyes in annoyance. What do you lack? I have no clothes or shoes to wear. I've been in this outfit for several days without a change.
So?
She added, I saw you buying fabric for Song Yu. Is Ming Xue making new clothes for her? Yimin replied. She gave an extra 5 taels. Go buy it yourself. Qin Wuji, undeterred by the amount, happily took the money and left. I will return tomorrow. Upon returning to the palace, Qin Jia nearly knelt before him. My lord, where have you been? Did you know that there are sorcerers lurking in the outskirts? An official in court has accused you of summoning them. The emperor has been looking for you for several days, almost sending the secret guards to apprehend you. Qin Wuji, impatient, dug into his ears and tossed 100 taels to Qin Jia. Have a carpenter custom-make a medicine cabinet, this large and this high. Qin Jia gratefully accepted the money, eagerly looking at his master. Will you be going to the palace to see the emperor? Qin Wuji ignored him and indeed changed his clothes to enter the palace. He was not going to see the emperor, but rather his malicious mother. The empress was enjoying her dinner when a palace maid announced the arrival of Prince Zhao. Her previously serene expression instantly turned to one of disdain. He actually remembers to come to the palace. The empress dropped her chopsticks, which clattered to the floor near Prince Zhao's feet. Qin Wuji, ignoring his mother's mood, leisurely sat at the dining table and instructed the head maid. Fetch me a pair of chopsticks. The empress coldly twitched her lips. Did you not eat outside? I was in a hurry to see you and forgot to eat. He replied, a statement that no one would believe. The empress waved her hand, dismissing the serving maids, and then asked, Did you kill the Qin courtesan?
No.
Who was the Qin courtesan? He did not even know her. The empress rolled her eyes at her reckless son. With so many souls perishing at his hands, how could he remember anyone's name? The Madam of Hongmei Villa.
Oh.
Qin Wuji then realized who it was. Yes, I killed her. The empress chuckled. Who knew that a brothel like Hongmei Villa was actually run by the emperor? She bore no grudge against the Qin courtesan, but she was pleased that the emperor had lost a useful subordinate. The empress quickly composed herself and asked, How is your matter progressing? Chapter 22. Chu Yunyue's wedding. Which sorcerer doesn't he keep their identity a secret? They are not easy to find. Just wait, it will eventually be resolved. The head maid presented chopsticks, and Qin Wuji began to eat without hesitation. The empress knew there was no rush. I heard there are sorcerers appearing in the outskirts. I thought it was your doing. This has nothing to do with me. Where have you been lately? None of your business. The elegant and composed empress rolled her eyes at her son again. I am concerned you might die outside without anyone to run errands for me. Qin Wuji had developed immunity to his mother's venomous words. Mother, I need 100,000 taels. The empress asked without hesitation, no money. Qin Wuji did not believe her. Several of the chief stewards were her people. However, he did not dwell on it, considering he might take the opportunity to engage in some clever scheming. At that moment, the emperor entered with a stern expression. What do you need 100,000 taels for? The emperor had clearly come to apprehend him upon hearing of Prince Zhao's entry into the palace, followed closely by a small maid who was too flustered to announce the emperor's arrival. The empress's sharp expression transformed into one of grace and decorum as she waved her hand to dismiss the maid and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to your majesty. I pay my respects to father, Qin Wuji echoed. The emperor nodded and continued, What do you need 100,000 taels for? I wish to build a pleasure boat to invite a few agreeable people for leisure, Qin Wuji replied smoothly. Nonsense. As a prince, all you think about is playing. As a legitimate son, you should set an example for your brothers. The emperor scolded sternly, but Qin Wuji let the words flow in one ear and out the other. The empress, feigning sorrow, wiped the corners of her eyes, which bore no tears. Your majesty, do not blame Wuji. He is still young, and it is natural for him to be playful. 100,000 taels is not much. Please grant it to him. Qin Wuji silently praised his malicious mother for her cleverness in this matter. The emperor's expression shifted, and he reprimanded the empress, saying that indulgent mothers ruin their sons. The empress listened obediently, unable to suppress her tears. He is my only son, your majesty. How can I bear to see him suffer? It is merely 100,000 taels. Grant it to him. The emperor's face darkened, but his affection for his son compelled him to draw from his private treasury to provide the 100,000 taels to Qin Wuji. Upon receiving the money, Qin Wuji was no longer inclined to linger in the palace. I shall not disturb father and mother's reunion. I take my leave. The emperor looked over. No hurry. It's not often you come to the palace. I have some matters to discuss with you. Indeed, Qin Wuji thought this old man was not so easy to please. Meanwhile, Yimin was busy refining sorcery at home. Early that day, she heard joyous sounds outside, a lively commotion. Upon stepping outside, she discovered that it was Chu Yunyue's wedding. How shameless! Ming Tsue seethed, quickly closing the door. Miss, we must not look. Such a sight requires cleansing of the eyes. Yimin nodded in agreement, remaining silent. In truth, given Chu Yunyue's current status, the scale of the celebration was relatively subdued. She was somewhat surprised that the procession would pass in front of her residence. Qin Wuji glanced at her impassive expression. This woman had an extraordinary ability to conceal her emotions. No one could discern a hint of her feelings from her face. Are you feeling unsettled? Qin Wuji inquired. For reasons he could not articulate, he preferred her more expressive side over her calm demeanor. Yimin shot him a faint glance.
No.
Qin Wuji did not believe her. Since he had nothing pressing to do, he decided to find something to occupy himself. Chu Yunyue, on the other hand, had not anticipated passing by Yimin's door. As a person of ambition, he was oblivious to the trivialities of the family's affairs, and thus was unaware of the location of the residence Yimin desired. Upon seeing Yimin, who appeared calm, he felt an inexplicable wave of anger rising within him. His entourage promptly explained, the route was determined by Miss Su. She did not wish to trouble you, so she chose this less frequented path. The entourage was puzzled. But what is wrong with this route? Nothing, Chu Yunyue replied, unable to articulate his feelings, wishing only to hasten past her residence. Su Jiner and Zhou Yan were both in high spirits today, relieved that this disaster was finally departing. Zhou Yan wished to distance herself from Su Jinu's affairs, choosing to remain secluded in her chamber throughout the day. The arrangements for Su Jinu's marriage were being orchestrated by Zhou Yan's mother, who harbored little affection for Su Jiner due to her questionable reputation for pursuing a married man, which had inadvertently tarnished her daughter's name as well. However, there was little recourse. The master of the house valued Su Jiner, and as the lady of the household, Zhou's mother felt compelled to assist in the wedding preparations. Su Jiner, ever grateful to her master, vowed that should he require her assistance in the future, she would not hesitate to brave any peril. As she bid farewell to Dr. Zhou, he was moved and remarked, "Why speak of such things? My only wish is for your future to be smooth and prosperous. Chu Ho has arrived. You should go." Tears welled in Su Jiner's eyes. To her, her master was akin to a father. After exchanging her farewells with Dr. Zhou, she reluctantly approached Zhou's mother. The latter responded with a subdued acknowledgement, feeling somewhat disheartened that her diligent efforts in arranging the wedding merited only a lukewarm expression of gratitude. Nonetheless, she was not overly concerned, as she disapproved of Su Jiner's conduct. Their relationship had always been distant, with Su Jiner showing little inclination to bond with her. Dr. Zhou, lost in his own melancholy, was ignored by Zhou's mother, who proceeded directly to her daughter's room. Upon entering, she caught sight of Zhou Yan, whose face betrayed her amusement. Has she left, or shall she linger for a spell longer? Zhou Yan chuckled softly, then sighed. Poor Missy. I wonder how she has endured these days. I heard that Su Jinu's sister, the embroiderer, dared to confront her recently. I shudder to think of what lies ahead for her. Though she had never met Yimin, Zhou Yan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. A fine young lady, so tragically ensnared by Su Jiner. Zhou Yan harbored a desire to meet Yimin, yet lamentably, she was unaware of her whereabouts. Little did she expect that Chu Ho's wedding would be fraught with unforeseen complications. Chapter 23. An uninvited guest. Chu Yunyue's marriage invited only relatives from the clan, while the nobility received formal notices. Yet, amidst this exclusivity, the Zhao Wang unexpectedly arrived uninvited, and at the very moment the couple was to exchange vows. When Chu Yunyue learned of the Zhao Wang's presence, he was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly the Zhao Wang? Indeed, it was, and he had come in person. The steward who bore the news was nearly petrified, for it was his first glance at the Zhao Wang's striking visage, and he dared not stare too long, only sensing an unparalleled beauty. A fleeting glance from the Zhao Wang sent shivers through him, compelling him to relay the message. Gasps filled the hall. What could have prompted the Zhao Wang's visit? He was known for his reluctance to attend such gatherings. Could it possibly be that he held Chu Ho in esteem, given his notable military achievements? Chu Yunyue furrowed his brow. He had no intention of greeting the Zhao Wang at this moment, for the man was unpredictable, and his intentions were unclear. Moreover, they were on the verge of the ceremony, making it an inappropriate time for such a greeting. Su Jiner, aware of the Zhao Wang's notorious reputation, had never encountered him directly, so her understanding was not profound. Every woman harbors expectations for her once-in-a-lifetime wedding, and the hastiness of this union left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. The thought of nobility attending her wedding sparked a flutter of excitement within her. Chu Yunyue planned to offer his apologies to the Zhao Wang after the ceremony, but Su Jino urged, "The Zhao Wang has come. You should go out to greet him." Veiled beneath her wedding canopy, she did not perceive the collective gaze of the assembly drawn towards her. How could the bride speak at such a moment? It was a blatant breach of decorum. The onlookers exchanged glances laden with unspoken tension, turning to Lu Shi, the matriarch, and Chu Yunyue, their eyes betraying a subtle disapproval. Unbeknownst to Su Jiner, she had overstepped, and when she noticed Chu Yunyue's hesitation, she gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "What is it?" Shrouded by her veil, her view was limited to the ground beneath her, leading her to believe her actions were unobserved. Chu Yunyue instinctively tried to withdraw his sleeve, but felt the weight of the many eyes upon them, preventing him from embarrassing her. Previously, Su Jiner had only practiced medicine in solitude, never gracing a grand occasion. It dawned on Chu Yunyue that she was utterly unfamiliar with the wedding customs. Had her mentor not instructed her on such matters? Zhou's mother could not be blamed. She had endeavored to impart the nuances of etiquette to Su Jiner during the preparations. Yet, could Zhou's mother be held accountable if Su Jiner failed to heed her advice? Lu Shi struggled to mask her irritation, while the matriarch's expression remained grave, though less severe than Lu Shi's. "Hurry! Have you not heard the bride summon you to greet the Zhao Wang?" Su Jiner sensed the matriarch's displeasure. Her face paled, and she froze in uncertainty. Unaware of her transgression, she felt overwhelmed by the disdain from his family, her heart heavy with grievance. "I shall go," Chu Yunyue said, his expression darkening as he hurried away. With him gone, Su Jiner felt increasingly lost. The matriarch sighed, reflecting on her initial disapproval of Su Jiner's entrance into their family. The disparity in their statuses inevitably led to divergent worldviews, perspectives, and manners of interaction. If this young woman were willing to learn the ways of a proper matriarch, the Chu family might have embraced her. Yet, she seemed intent on navigating the aristocratic world while remaining ensconced in her own small realm. Perhaps Su Jiner was oblivious to her missteps, still harboring feelings of injustice. Yet, with guests already present, the matriarch could say little more. Before long, the Zhao Wang entered with a languid smile, his countenance strikingly handsome. Yet no one dared to meet his gaze. The matriarch and Lu Shi grew increasingly tense. Assisted by her attendants, the matriarch finally rose to pay her respects. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Zhao Wang. Your presence at my grandson's wedding truly brings honor to the Chu family." Qin Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. I am merely curious to see how this Su Jina, who has captured Chu Ho's attentions so fervently, looks. Enough to disregard his reputation and cast aside his wife." Chu Yunyue's expression darkened. Was the Zhao Wang here to stir trouble? He bowed. "Your Highness, I have parted ways with my wife." Qin Wuji cast a cold glance at him. While others might refer to her as his wife, Chu Yunyue could not. He had severed ties with Yi Min, and to refer to her in such a manner was to cling to the past. Yet, the assembly was too intimidated by the Zhao Wang to notice Chu Yunyue's slip. Qin Wuji paid him no mind, speaking lazily. "Qin Jia, lift the bride's veil. I wish to see her countenance." Su Jiner felt a sudden wave of panic and instinctively recoiled. Chu Yunyue's displeasure was palpable as he stepped in front of Qin Jia. "Your Highness, what is your intent?" Qin Wuji, appearing as if he were simply a carefree dandy, replied, "I merely wish to behold the woman whom Chu Ho has so heartlessly discarded." "Why do you obstruct me? Do you deem yourself above my curiosity?" It was inappropriate for a bride, in the midst of her wedding, to have her veil lifted without consent. The Zhao Wang's arrogance was unmistakable, yet he had the audacity to turn the tables. Chu Yunyue had been reluctant to welcome the Zhao Wang into their midst, but it was Su Jiner's ill-timed interjection that compelled him to do so. Now, faced with this debacle, his feelings towards Su Jiner grew increasingly strained. Was the Zhao Wang truly oblivious or deliberately contriving to make things difficult? As the bride enters her new home, is it appropriate for her to unveil her face in public? Chu Yunyue had envisioned the countless scenarios of his wedding with Su Jiner on his journey home. Yet he never anticipated that, when the moment arrived, he would find himself in such an awkward predicament. Qin Wuji raised an eyebrow, ignoring his words completely, and launched an attack on Chu Yunyue. This scoundrel dared to make a ruckus in front of Yi Min, and Qin Wuji was determined to humiliate Chu Yunyue.
Chu Yunyue had studied talit.
though he was skilled in martial arts. He found himself outmatched by Qin Wuji, who pressed him relentlessly. The hall descended into chaos. Lu Shi cried out for them to cease. The old matriarch glared menacingly, threatening to report them to the palace. Qin Jia, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, intended to lift the bride's veil. He was aware of the impropriety of such an act, yet he felt compelled to follow the orders of his master, even if it meant instigating rebellion. However, before Qin Jia could act, Su Yunyue, unable to bear the sounds of the fight any longer, abruptly lifted her veil. "Isn't Zhao Wang simply eager to see my face? Now that you have, cease this at once." The onlookers, having kept their distance to witness the clash between Chu Yunyue and Zhao Wang, turned their attention towards Su Yunyue upon hearing her words, and their expressions darkened. Chapter 24. The arrival of Sun Shi. Shameless. How could a bride unveil her face in public? An elder from the Chu family, furious, scolded her without regard for her status as the beloved of the family head. Su Yunyue felt utterly exhausted. She merely wished to quell the chaos. Yet it had somehow become her fault. The arrogance of these noble families was utterly incomprehensible. Chu Yunyue and Zhao Wang ceased their altercation, and Chu Yunyue's expression darkened as he looked at her. "Why did you unveil your face?" Su Yunyue was taken aback. It was the first time he had spoken to her in such a tone. She felt a wave of grievance rise within her, her eyes reddening, yet she stubbornly held back her tears. "Do you blame me?" Before she could finish, her gaze landed on Qin Wuji, and her pupils constricted in shock. "It's you." Qin Wuji, intrigued, wondered if the bride recognized him. He boldly scrutinized her, remarking, "So this is how she looks. I had assumed she was a beauty beyond compare." "Chu Ho, your taste truly baffles me." Was he insinuating that Su Yunyue's looks were lacking?
Chu Yunyue,
Infuriated, found himself speechless. Su Yunyue realized she was being humiliated, yet she could no longer contain herself. "You are Zhao Wang. You killed concubine Hui. You murderous fiend. I will expose you before the emperor." The hall fell silent. Qin Wuji glanced at Chu Yunyue, a serene smile dancing in his eyes that sent chills down the spines of those present, as if this madman might silence her at any moment. Lu Shi's expression shifted rapidly, her gaze darting between Su Yunyue and Qin Wuji, rendering her voiceless with fear. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Yunyue was genuinely enraged now. He had always seen Su Yunyue as innocent and brave, but for the first time, he realized how foolish she was. "You don't believe me?" Su Yunyue felt a sense of betrayal wash over her, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Chu Yunyue felt no sympathy at that moment. His eyes filled with irritation. Concubine Hui as well, and alive in the palace. "Put your veil back on." Chu Yunyue understood that the concubine Hui Su Yunyue referred to was not the current one, but the previous one who had died 5 years ago. And her family had long since disbanded. Who would believe that Zhao Wang had killed her? Su Yunyue, heartbroken, stumbled as she pleaded. "You cover it." Chu Yunyue's voice was sharp, a tone he had never used with her before. Qin Wuji leisurely stroked his perfectly shaped chin. To slander a prince is a grave offense. Is Chu Ho intending to let this slide? A woman should know her place and speak appropriately. "I apologize to Zhao Wang on her behalf." "That will not suffice. This prince cannot endure such grievances." Qin Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly contemplating something, before instructing Qin Jia, "Burn down their 2 bridal chambers. Consider it recompense for the grievances I have endured." "Yes, my lord."
You.
Lu Shi nearly fainted from rage, supported by her maid to avoid collapsing.
Today?
"I am in a good mood, Chu Ho. You are quite fortunate." Qin Wuji cast a cheerful glance at Su Yunyue, making her shiver. The wedding, already simple, concluded hastily, with many guests departing before the ceremony was complete. Su Yunyue was placed under strict watch by the matriarch, and this time, Chu Yunyue said nothing. While the Chu family faced turmoil, Yimin was also experiencing distress as her birth mother, Sun Shi, had arrived. "How could I have given birth to such a useless child? You chose to marry Chu Ho, and now you cannot even retain your husband's heart. Allowing a mere physician to overshadow you. You have brought shame upon me." Ming Chui could no longer endure this. "Madam Yi, you have severed ties with our young lady. What purpose does your visit serve?"
Bah.
"You have no place to speak here." Sun Shi turned and spat towards Ming Chui. Then, addressing Yi Min, she continued, "I will tell you this. On the 3rd of next month is your grandmother's birthday, and the matriarch of the Chu family will attend. I do not care how you do it. You must ensure she agrees to bring you back. Yimin glanced at Sun Shi's reddened face from anger and called out into the courtyard, Sang Yu. Sang Yu quickly entered. Yimin's gaze returned to Sun Shi, meeting her bewildered eyes, and spoke coldly, Throw Sun Shi out. Sun Shi was momentarily stunned. Almost doubting her own hearing, Yimin, what did you say?
How dare you?
Let go of me. Release me. Sang Yu effortlessly lifted Sun Shi and tossed her out the front door. Sun Shi landed painfully, her backside bruised, and she was livid. Yimin, you unfilial daughter. You dare to lay hands on your own mother. May lightning strike you dead. She shouted as she struggled to get up and charge at Yimin, only to be pushed down again by Sang Yu, landing hard once more. Yimin stood on the steps, looking down upon her, reminiscent of how her parents had gazed at her when she returned home after their separation. Sun Shi, I do not know what Yi Huairan has said to upset you so much that you traveled such a distance to vent your anger on me.
Today,
I simply wish to tell you that you disregard the grace of your parents' nurturing. You forsake the bond with your brothers. And even your own child feels like a stranger to you, while you only have eyes for that husband who does not regard you as a person. If you are willing to endure a life of misery under Yi Huairan's watchful gaze, I am not. Yi Huairan has long severed ties with you. I am no longer related to you. Each time you come, I shall throw you out. Sun Shi stood frozen, momentarily recalling a long-ago memory of her daughter, just learning to walk, calling for her mother and running towards her, only for Sun Shi to turn away. She had chased after her, unable to catch up, falling and crying, yet the little girl's mother never looked back. Sun Shi felt a deep pain in her heart, unable to connect the indifferent woman before her with her own daughter. I will go to the magistrate and report you. Dare you lay a hand on your own mother? You unfilial child? Such a malicious reputation will spread, and I wonder how you will ever find a husband. Deep down, Sun's heart was filled with trepidation, yet instinctively, she resorted to threats to subdue Yimin. However, Yimin did not even spare her a glance and coldly instructed Sang Yu, do not allow her to enter. Yes, Mississippi, you ungrateful daughter. Sun wept, though it was unclear whether her tears stemmed from sorrow or anger. Chapter 25. Necessary. Sang Yu took her orders seriously and promptly guarded the entrance. When Sun attempted to push her way in, Sang Yu kicked her back with a force that, while not full strength, was far from gentle. After a couple of attempts, realizing that Yimin would not relent, Sun turned away in bitterness. However, once in the carriage, her fury dissipated into a vacant stare. She pondered why her daughter had grown so cold. Once obedient, Yimin had always complied with her wishes, practicing calligraphy day and night at her behest, even binding sandbags to her wrists to improve her strength. Only when praised by the master did she cease her relentless training. When the household accounts faltered, Sun, overwhelmed, had her daughter learn to manage the household, all the while supporting her quietly, without seeking recognition. In her illness, it was only her daughter who remained by her side. How could the once obedient child become so detached? Why did she no longer want her as a mother? Lost in thought, Sun broke down in tears. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. She was not entirely indifferent to Yimin's well-being. Yet she felt entitled to expect Yimin to bring her glory. And when Yimin left the Chu family, it was her pride that suffered, leading to her complaints. Sun had never considered what fate awaited a daughter who left her husband's family only to be rejected by her own. Sun had always been sheltered by her parents and brothers, while her daughter faced the world alone. No storms were weathered on Yimin's behalf. She had borne her struggles alone since childhood. When Yi Huairan returned home, he went straight to Sun's courtyard without a word of concern, directly asking, Did that wretched girl agree? Sun raised her eyes. She no longer wants me as her mother. I shall not seek her out again. Yi Huairan sensed something was amiss with Sun's emotions but dismissed it, fuming. How can you not seek her out? Because of that wretched girl. I have faced enough humiliation these past few days. Regardless of her success, she must go to the Chu family. Sun countered. As long as she shamelessly approaches the Chu family, others will not call us unfeeling parents. They will only mock her for clinging to the Chu family, correct? Yi Huairan's expression stiffened as he focused on Sun. What has Yimin told you? Sun Guizhi, once you marry into the Yi family, you are one of us. As the matriarch, you must prioritize the family's honor and disgrace. This was Yi Huairan's usual tactic. using such reproachful tones to subtly elevate Sun's status within the family while impressing upon her the weight of the family's reputation. If she accepted the esteemed role of matriarch, she would inevitably bear the burden of responsibility. However, this time, Sun's reaction was muted. After a long pause, she simply said, "I am tired. You should rest now." Yi Huairen, taken aback by the ineffectiveness of his usual approach, left in a huff. Ming Chui expressed her concern. "Miss, Sun is your biological mother. If she truly spreads rumors, your reputation will suffer. Do I still need to care about my reputation? She has resorted to witchcraft. Why should I care about my reputation?" Yi Min replied, patting Ming Chui on the shoulder. "Ming Chui, take the time to learn some skills from Sang Yu. One day, you may need them to escape." Ming Chui was bewildered. The next day, Yi Min learned about the disturbance caused by the Zhao prince at Chu Yunyue's wedding. Is it that Zhao prince again? Is he truly so reckless? Did Chu Yunyue provoke him? Yi Min wondered with innocent curiosity. Just returned, Qin Wuji was drawn to her words and changed direction to approach her, saying, "Does it matter whether Chu Yunyue has offended him? This the perfect opportunity for revenge? I hold no grudge against Chu Yunyue." Qin Wuji was taken aback. "He divorced you upon his return, and so quickly married another woman. How can you not harbor any resentment?" Yi Min looked at him in confusion. What Wei Ling Jun did, many men in the capital would hardly compare. Why should I hate him? Initially, she had felt some resentment, but it had long since faded. From another perspective, Chu Yunyue had bravely defied the odds to bestow his beloved with a legitimate title. What man in the capital could achieve such a feat? Of course, he had his merits, yet she felt no admiration for him whatsoever. Qin Wuji gritted his teeth. "Oh, is Wei Ling Jun truly that admirable?" He turned to leave. Yi Min, perplexed, called after him. "Where are you going now that you've just returned?" "To attend to matters for the emperor." "Oh, very well," she replied, choosing not to inquire further. Another scandal erupted in the capital. The Chu Marquis was ambushed by a masked assailant who dragged him into a secluded alley and left him bruised and battered. The Marquis claimed his assailant was the Zhao prince, with whom he had previously clashed, stating the assailant's skills matched those of the prince. The Zhao prince denied any involvement, asserting, "If I were to attack someone, would I use a sack? Why would I wear a mask? With so many skilled fighters in the world, does he think only I can defeat him?" His words held a degree of credibility. The Zhao prince did not kill without revealing himself. Why would he need to be clandestine against a mere defender of the realm? Thus, the incident became a mystery. Unbeknownst to Yi Min, her days were consumed with practicing witchcraft and capturing insects. On one particular day, the witch doctor finally arrived. He had altered his appearance, his skin dark like that of a peasant, carrying 2 boxes, as if a traveling merchant. 10,000 taels of silver. Save me. This 10,000 will buy the heart-confounding worm. And this 12,000, I require a single bottle of insect lore, a centipede, a scorpion, an ant, and a mosquito, each. Yi Min ignored the witch doctor's glare, leisurely counting the silver. "I am out of stock for the insect lore. I have no ants. There are only 2 heart-confounding worms left. Would you like them?" The witch doctor squinted, feeling an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. "Oh, you've only produced 2? But didn't you sell 10 previously? Those were sold to Qin Wuji at 1,000 taels each. I had no choice. He was buying for his superior, who happens to be the current emperor." Yi Min dared not demand exorbitant prices for imperial business. The witch doctor thought, this girl truly possesses a knack for infuriating others. The heart-confounding worm and the insect lore were remarkable items that would astonish any practitioner. He would revel in their creation for ages. Yet this insolent girl seemed entirely unimpressed, rendering the efforts of others appear foolish. After enduring his frustration, the witch doctor finally said, "Fine. I shall charge you 129,000 taels. I will fetch your goods." He did not linger but followed Yi Min closely. "Tell me, how did you place the curse on me?" Chapter 26. Medical turmoil. Yi Min did not mind his pursuit, glancing back at him. "The answer will cost you 10,000 taels." In this line of work, where there were no other businesses, she could only seize the opportunity presented by the unsuspecting sheep before her. Though she harbored some grievances in her heart, the silver was handed over generously. A direct 10,000 taels passed to Yi Min. Seeing such promptness, Yi Min felt as though she had undervalued her worth. "Your blood." Han Xiaotian initially failed to grasp, but soon recalled that on that fateful day, she had unleashed the poison he concocted upon him. It was then that his blood was collected. His eyes narrowed in shock. You obtained my blood, and now you can use it against me? Is it that surprising? Yi Min replied nonchalantly. To refine the heart-connecting goo with his blood meant that his life was now in her hands. Acquiring such a substance was not overly difficult.
Was it?
Surprising? Of course it is. To employ such methods requires a grand goo master. This girl, merely 16 or 17 years old, had already attained such a title. Junior, you are indeed a grand goo master. Han Xiaoyan's previous disdain evaporated, replaced by profound admiration. Yi Min, however, remained indifferent to both praise and scorn. When the goo masters looked down upon her, she felt no anger. Now that they revered her, she felt no joy. Upon arriving at the ear room, Han Xiaotian presented the items he desired. The goods are here. Please inspect them. If you are satisfied, do remember to introduce me to potential clients. Han Xiaotian mused. How impoverished must you be, senior? Though he said this, he mentally noted that such an excellent source of goods was too valuable to share. He intended to keep it to himself. Yi Min cast a dispassionate glance his way, causing Han Xiaotian to stand tall. Are you serving the Southern Ghost Court? Yi Min inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiaotian replied, Not serving. I have a mutually beneficial relationship with the Southern Ghost Court. They provide for me. I have long secluded myself in the mountains to practice my goo arts, descending only occasionally to procure necessities. One day, someone from the Southern Ghost Court offended me, and I retaliated with a curse. Rather than being angry, they sought me out with abundant resources. Then you must have little contact with other goo masters? Yi Min observed. Despite having superior goods, she lacked clientele. Han Xiaotian explained, Senior, goo masters are generally shunned by society. Few are left, and it is difficult to establish connections. A person of your caliber would not dare to publicly acknowledge the identity of a goo master. He lied. The Southern Kingdom had nurtured a cadre of goo masters. While he had indeed secluded himself in the mountains at first, he had descended with his master at the age of 13, accompanied by several senior brothers, all of whom were still thriving. Yi Min casually inquired, not caring about the truth of his words. Very well. Should you need anything, come find me. Han Xiaotian wished to foster a closer relationship, but, seeing Yi Min's disinterest, he dared not linger and departed. After bidding farewell to her significant client, Yi Min beamed with joy. Songyu, come. Sister will take you to buy medicine. At last, Yi Min had the means to purchase medicine for Songyu. Yet she did not anticipate encountering Su Jiner at the apothecary. Su Jiner, her pregnancy not yet apparent, was there to offer free medical consultations, accompanied by Shueruan, who was currently embroiled in a predicament. A burly peasant woman clung to Su Jiner's sleeve, shouting, You murderous quack! You killed my son and refused to take responsibility. He only injured his leg. A bit of ointment would have sufficed, yet you insisted on stitching his flesh. That is human skin, not some coarse fabric to be patched. And now he is gone, and you still deny it. You murderous quack. The woman, held back by Su Jiner's guards, became increasingly agitated.
Souvenir, her patients virin tayin.
Attempted to explain, Madam, your son was injured in a way that endangered his life. If we had not stitched the vein, he would have bled out within the hour. You killed him, and now seek to shift the blame. You have a wicked heart. I will fight you. The peasant woman screamed, desperate to confront Su Jiner, but unable to approach. Shueruan, her face flushed, retorted, Who is truly the wicked woman here? You were the one who begged Jiner to treat your son, and now you turn against her after she showed compassion. Su Jiner, her expression cold, added, I warned you repeatedly that your son needed to remain at the clinic. Though the bleeding stopped, his condition was precarious. Only in the clinic could the doctors monitor him closely. You refused to spend extra silver to keep him there, and now you place all the blame on the physician. The doctors at the clinic were also displeased with the peasant woman. Your son's injuries were beyond saving. Thanks to Madame Su, he lived a few more days. Do not cause further trouble. The peasant woman, devastated by the loss of her son, could not hear their words. Instead, she sank to the ground, wailing that the quack had harmed her and was shirking responsibility. Su Jiner's insistence that patients should remain at the clinic was twisted by the peasant into an accusation that it was merely a money-making scheme. Crying for her son, who was only 13 when he lost his life, the woman created a scene that vexed everyone in the clinic. Shueruan could no longer tolerate it and sternly warned, Yuval Shrew, if you continue this ruckus, do not blame me for being unkind. Do you know who Jiner is? She is the wife of Duke Chu. We simply disdain to use our power against you. Do not think we are powerless. Having purchased her medicine and preparing to leave, Yimin discerned that this incident was merely a family venting their frustrations on the doctor. Such matters could either be handed over to the authorities or settled with a bit of silver to send the troublemakers on their way. Yet, Su Jin'er chose neither option, opting instead to engage in public debate. Common folk lacked understanding of medical principles and would only complicate matters further with their arguments. Indeed, the crowd began to murmur and point at the clinic. However, Yimin had little interest in Su Jin'er's affairs, given their delicate status. Intervening might lead others to suspect her intentions were not pure. She intended to feign ignorance and leave when she heard Su Jin'er's companion audibly declare her name. Was it not a glaring display to announce the name of the wife of the favored Duke of the Emperor during such a public scandal? Why would she so thoughtlessly reveal her family name? In the world of the powerful, who would concern themselves with right or wrong, only the outcomes mattered, and propriety was paramount. After hearing Shui Erwan mention the Chu Duke's name, Yimin could not help but glance over, only to find Su Jin'er also looking at her, her eyes conveying an inscrutable message. Upon noticing Yimin's gaze, Su Jin'er quickly averted her eyes. Yimin withdrew her gaze as well and lifted her skirts to step out of the apothecary. Songyu, cheerfully loading the medicinal materials onto the cart, was suffering more frequently from the residual poison, which had begun to afflict her for half an hour each day. While she could endure the pain, the prospect of liberation from it brought her great joy. As she was about to depart in her cart, someone suddenly called out to Yimin, "Miss Yi? Wait a moment." Yimin lifted the curtain of the cart and saw Su Jin'er approaching. "Madam Su." Yimin nodded in greeting, maintaining a neutral demeanor devoid of hostility. Yet, Su Jin'er was not so calm. Her emotions churned within her. At home, her mother-in-law constantly compared her to Yimin, and even the servants frequently remarked on how well she managed as the former young mistress. When Yimin resided in the Chu family, Chu Yunyue had yet to attain his title, and Yimin could only be referred to as Madam. Su Jin'er was reluctant to engage with Yimin, hence she instinctively called out to her. However, upon meeting Yimin's calm and composed gaze, she hesitated. Not wishing to appear timid before Yimin, she forced a graceful smile and approached her. "I saw you at the apothecary fetching medicine. Are you unwell? My medical skills are not too shabby. If you do not mind, I would be willing to take your pulse." "I am fine. The medicine is for my maid." Yimin replied, "I appreciate your kind intentions, Madam Su." Su Jin'er had no intention of departing just yet, so she chuckled and added, "Today's incident must seem amusing to you, and it has left me rather flustered." Yimin cast a puzzled glance at Su Jin'er, acknowledging that it was indeed somewhat laughable. Yet if it was a joke, then so be it, after all. She had intentionally approached her to be the subject of ridicule. Yimin found it difficult to comprehend Su Jin'er's manner of handling situations, but since she had come closer, she remarked, "Madam Su, there is no need to take it to heart. That poor woman is merely overwhelmed by the grief of losing her child and seeks someone to vent her sorrow upon. If you sympathize with her plight, perhaps you could offer some comfort. If you feel she has offended you, you may report her to the authorities. She is well aware of her child's condition and will soon realize there is no blame to cast upon you. In any case, allowing her to wail here is certainly inappropriate." Su Jin'er frowned. "Why should I be the one to console her when she is a family member of the patient, regardless of the circumstances? Is it truly the case that the unreasonable prevail in this world? If our situations were reversed today, would you truly be so willing?" Su Jin'er's tone sharpened. She was cognizant that she should not direct her ire at Yimin, yet her once blissful love had become riddled with scars due to Yimin's existence. How could she maintain her composure in Yimin's presence?
Curiously, Yeminimum,
Despite having her marriage disrupted, still managed to exude elegance and poise in the face of those who had caused her ruin. Su Jin'er could not suppress her discontent, leading her to utter those words. Yimin's expression cooled, and with an ambiguous tone, she responded, "Do you believe you need to swap places with me, Madam Su? You have mentioned reporting her, as if I were the one being magnanimous." Yimin had no desire to engage further with Su Jin'er. "Sangyu, let us depart." After the carriage had traveled a short distance, Sangyu inquired, "Miss, who is she?" "The current wife of my ex-husband," Yimin replied. Sangyu pondered for a moment before asking, "Is she the woman who disrupted your marriage? Why does she seem to reject you so vehemently? How curious that she would approach you despite her aversion. Perhaps there is something amiss in her mind." Sang Yu's sudden realization did not take note of the fact that Yi Min's words were rather cutting. Meanwhile, Su Jin'er stood still, lost in thought as she gazed after Yi Min's carriage. As rationality returned, she regretted having spoken so harshly. Usually, others would belittle her in comparison to Yi Min. But now she found herself feeling inferior as well, despite her unwillingness to accept it. Beside her, Su Jin'er made cautiously suggested, "Madam, I believe there is merit in Yi Min's reasoning. Perhaps you should consider it?" Under Su Jin'er's suddenly intense gaze, the maid's last few words faded to a whisper. "The innocent shall remain clear. I refuse to accept that all in this world are devoid of reason," the maid anxiously reminded her. "But allowing that woman to cause such a ruckus brings disgrace to the Chu family. Are you implying that she is tarnishing the Chu family's reputation?" Su Jin'er felt a pang in her abdomen. Noticing her pained expression, the maid immediately panicked. "Madam, are you all right?" The maid could not comprehend why Su Jin'er, pregnant, insisted on attending to matters outside when she could rest at home. Surely, a few months of respite would not hurt. Yet, being a servant, she dared not speak further. "I am fine," Su Jin'er reassured her, though her pale complexion suggested otherwise. Upon returning home, Yi Min discovered that the elusive Qin Si had returned, squatting in a corner to brew medicine. "Are you ill?" Yi Min inquired. "I've been unwell for some time. I returned just in time. In a couple of days. I need you to accompany me on a journey," he replied. Yi Min scrutinized him. "You have been unwell? I see no signs of it. Where are we going?" she asked. "To Zhao Prefecture." Zhao Prefecture was quite distant, requiring a month's time for a round trip. Yi Min grimaced. "Are you out of your mind? That far? I have no desire to go. Isn't your grandfather stationed there? Would you not wish to visit him? My grandfather guards the northern borders, which is half a month's journey from Zhao Prefecture," Yi Min retorted with a glare. The distance between Zhao Prefecture and the northern border was comparable to traveling from the city to Zhao Prefecture. Yi Min lowered her gaze and questioned, "What business do you have in Zhao Prefecture? Isn't it the territory of the Zhao king?" Feigning melancholy, Qin Si sighed. "This is a state secret. But since you have asked, it would be inappropriate for me to withhold it from you. Your grandfather's military supplies originate from Zhao, should there be any issues with them. Your grandfather may not survive this winter." "What kind of issues?" "I do not know. That is why I plan to investigate," he replied.
Ye minimum fronet.
She had never met her grandfather, who had always been stationed at the borders and never made a point to visit her during his occasional returns to the court. Yet, upon hearing this news, she felt an unanticipated concern. "Surely you must have some inkling of the implications involved?"
Ye minimum presset.
Qin Si cast her a significant glance. "The worst outcome could be that your grandfather dies and is accused of treason. A more favorable outcome might be that he dies gloriously in battle, earning the honor of being a martyr of the Northern Duke's lineage." Chapter 28. A heart full of passion. There was another outcome that Qin Si did not mention. The Zhao king would be branded as a tyrant who harmed loyal subjects. He was unconcerned with ill repute, but would not stand idly by while others were wronged. "Are you suggesting that your grandfather must perish?"
Ye minimum acclaimet.
"With such severe consequences, what assistance could I possibly provide? If we encounter sorcerers, you must protect me." Yi Min could not help but pinch the man's cheek. Qin Si was taken aback by her sudden gesture, his eyes widening in surprise. "Are you admiring my looks?" "Not at all. I simply wish to ascertain what your skin is made of, for it is remarkably thick," she retorted. Qin Si, "So you mean to say he has a thick skin? I will accompany you. I have never traveled far and need to prepare accordingly. Bring along some items for self-preservation. I will handle the rest," he instructed. Qin Si waited for the medicine to cool before gulping it down, then called for Ming Cui. "Ming Cui, come wash the medicine bowl and the pot."
Min kui.
Busy hanging freshly washed clothes in the courtyard, turned to see the man with an exuberant and charming smile, which made her momentarily speechless. Blushing, she shot him a glare. "Wash them yourself. And stop calling me that. It's utterly nauseating. What a frivolous character. Clearly, he possesses a noble demeanor, yet attempts to seduce me. Does he think I am so shallow?" she scoffed. Qin Si, perplexed, stroked his chin. Despite his notorious reputation, he still attracted the admiration of many young women due to his appearance. Yet, why was it that before Yi Min, even a maid would not grant him the courtesy he was accustomed to? Yi Min cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you beginning to doubt your own charm?" Qin Si seemed to disregard her comment, and after Yi Min had walked away, he suddenly pursued her, leaning in to ask, "Is your maid blind?" Yi Min replied, "So? Because she shows no interest in you. She is blind? Qin Si followed Yi Min into her private quarters. This evening, would you accompany me on an outing? Yi Min cast him a glance, inquiring, what is it? Nothing much, he replied, but after acquiring your bewitching goo, my superior has come to realize that you possess a rather cunning nature. We have no use for this trinket ourselves. Yi Min pondered this, recognizing it as a valid concern. To expand her business, the clientele for practitioners of witchcraft was exceedingly limited. She needed to innovate in a manner that would allow ordinary people to utilize it as well. Are you suggesting I take you to employ the bewitching goo? On whom shall it be used? Will I be in danger? You will be safe. Knowing too much could be detrimental to you. He stretched lazily, adding initially, I suspected you were testing me by handing over the bewitching goo to ascertain whether there were any witchcraft practitioners within the realm of day.
Ha!
I merely wish to test you. What can you do, if you've guessed my intentions? In Yi Min's view, the Southern Yaoting had already taken to nurturing witchcraft practitioners, and she suspected that other factions were discreetly doing the same. She mused on how splendid it would be if she were to be incorporated by the court, freeing her from the worry of her craft being discovered and alleviating many troubles. With a heart full of patriotism and fervor to serve the court, Yi Min's desire to contribute was fervent. However, regardless of whether Day was nurturing witchcraft practitioners, the fact that they had disclosed this to her indicated they had no intention of incorporating her. What time shall we go? She inquired. At midnight. Once the time was set, Qin Wujing took his leave. Upon exiting the inner chamber, Yi Min noticed he had departed once more. At that moment, Qin Wujing was before the Empress. The Empress raised her phoenix eyes slightly, regarding him with suspicion. What business do you have in Zhao Prefecture? Just for leisure. Mother Empress has provided me with silver, after all. A true debt collector. The Empress's face darkened. You recently received 100,000 taels from your father. Have you squandered it already? Indeed. On what? On good deeds and good people. The Empress suppressed her urge to strike the scoundrel, reminding herself to remain calm. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. No money, Qin Wujing mused, pondering where to procure funds. Unable to restrain herself any longer, the Empress slapped him, though he deftly evaded. What do you seek in Zhao Prefecture? Speak plainly. Perhaps I shall reward you. What sins had she committed to bear such a child? Did he wish to steal from her shop, fearing the Emperor would not notice her private wealth? Qin Wujing feigned a sigh of melancholy. There may be issues with the military funds dispatched from Zhao Prefecture to the Marquis of Beijing. The Empress's eyes narrowed sharply. What does he intend? Though she had received no news, she was aware that her son was somewhat perverse. He could catch the slightest hint of suspicion. Since he mentioned potential issues with the military funds, it was clear he had sensed something amiss. This batch of military supplies was voluntarily requested for inspection and transport by the newly risen noble, Chu Yunyue. What was the Emperor's true intent in involving this batch? The Empress quickly pieced together the implications without needing Qin Wujing's input. Though Zhao Prefecture was his fief, any issues with military funds could not be blamed on the Zhao prince. However, the Emperor could utilize this opportunity to replace a batch of officials in Zhao with his own men. Should the Marquis of Beijing suffer damage, or even lose his life due to the military fund issues, it was likely that the northern troops would harbor resentment towards the Zhao prince. The Marquis and the Duke of Dingwa shared a close friendship, and the Duke was the Empress's own brother. Even if Qin Wujing had no dealings with the Marquis of Beijing, the Emperor would still perceive the Marquis as an ally of the Zhao prince. As for the supplies mismanaged by Chu Yunyue, the Emperor would certainly not blame him, but instead, he would foster greater gratitude from Chu Yunyue towards him. A tempestuous and cold light flickered in the depths of the Empress's eyes, causing her breath to falter momentarily. After considerable effort, she managed to quell her emotions, though a trace of icy detachment remained as she addressed the chief palace maid beside her. Give him 10,000 taels. The maid bowed and retreated, allowing the Empress to fix her gaze back upon Qin Wujing. What quarrel do you have with Chu Yunyue? If I were to assert that this matter was not of my doing, I trust you would not believe me, Mother Empress. The Empress elegantly rolled her eyes at her son. The public could be deceived by his rhetoric, but she was acutely aware of the nature of the child she had borne. Could one expect a shameless scoundrel who pilfered from his own mother to be an upright gentleman? Regardless, the Empress was convinced that Qin Wujing was behind Chu Yunyue's troubles. Still, she refrained from probing further, wary that inquiry might lead to more distress. Yi Min had not anticipated that her servant's bewitching goo was intended for use on Chu Yunyue. Are you certain this will not bring me trouble? manipulating the thoughts of a rising noble in the court. Doesn't that seem precarious? The Chu household was bustling despite the hour, and Qin Wujing, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, casually replied, "I assure you it will not." Chapter 29. Return. The ruckus caused by that doctor in broad daylight continued to disrupt the Chu household until midnight. From the snippets of conversation among the Chu family, it became apparent that the farmer's wife, having learned of Su Jiner's identity, had come to the Chu household seeking an explanation. Lu Shi calmed the woman, offering a burial fee for the child and sending her away. However, a prominent family must maintain its dignity. Lu Shi deemed Su Jiner's behavior disgraceful, believing her inability to handle such a trivial matter had brought the plaintiff to their door. Perhaps in her words, she had belittled Su Jiner by referencing Yi Min's past actions, provoking Su Jiner to unleash her pent-up frustration, resulting in the matriarch fainting from anger. And despite this, she remained obstinate about refusing to examine the matriarch. At that moment, Chu Yunyue was confronting Su Jiner. There were clearly better resolutions. "Why were you so unwilling to comply?" Su Jiner retorted. "If that woman truly cared for her son, why did she disregard my advice and insist on taking him away? She only sought money. I did nothing wrong. Why must I bow my head?" Chu Yunyue countered. "That amount of money is but a trifling sum to us. What harm is there in giving her a little? I shall not part with a single copper coin that is not owed," she declared fiercely. "You claim you would not become a concubine, yet I am willing to formally marry you. What more do you desire? Must you bring external matters into our home?" Upon uttering this, Chu Yunyue ceased his shouting, seemingly questioning his own intent. Unbeknownst to them, two figures were concealed on a nearby rooftop. Qin Wujing leaned closer to Yi Min. "Look at that woman. She is quite principled. Even after making such a mess of a trivial matter, she remains steadfast." Yi Min responded. His words allowed her to instantly grasp Chu Yunyue's sentiments when he made that last remark. "Su Jiner is righteous and kind. What fault is there in maintaining her principles? Even if the household is in disarray, it is due to the lack of principles among those around her." Yi Min did not believe that Su Jiner was truly standing firm. Reporting to the authorities was a clear act of upholding principles, yet she had not done so. She had little interest in the affairs of the Chu family. The bewitching goo can only be used once and has a limited duration. "What thoughts do you intend to plant in Wei Lingjuan's mind?" Qin Wujing, though intrigued by the happenings in the Chu household, could only stifle his interest upon noticing her indifferent demeanor. The military funds dispatched from Zhao Prefecture are problematic and must be scrutinized at every turn. Yi Min was astonished. "Aren't you afraid he will uncover something? Our mission is to ensure that the military funds remain flawless. Should any issues arise, it will be attributed to tampering along the way, and ultimately, the blame will fall on Marquis Chu himself." Yi Min regarded him with a cold gaze. "My desired outcome is for the military funds to reach the Marquis of Beijing intact." She wished to spare her grandfather from any trouble or misfortune, setting aside blood ties. The Marquis of Jinbei was already over 60, having spent his life defending the northern frontier and safeguarding the nation. Why should such a heroic figure bear the consequences of courtly intrigues? She was unwilling. Qin Wujie pondered for a moment. "Then we must endure some hardship and follow along the way. This might attract trouble for you. Are you not afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Qin Wujie smiled. "Is this the gentle and virtuous Miss Yi that those noble families speak of?" With a light-hearted smile, Qin Wujie remarked, "The heart-confounding goo must be planted." "Then let it be so." Yi Min took the glass vial from his hand, and to Qin Wujie's astonishment, the previously restless goo worms in the vial suddenly quieted. Guided by her fingertips, one worm flew out, circling around her fingertip twice before heading toward Chu Yunyue. With extraordinary eyesight, Qin Wujie clearly saw the worm land on Chu Yunyue's forehead, only to be swiftly crushed by a slap from him. "Is it dead?" Qin Wujie widened his eyes in shock at Yi Min. She glanced at him nonchalantly. "The egg of the heart-confounding goo has entered Wei Lingjuan's mind." This indicated success. Qin Wujie murmured, "So even a mere bite from a worm could lead to someone being cursed? You sorcerers are truly terrifying." "Now you understand fear," Yi Min replied. "Look again," Qin Wujie said eagerly. Yi Min was somewhat speechless, observing his genuine interest in the commotion involving the Chu family. At that moment, Lu Shi had approached and was embroiled in a scuffle with Su Jiner. Naturally, she did not truly reach Su Jiner. As Lu Shi was held back by Su Jiner's maid and guards, her hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot, appearing quite disheveled. Yi Min's gaze darkened. Lu Shi likely did not genuinely wish to fight Su Jiner, but rather sought to vent her frustrations. Unbeknownst to her, her current embarrassment was being eagerly observed by outsiders. Yi Min felt a surge of impatience. Enough. Lu Shi had once treated her kindly, and she did not want others to witness Lu Shi's disgrace. This time, Yi Min's tone carried a hint of coldness, prompting Qin Wujie to glance at her with disinterest. You truly lack excitement. Yi Min, expressionless, silently extended her hand and pinched his waist firmly, exuding an undeniable authority. Enough.
Ouch.
Enough. Enough. Qin Wujie cried out in pain, hastily retreating. His movements caught Chu Yunyue's attention. Who? Chu Yunyue's voice was laced with coldness as he suddenly turned his gaze in their direction. The rooftop was already deserted. Without a moment's thought, Chu Yunyue leaped up, and a glance revealed two figures swiftly disappearing into the night. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the tiles where the two had crouched were slightly dislodged, with moss indicating someone's recent presence. Though these traces were subtle, Chu Yunyue, having fought through bloodshed, possessed an observational acuity beyond that of ordinary individuals. Without further contemplation, he swiftly pursued the direction of the fleeing figures. Unfortunately, he could not match Qin Wujie's speed and soon lost sight of him, left standing in frustration, pondering that he had no intention of delving deeper. There was truly no direction for further inquiry. Many were undoubtedly paying attention to him in the capital. Yet, he could not fathom who would dare infiltrate the Marquis of Chu's residence at night. Qin Wujie seemed to have become increasingly adept at holding Yi Min close, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Did you see that? That useless Chu Yunyue couldn't even grasp the corner of my garment." Yi Min was puzzled by his elation but harbored a question in her heart. Does the emperor truly favor Chu Yunyue so much, allowing him to act as he pleases, even consenting to breaking off engagements and remarrying? Qin Wujie scoffed. If he truly favored him, how could he possibly agree to let him marry such a woman? Chapter 30. Inquiries. Yi Min realized that he displayed a certain disdain when mentioning the emperor. During the day, she had suspected he was not acting on the emperor's behalf. If he were, when military supplies in the northern frontier faced issues, how could he allow her to bear the accusation of collusion and treason? The emperor, suspecting problems with military supplies and sending someone to investigate, would never suspect the Marquis of Jinbei of treason. While he harbored suspicions, he was undoubtedly a person of influence in the court, and Yi Min had no intention of probing further. She felt too weak to entangle herself in the power struggles of the elites. Noticing her silence, Qin Wujie continued, "Consider this. Without that woman, what would the Marquis of Chu's situation be now?" Yi Min, unconcerned, replied, "What difference would it make? The Chu family would merely have a bustling household, and Wei Lingjuan's social interactions would increase." Qin Wujie chuckled. To be precise, many would seek to curry favor with the Marquis of Chu. It is not something the emperor would wish to see, as military commanders forming connections with the powerful in the capital is undesirable. Moreover, you are likely unaware of how the sons of the Chu family met their demise. Were they not killed in battle? Indeed, they perished in battle. But the military supplies for the soldiers and commanders on the front lines were siphoned off and embezzled by officials in the rear.
How could they avoid death?
Yi Min was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing the truth. This matter had been quite sensational, and she was aware of it. Officials in the rear embezzled military funds, leaving scant supplies for the front lines. Infuriatingly, the goods that were embezzled were sold off, and the merchants involved were, ironically, from the barbarian territories. Since this situation was so notorious, all the embezzling officials were investigated, and it was revealed that they had been corrupt for over a decade. Once discovered, they were all executed, causing widespread relief. Yet, it was at the cost of the lives of all the sons of the Chu family and the blood of those soldiers at the border. Yi Min asked, so, according to your reasoning, would the Chu family still resent the emperor for the corrupt officials? Qin Wujie suddenly realized that this woman was somewhat lacking in intelligence. If the emperor had not turned a blind eye, do you think those officials could have embezzled for over a decade? Why did they only embezzle military supplies and not aid for disaster relief? Qin Wujie grinned, a hint of mischief in his smile. Let me tell you, it's because when the common people receive aid, they express gratitude to the emperor and focus on living their lives. However, when soldiers are well-fed, they not only have the strength to fight but also the strength to rebel. His tone was not that of a mere shadowy operative, but rather resembled that of a power player fully aware of the court's dynamics. Yi Min increasingly felt she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. However, she dared not engage with his speculations about the emperor. Upon returning to her residence, Yimin decided to rest. The next morning, to her surprise, Chu Ying came bearing gifts to see her. I did not know Sister Yi had not yet risen. Had I known, I would have come later. Chu Ying appeared somewhat troubled. Yimin replied, there aren't many people at home, and with nothing pressing to attend to, I rose a bit late. What troubles you? Chu Ying had come to confide in Yimin, and upon being asked, she sighed. The household is in constant turmoil. No one can live in peace. Sister Yi does not know, but yesterday that Su Jiner. Chu Ying recounted the events from the previous day, omitting the details of her family's turmoil, only mentioning that Su Jiner had caused a ruckus outside, disturbing everyone at home. Yimin could only offer consolation. If living at home is truly uncomfortable, you could invite your mother to spend some time at Suiwei Mountain. The scenery there is beautiful, and a change of scenery might brighten your spirits. Chu Ying was the daughter of Aunt Su from the second household. Yimin knew that Aunt Su's relationship with her maternal family was not particularly good, which is why she suggested they take a trip to Suiwei Mountain. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Chu Ying's eyes. Sister Yi, do you not wish to hear about the Chu family? It is not that I am unwilling to listen, but rather that you should not disclose such matters to me. Chu Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. I understand. My grandmother instructed me similarly, saying I should not disturb you. Yet, if I do not share these thoughts with you, whom else can I confide in? She sniffled softly. I dare not speak of my sister-in-law's situation to the servants, fearing that they might harbor resentment and inadvertently offend her, which would only bring suffering. The entire capital is mocking our Chu family, and it is impossible to speak of such things to outsiders. My mother is occupied assisting my aunt with household matters and has no time to listen to my grievances. Yimin recognized that this young girl still regarded her as family. She was not devoid of compassion and felt a pang of sympathy. It is not that I do not wish to listen, but I fear you may be unaware of the impropriety of discussing such matters publicly. Since you are willing to confide in me despite your understanding, I am certainly willing to listen. Yimin took a handkerchief and gently wiped the tears from the young girl's face. Your sister-in-law may be troublesome, but her antics will not intrude upon your quarters. You need not carry this burden. You are destined to marry, and as long as you stand firm, your husband's family will not dare to look down upon you. Chu Ying was not a girl who constantly required comfort. She merely sought someone to share her thoughts with, and voicing them lightened her heart. She shared much with Yimin, recounting how Chu Yunyue had been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, and how Su Jiner had suffered a miscarriage and was bedridden, unable to endure further distress, lest it turn perilous. After discussing numerous matters, Chu Ying hesitated before asking, Sister Yi, if my cousin wishes to welcome you back to the household, would you agree? This question caught Yimin off guard, but she quickly responded, even if Wei Lingjun has no shame, I certainly do. Chu Ying awkwardly wiped her face. Indeed, that is the reasoning. This matter had been broached by her aunt, who sought to gauge Yimin's sentiments. Now, her aunt was regretting her indecision, lamenting why she had not firmly prevented Yimin from leaving the Chu family on the day her cousin returned to the capital. Naturally, Chu Ying could not simply rush over upon Lu's suggestion. Last night, Lu had remarked, if Min Min were still in the Chu household, this situation would not have escalated. She always had a way of managing chaos with grace. Lu had asked, Yunyue, do you truly hold affection for Su Jiner? What qualities does she possess? Cannot you reconcile with Min Min? I will inquire if she is willing to return to the Chu family, all right? Though Chu Yunyue did not explicitly express his stance, his demeanor suggested he was somewhat moved, prompting Chu Ying to hurry over this morning. However, Sister Ye's refusal was quite resolute. There was no possibility of reconciliation with her cousin. After a brief visit, Chu Ying took her leave. Yimin accompanied her to the door, then ventured out with Sangyu, intending to gather some insects from the outskirts to concoct a potion. She would not return that night, only coming home early the next morning, at which point she entered her inner chamber and did not emerge again. Chapter 31. The farmer in the past few days. Qin Wuji had not been seen around Yimin. He could spend an entire day idling at the residence during his leisure time, yet when busy, he would disappear without a trace, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. On the day of departure, however, he appeared punctually at the door with 2 fine horses and had prepared a bundle for Yimin standing at her doorstep. She gazed at the majestic steeds for a long moment before finally speaking, I do not know how to ride. Qin Wuji was taken aback, clearly astonished. What? Yimin cast him a casual glance. I was not favored by my parents at home, and thus had no opportunity to learn horsemanship. After arriving at the Chu family, I was burdened with daily affairs, leaving little time for such pursuits. Qin Wuji had not anticipated that Yi Min could not ride. She was fierce in demeanor, often resorting to blows with him, leading him to believe she was proficient in all skills aside from combat. This complicates matters. Traveling by horse-drawn carriage would be slow. And I presume you would prefer not to share a mount with me. Indeed, I would rather not. Either procure a light carriage, or you shall travel alone. Traveling alone was not an option, as Zhao Zhou likely harbored sorcerers, and she needed to accompany him. Yi Min's tone brooked no argument, and Qin Wuji refrained from wasting time attempting to persuade her to ride with him, promptly turning away. Yi Min regarded the 2 horses left at her doorstep and called to Ming Cui, "Bring them inside. If no one comes to claim them, they shall belong to us. If someone does come, simply return them." "Very well." Mississippi Ming Cui happily approached to lead the horses, though unsure how to do so. Sang Yu stepped forward to assist her in leading them away. Only Yi Min and Qin Wuji set out, while Sang Yu and Ming Cui remained behind to guard the house. The items for concocting potions in Yi Min's inner chamber required Sang Yu's oversight. If any other guests arrived, they would be informed that she had gone out on business, a task Ming Cui could handle. This time, Qin Wuji was remarkably swift, returning with a small yet sturdy carriage in under half an hour, capable of withstanding the rigors of the journey. Yi Min reiterated her instructions to the 2 maids to watch over the house before boarding the carriage. With little to discuss between her and Qin Wuji, the journey was marked by silence. However, after more than an hour on the road, Yi Min spotted a familiar figure. It was a farmer woman, with one arm cradling a basket of eggs and the other clutching a rooster, her appearance weary and haggard. Yi Min had a sharp memory. She had recently encountered this woman, the very one who had caused a ruckus at the apothecary. The items she carried were presumably for sale. The journey to the city was lengthy, and market prices tended to be lower. Many villagers would wait roadside, hoping to sell their wares to passing carriages, willing to part with a bit more for the opportunity. Yet, misfortune could strike, and a person might be beaten if they encountered ill-tempered travelers. Generally, those who assaulted others would receive a reward, and only the unluckiest would suffer without recompense. The farmer woman, upon spotting the carriage, eagerly approached, and as it drew nearer, she indeed stepped forward to stop them. "Good-hearted sir, please take a look at these eggs, freshly gathered by this humble woman from the village. This entire basket is only worth a single coin. I implore you to consider purchasing them." Qin Wuji, initially prepared to use his strength to dismiss her, was halted by Yi Min's sudden command. "Stop." The farmer woman, recognizing that the true master was within the carriage, quickly approached. "What a beautiful young lady. Is it possible for such beauty to descend from the heavens?" Yi Min ignored her flattery and inquired, "You appear troubled. Have you encountered difficulties?" The farmer woman did not recognize Yi Min. During her previous confrontation at the apothecary, she had not been in a state to notice others. Hearing the inquiry, her heart swelled with delight. She feared only that the lady would choose to disregard her. A small light flickered towards the woman, yet she remained oblivious, sighing softly. "Please do not laugh at my plight. My husband returned from military service with a broken leg, my in-laws are elderly, and I lost my 13-year-old son. I have a 7-year-old daughter to care for, and all responsibilities fall upon me. We possess but an acre of poor land. Were it not for dire circumstances, I would not be here beseeching you. A single misstep could lead to a beating." Yi Min nodded. "I will take the eggs, but I cannot purchase the rooster. It would be too cumbersome to keep." Yi Min handed over 2 coins, with an extra as a tip. The farmer woman beamed with joy, accepting the coins and eagerly offering her basket, showering praises upon Yi Min. Yet, Yi Min did not simply walk away. She continued to ask. "Those soldiers returning maimed from war must receive compensation. Acquiring land should be substantially cheaper for them. How is it that you possess only an acre?" The peasant woman lamented. "There is no compensation to speak of. We are fortunate merely to be alive. Those soldiers did not even bother to escort me back, nor send any word. My husband was brought home by a merchant, and I had to pay him some fare. Alas, it was all stolen." The horseman, Qin Wujing, let out a soft scoff. The peasant woman was well aware that the compensation had been embezzled. She simply lacked the courage to inquire. "How long has your husband been home? Do you know which army he served?" "He mentioned they were from the Black Feather Army and returned home 6 months ago." "Why do you ask?" "I was hoping to see if I could assist, but it seems I cannot help you, madam. I shall take my leave." The peasant woman quickly stepped aside to allow the cart to pass, saying, "Your words are too heavy. I don't dare to bring it up myself, let alone trouble others to intervene.
Please take care.
Today, she was polite and courteous, a stark contrast to her earlier fiery demeanor at the medical hall. Yi Min observed the pristine eggs in the basket. It was inevitable that they would be stained with droppings and blood upon laying. Yet, the woman had taken great care to clean them. Earlier, when she had used a truth-telling charm on the woman, it ensured that the woman could only speak truthfully. Thus her words held no deceit. Yi Min recalled that on the day of the medical incident, Su Jiner had mentioned that the woman was unwilling to spend money on her son. At that moment, she had somewhat viewed the situation from a physician's perspective. It was indeed a terminal illness. The revival of a dying person through one's efforts is what every healer desires. But how could one blame the healer if they could not cure? Yet, upon reflection, Su Jiner had also implicated the peasant woman for valuing money over her son's life. A weary woman, burdened with household responsibilities, could only watch her son perish due to lack of funds. It was no wonder she would feel angered and see the healer as lacking virtue. The conflict had intensified. The Black Feather Army, Chuho's troops. Outside the cart, Qin Wujing's voice floated in lightly. Not hearing Yi Min respond, he scoffed again. It seems Chuho's ability to manage his army is rather mediocre. Yi Min had previously speculated about the man's position of power but now realized she had misjudged him. He was merely somewhat arrogant. ACI. The distribution of compensation does not fall under the command of generals. It is managed by the Ministry of War. The list of military personnel is reported, and funding is requested from the Ministry of Revenue, which then allocates the funds to be distributed by the Ministry of War. He does not need to know such trivial matters. It is certainly not due to ignorance. Chapter 32. Zhao Prefecture. Qin Wujing decisively shifted the topic. Are you familiar with the peasant woman's situation? Not particularly. She is the one who caused a ruckus at Su Jiner's. I happened to encounter her while taking Songyu to buy medicine. A smile danced at the corner of Qin Wujing's lips. What is your current perception of Su Jiner? Yi Min sensed that the man was attempting to provoke her. Those of differing paths do not collaborate. What does that mean? Not hearing Yi Min's reply, he noticed her emerging from the cart. Qin Wujing turned to see her indifferent gaze, startling him into focusing on her small hands while he instinctively shielded his waist and sidestepped. Unfortunately, there was little room to evade in front of the cart. Fortunately, she had no intention of twisting his arm at that moment. What brings you out? To get some fresh air. To startle him, Qin Wujing remarked playfully. ACI. I suddenly recalled that your speed surpasses that of a horse. Why not utilize your lightness to travel? The journey exceeds half a month. How could my lightness sustain such a duration? Oh, so it lacks endurance. Qin Wujing regarded her with a gaze full of confusion. Indeed, it lacked endurance. It was manageable for an hour or two, but how could one maintain it for over half a month? He sensed that her words were not complimentary, yet he could not decipher their meaning. The cart's pace was undeniably slow. At the current rate, they would arrive in Zhao Prefecture at least 7 or 8 days later than anticipated. By the time they reached the next town, night had fallen. Yi Min expressed her intention to travel day and night, suggesting they take turns at the reins. If the horse grew weary, they could switch to another, thus reducing the excessive days of travel. However, upon reaching the town, Qin Wujing sought out a merchant to sell the cart, intending to find an inn to rest. What are you doing? I will take you along. By the time I am exhausted, we will have reached the next town, and then we can buy another cart. This cart would take a day's journey, barely equivalent to my 2 hours. Very well, Yi Min acquiesced. She noticed a beggar by the roadside and generously gave him the basket of eggs, which moved the beggar to express endless gratitude, bowing even after she had departed. After resting for half the night, they set off again, only for Yi Min to regret her decision. Previously, when he had only taken her on short flights, she had felt little discomfort. Now, the wind whipped against her face, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. That was not all. When he finally stopped, Yi Min's hair was in disarray, and her clothes were wrinkled, leaving her devoid of any semblance of grace. I absolutely refuse to meet anyone looking this way. Very well. You can wait here while I buy a cart. He smiled innocently at her money. What about the money from selling the cart? I covered last night's lodging and meals. The car was sold at a low price. We urgently need a new one, and the merchant will surely raise the price. Yi Min gritted her teeth. Does your superior not provide you with funds? Recalling the 10,000 taels given by his mother, Qin Wujing sincerely shook his head. Not a single coin. Only the 2 horses and these 2 bundles. The previous cart had cost him 15 taels, all of which he had invested, and he had only sold it for 5 taels. Do you expect me to reimburse you for that difference? She had come out to protect him, yet it seemed she would also have to bear the costs. Yimin glared at him fiercely, her gaze sharp as a dagger. Cough, are you not my master? A master commands a servant. How can a master take advantage of a servant? Yimin, disinterested in further debate, decisively handed him a couple of 100 taels, saying fiercely, once this matter is resolved, you'll take on 2 jobs to earn back. Qin Wujing accepted the money and vanished in a blink, contemplating business only after the matter was settled. Soon, he returned with a new cart, and after exiting the city, he slept inside while Yimin took the reins. This method of travel turned out to be faster than expected. They reached the walls of Zhao Prefecture in just 11 days. Yimin felt that if he had not brought her along, they could have been even quicker, reinforcing her determination to learn to ride a horse as soon as possible. Upon reaching the outskirts, they did not rush in. Yimin changed into men's attire, and Qin Wujing altered his appearance. Zhao Prefecture was an unremarkable place, neither particularly affluent nor exceedingly poor, lacking local features and notable scenic spots. If the ruler was benevolent, the people could live well. If not, they might struggle to find sustenance. The Deyi kingdom had a stipulation regarding the state lord. Only if the firstborn was a son could he be named heir to manage the land. If the firstborn was a daughter, the territory would revert to the imperial family upon the death of the old state lord, with new rewards granted thereafter. Yimin's grandmother had referenced this rule when deciding whether to take a concubine for Yi Huairan based on the gender of the child in the womb. Otherwise, the imperial family valued the continuity of heirs. With so many sons per emperor, and each son bearing a son, the lineage would pass down through generations, leading to numerous rewards, making it impractical for the Deyi kingdom to divide land among so many. Thus, whether it be the current prince or the heir of a regional king, marriage must take place in the capital, and only after bearing children can they return to their fiefs. The Prince of Zhao possesses the authority to intervene in Zhao province's policies, such as agricultural practices, tax collection, and commercial activities. Yimin had initially presumed that someone of the Zhao prince's temperament would have subjected the common folk of Zhao province to untold suffering. However, the scene she beheld along the journey was one of remarkable prosperity. Qin Wujing seemed to perceive her thoughts. Did you think Zhao province would be a place of despair? Yimin did not feel the need to conceal her perspective, nodding as she responded. Indeed, it is said that the Zhao prince is a madman. Yet the people in his domain appear more spirited than those in many other regions. As she traversed several fiefs, such as Chu province, she noted the city walls were indeed more imposing than those of Zhao province, yet a mere 10 paces would reveal a beggar. While the ordinary citizens walked hunched and gaunt, hastily avoiding anyone dressed in finery, fearful of provoking trouble. Qin Wujing chuckled with delight. Why would the Zhao prince harm his own subjects? Do you think him a fool? Did he harbor a certain fondness for the Zhao prince? Yimin regarded him with mild confusion and sincerely remarked, if the Zhao prince treats his subjects well, the claims of his bloodthirstiness are somewhat unfounded. A glimmer of amusement danced in Qin Wujing's eyes. Oh, what are your thoughts on the Zhao prince? At his inquiry, Yimin could not help but turn to scrutinize him, making Qin Wujing visibly uncomfortable. What is wrong with my question? Quite a bit, actually. He is a prince of considerable stature, and I, a mere commoner, dare not form an opinion. Ah, see, are you simply overly audacious? Or is there a remarkable identity you are concealing from me? Chapter 33. Phoenix Chick. Qin Wujing instinctively averted his gaze, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Am I truly so audacious? Is there something amiss with speaking freely? Yimin chose not to pursue the matter further. Let us find an inn to settle in. Do you have any leads on where to begin our investigation? Qin Wujing wore an expression of contemplation, prompting Yimin to refrain from further questioning as she selected a seemingly respectable inn and requested 2 rooms. The innkeeper, a portly middle-aged man with a kindly visage, smiled warmly at the pair. The cost for lodging is 1 tael of silver per night, with meals consisting of 2 dishes and a soup, rice served abundantly. Since both of you are gentlemen, a single room will suffice for meals, and the bed is spacious enough. The innkeeper was straightforward, hoping to save his customers some coin. With his manner, Yimin felt it unnecessary to haggle. No need. 2 rooms. This is payment for 3 days. Please send a bucket of hot water to my room later. Very well. Okay. Please take the guests to their rooms. The accommodations were located in the rear courtyard, and as the attendant led them, another group of 5 entered. comprising a cold-featured young woman and a man of exceedingly unattractive countenance. His features, while intact, were awkwardly arranged, leaving him decidedly unpleasant to behold. The remaining three appeared to be their guards. The innkeeper paused upon noticing the man's appearance, but promptly greeted them with courtesy. "Are you gentlemen here for a meal or lodging?" The man, aware of the innkeeper's scrutiny, immediately grew displeased. What did that look mean? Yi Min, hearing the commotion, turned to observe, recognizing the man as Fei Yang. The innkeeper quickly put on a smile. "This area is remote. It is my first encounter with individuals of such distinguished demeanor. Please forgive my earlier gaze." The innkeeper offered a respectful bow, his tone sincere and humble, his demeanor quite convincing. Yi Min mused inwardly that this innkeeper was indeed a talent. One could only wonder how much silver he earned monthly. She was tempted to invite him to manage her shop in the capital. Han Xiaotian felt somewhat appeased by the innkeeper's words, but remained dissatisfied. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, he noticed that Yi Min was also looking at him. Taken aback, he recognized her immediately, despite her masculine attire. As her features had not changed, he hesitated, contemplating whether to greet her, but Yi Min had already turned away, evidently disinclined to converse. Han Xiaotian resigned himself, returning his gaze to the innkeeper, resuming his haughty demeanor. "Humph. Today, I am in a good mood, and shall not hold it against you." The innkeeper eagerly acquiesced. "Your Excellency is magnanimous." The young woman, visibly impatient, interjected, "Enough, 5 rooms." Yet her gaze involuntarily followed Yi Min until she closed the door of her room, at which point she asked Han Xiaotian, "Do you recognize that woman dressed as a man? I feel I have seen her somewhere before, but I cannot place it." Han Xiaotian refrained from divulging the truth, a sense of foreboding settling within him. Their mission was to procure military supplies from the Northern Duke, originally planned to manipulate the local governor with a charm to alter the supplies. Ironically, it seemed the senior was also present. Could she, too, be here for the military resources? The higher-ups had assigned him this task, precluding others from joining. If the senior were indeed here for the same purpose, she would likely be on the opposing side. He certainly did not wish to confront her. What would he do then? These remained mere speculations. Yet he hoped he was overthinking the matter. Han Xiaotian found solace in his father's instructions. "Do not forget, I will not accompany you for tonight's operation." Feng Chao showed little interest in Han Xiaotian's affairs, coldly instructing him to return and rest, effectively dismissing him. She harbored a distaste for Han Xiaotian, not only for his unattractive appearance, but also for the way he regarded her, which repulsed her. At that moment, Han Xiaotian's thoughts were elsewhere, instinctively glancing towards Yi Min's room as he exited. The attendant was delivering water to Yi Min's chamber, her guard stationed at the door. Han Xiaotian hesitated, but ultimately refrained from approaching. Yi Min, having finished washing, remained in her male attire, primarily for ease of movement, though she had no expectations of being mistaken for a man. Hearing her call for Asi, Qin Wujing pushed the door open. "That woman of some standing. Do you know who she is?" Yi Min gathered her long hair, exposing a portion of her fair neck. Qin Wujing's gaze lingered momentarily, a hint of disquiet rising within him, an inexplicable warmth flooding his senses, leaving him parched. He quickly diverted his gaze. Cough. "There are countless individuals of status in the world. How could I possibly recognize them all?" Yi Min cast him a quizzical glance, pondering why his ears flushed crimson at the mention of that woman. Could he have some connection to her unwilling to share? That seemed implausible. After all, did he not prefer men? Yet Yi Min paid little heed, extending her hand as if conjuring a small white insect that appeared at her fingertip. Qin Wujing watched in fascination, uncertain of her intentions, when he was astonished to hear the insect emit speech. "Do you recognize that woman dressed as a man?" she asked. "I feel I have seen her somewhere, but cannot recall." Han Xiaotian's father's instructions echoed in his mind. "Do not forget, I will not accompany you for tonight's operation." Qin Wujing gaped in disbelief. Is that their conversation? He quickly scanned his surroundings, but when he looked back, the insect at her fingertip had vanished. "I have named this little creature the eavesdropping bug. It can record sounds in the vicinity and relay them to its mother bug. There are no insect tools around us, and Little Yang lacks the ability to refine such a bug." Qin Wujing inquired. "Little Yang?" "Indeed, she is the shaman who manages my business affairs." "Is your name perhaps derived from the plump sheep?" Yi Min inquired. "I am uncertain if their intentions conflict with ours. Should we follow them tonight to investigate?" Qin Wuji shared the sentiment. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, just as Han Xiaotian departed, Qin Wuji took it upon herself to follow, with Yi Min in tow. Initially, Yi Min had no intention of joining. The little sheep had not revealed her identity, indicating a desire to avoid entanglement. She presumed that Qin Wuji would face no danger alone, and that the little sheep would not resort to lethal measures against her, given the circumstances. However, Qin Wuji insisted on bringing her along, citing safety concerns. Whether it was truly safe remained uncertain. But Feng Chao was indeed monitoring the movements of both Yi Min and Qin Wuji, yet had failed to discern their stealthy pursuit. Chapter 34. A lack of skills. Han Xiaotian's objective was the governor of Zhao Prefecture. He had acquired the bewitching worm from Yi Min to deploy against the governor. At this moment, Qin Wuji realized that not all witch doctors could manipulate the worms as effortlessly as she could. The two guards accompanying Han Xiaotian first launched an attack on the governor's residence, abducting him, and then hastily took him out of the city to a secluded location. There, they administered a drug to the governor, and when its effects began to take hold, they allowed the bewitching worm to crawl into his nostril. Subsequently, they abandoned the governor in the wilderness and fled. Qin Wuji pondered. When the little sheep attacked us using the bewitching worm last time, wasn't she able to control those insects at will? It was evident that those worms were her own concoction. A witch doctor must refine another's worms before they can be adeptly utilized. It appears the little sheep has yet to fully refine my worm. However, while it may not be completely under her control, she could still employ it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent money to procure it. Qin Wuji queried, yet, upon obtaining her worm, weren't you able to use it immediately? Her worms are quite easy to refine. A mere drop of blood would transform into my worm. Qin Wuji mused, recognizing that she was once again overshadowing others. After Han Xiaotian and his entourage had distanced themselves, Yi Min finally approached the governor. Qin Wuji asked, "You possess a method to dispel his worm, do you not?" Naturally, Yi Min replied. Without apparent effort, she observed as the worm crawled out from the governor's nostril. The little creature fluttered its wings, attempting to alight on her hand, but she disdainfully rejected it, repulsed by its mucus-covered form. They intended to incite the governor to act against military supplies, which would then be sold to that woman. Can the instructions given to the worm be discerned through it? Yi Min explained, it conveyed this to me. There are likely few witch doctors capable of such. For instance, the little sheep cannot manage it. Qin Wuji was further astonished. The more she interacted with him, the more marvelous he appeared, yet it did not speak. Yi Min nodded toward her own head, her expression a blend of nonchalance and superiority, as though looking down upon lesser beings. Mental communication. How could you mortals comprehend? Qin Wuji observed, Zhao Prefecture lacks an army. But the quality of the local officials is commendable. In the brief moment, a distant fire ignited. It must be the officials seeking the governor. Without delay, Qin Wuji hastily led Yi Min away. Zhao Yi, accompanied by his subordinates, pursued them, soon discovering Zhao Wujing sprawled on the ground. My lord. Zhao Yi inspected Zhao Wujing thoroughly, realizing he was merely unconscious and unharmed. He raised his hand and began to slap Zhao Wujing's face. My lord, awaken. Quick, wake up. Zhao Wujing groaned, but remained unresponsive as the effects of the drug lingered. His subordinates, unable to watch any longer, urged, Boss, cease. If you continue, you'll bruise the Lord's face. Indeed, we should escort him back at once. Those individuals do not appear to be attempting harm. Could it be a diversion? You all escort the Lord. I shall return first. With that, he mounted his horse and galloped away like an arrow released from its bow. Yi Min was taken aback by the unexpected guest to her room. Feng Chao had not noticed how Qin Wuji and Yi Min had slipped away, but sensing the stillness, she decided to investigate, only to discover that the room was entirely vacant. Zhao Prefecture was rather remote, with minimal commercial traffic. The sole inn in the area was where all outsiders were compelled to stay. Feng Chao had kept watch over Yi Min and her companions all night, yet had failed to notice them leave right beneath her nose. A surge of competitive spirit ignited within her, prompting Feng Chao to assert her dominance over Yi Min. Yi Min lit an oil lamp and said, Miss, wandering into another room at such an hour, have you lost your way? Feng Chao glanced over coldly, her gaze laced with an air of superiority. I am merely curious. What business does a young lady have out with her guards at this hour? Her eyes sparkled with triumph, as if she took pride in having unraveled Yi Min's disguise. Before Yi Min could respond, Qin Wuji stepped forward with a disdainful smile. Which unsightly creature crawled out of the gutter to question my master's whereabouts? Yi Min remarked, provoking Feng Chao's ire. You insolent servant. Are your eyes blinded? She was strikingly beautiful, possessing an ethereal charm that often attracted the attention of wayward suitors. Although she had once lamented her beauty, she could hardly fathom the notion of someone deeming her ugly. Qin Wuji smirked, his expression conveying mockery towards Feng Chao. Insolent servant? Not everyone has the privilege to utter such words to me. As he swiftly moved toward the door, he brushed past Feng Chao, the gust of wind generated by his movement causing her to stagger back. In her moment of confusion, the sounds of a scuffle outside reached her ears. It dawned upon Feng Chao that the man was targeting her guards, and this was not her first venture into the night. Yet it was the first time someone dared to disregard her presence. Unbridled, she shouted in anger, preparing to assist. Just as she moved, she remembered Yi Min was still in the room. With a determined expression, she drew a dagger concealed at her side and advanced toward Yi Min. Yi Min thought to herself, oh no, she has set her sights on me. I see. Why didn't you knock her out before leaving? I'll dock your pay. Yi Min seized the teapot from the table and hurled it at the woman, then nimbly leaped out of the window. How disgraceful to encounter such a sight. And by the way, you've never sent me my wages. However, what he said next eluded Yi Min's ears, as she plunged into the fish pond outside with a splash. Oh no! She gasped, having previously observed that the water appeared shallow, only to find herself submerged upon jumping. At that moment, Yi Min thought, aside from learning to ride, she must also learn to swim, with only her witchcraft skills at her disposal. It was a dire situation indeed. Just as this thought passed through her mind, she noticed someone leap beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist as the man soared back into the room. Master, please don't tell me you cannot do anything. Qin Wuji sighed in exasperation. Yi Min coughed repeatedly, regaining her breath, and shot him an irritated glance. Insolent servant, you may not speak. A soft, feminine moan interrupted her thoughts. And as Yi Min looked down, she was startled to see the ethereal beauty of the woman beneath her servantess foot. In an instant, she was bewildered. What had transpired? Had her perception of time been skewed by panic after falling into the water? The woman had been intent on pursuing her moments ago. Yet it seemed she had only taken a breath before being rescued by a sea. How had it come to pass that a sea now stood over her? Foot on the lady's face? At this moment, Yi Min noticed that the man was also splattered with blood. Chapter 35. Interrogation. This useless fool managed to scare you into jumping out of the window with merely a dagger, nearly drowning himself in the process. Yi Min thought. How humiliating. Silently, she reached out and twisted at his waist. Ah! Qin Wuji jumped back in pain. You two had better let me go. Feng Chao, furious and disregarding her own pain, was incensed that this man had the audacity to step on her face and label her as worthless. Once she uncovered the identities of these two, they would wish for death rather than life. Feng Chao was fuming. Yet her threats only earned her a harsher grind of Qin Wuji's foot on her face. Yi Min, not bothering to look at him, twisted her damp clothes and asked, what about the guard outside? Kill him. Why would I keep him around to have dinner? He replied, gesturing for her to change into different clothes and rest in the room. As he spoke, he placed a finger to his lips and let out a loud whistle. Suddenly, the man leaned closer, a glimmer in his eyes that Yi Min could not comprehend. Stay in the room and rest obediently. Do not come out. Yi Min's body stiffened in an instant. She sensed a dangerous aura from him and instinctively nodded. Qin Wuji smiled with satisfaction and called out to the door, prompting a figure in black to enter. Qin Wuji pointed at the bound woman on the floor. Take her away. The figure in black bowed his head silently and carried Feng Chao away, never daring to lift his gaze. It was only then that Yi Min noticed the sound of many footsteps outside. A group had entered the inn at some point, seemingly to clean up the aftermath of the fight. So, he hadn't come alone. It made sense, since he was investigating military supplies. It was only reasonable to have informants arranged in Zhao Prefecture beforehand. Feng Chao had now realized that this group was not to be trifled with, especially when she stepped out of the room and was met with the sight of dismembered bodies strewn across the courtyard, leaving her breathless and nauseated. She understood why the guard had prevented her master from coming out. He did not want him to witness such a bloody scene. Feng Chao regretted her impulsiveness. She should have observed the situation quietly and not provoked these two. In the prefectural office, Zhao Yi rushed out and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the unfamiliar man in the courtyard. Upon meeting the man's cold gaze, He suddenly became agitated. Your Highness? You are the prince. Oh, Your Highness. How did you come here? You have no idea how perilous tonight is. 30 bandits stormed the residence to assassinate the lord. Guarantee they're only 3? One of them cannot even fight, Zhao Yi said. Ahem, do you know that, Your Highness? How embarrassing. Chu Yunyue cast a silent glance his way. Clear a room. I have someone to interrogate. Of course. The room was swiftly prepared, along with the instruments of torture. Zhao Wujing, just regaining consciousness, didn't he dare to continue lying down upon hearing the prince had arrived. He hurriedly called for assistance to help him over. He bowed to pay his respects, but Chu Yunyue waved his hand dismissively. Enough? Do you recognize this woman? Following Chu Yunyue's gaze, Zhao Wujing spotted the bound Feng Chao and was immediately taken aback. She is Feng Chao of the Feng family. The Feng family has always had business dealings with us. Seeing the prince's transformed demeanor, he suddenly found himself at a loss for how to address him. After a brief pause, he continued. Our horses and carriages are primarily procured from the Feng family. Feng Chao is the 5th daughter born of the concubine. Though born out of wedlock, her mother is favored by the head of the Feng family, who regards Feng Chao as a precious gem. Zhao Wujing was filled with worry. If the Feng family learned they had captured Feng Chao, there would be dire consequences. Is she truly from the Feng family? Chu Yunyue chuckled. Feng Chao gritted her teeth. Since you are aware of my identity, free me, and I shall not hold you accountable for today's events. You may choose to overlook it, but I cannot. Chu Yunyue stepped closer, retrieving a branding iron from the brazier. Now, tell me, why did the Feng family target Zhao Prefecture? Who are you? As the branding iron fell, he continued to heat it in the brazier leisurely. Answer my questions. Speak a word too many, and you shall suffer accordingly. Why did the Feng family target Zhao Prefecture? Feng Chao's face turned pale from the pain. She had never endured such torment, her eyes brimming with tears and fury. I do not know what you are talking about. The branding iron struck her cheek. Zhao Wujing, horrified, broke into a cold sweat and bowed deeply. Your Highness, did the Feng family indeed act against Zhao Prefecture?
Who do you think kidnapped you tonight?
Did you truly believe they were merely taking you out for a stroll? I will tell you, you have been cursed. Zhao Wujing shivered in fear. Cursed. Chu Yunyue had no patience to enlighten him. This stout man was nothing like Yi Min, who was soft and fragrant. Get out and rest. Chu Yunyue waved him off. And Zhao Wujing hesitated, but dared not linger, obediently retreating. Feng Chao was alarmed. Had they revealed that they had cursed the prefect? Could this man be the Zhao prince? She had heard tales of the Zhao prince's handsomeness, yet this man did not appear handsome at all. Perhaps it was merely a rumor spread under the pressure of royal authority. However, Feng Chao had no time to consider the prince's appearance. She was gripped by true terror.
Ah!
Feng Chao screamed as the branding iron struck the other side of her face, filling the room with a foul, charred smell. Zhao Yi hesitated and stepped forward. Your Highness, if this continues, she may not withstand the pressure. Would you like to hand her over to me for interrogation? He nearly forgot. A girl is delicate and cannot endure such severe torture. Chu Yunyue nodded solemnly. Then I cannot mar your face. Otherwise, when you are returned to the Feng family, your relatives may not recognize you. With a gentle smile, Chu Yunyue added, Feng Chao, do you have any enemies among your siblings at home? I would ensure your death is not peaceful, and even in death, your lowly servants would behold your disgrace. Would that not bring them joy? Feng Chao trembled, seeing the almost frenzied light in the man's eyes. She did not dare utter a word of defiance. The thought of enduring such humiliation after death terrified her. Apparently, there are some. It seems I have done a good deed. If you refuse to speak, know that the night is short. Your release shall come swiftly. I will speak. Feng Chao cried out as the branding iron approached once more. Chu Yunyue wore a satisfied smile, but Feng Chao remained silent, merely gasping for breath. His displeasure mounted, and the branding iron fell again. Speak. Have you grown fond of the feeling of the iron against your skin? Feng Chao was truly terrified to tears. How could there be such a capricious and unreasonable person? He had been so respectful in front of the woman at the inn. Chapter 36. Speak of matters that interest me. Feng Chao complied, and whatever Chu Yunyue asked, she answered without hesitation. Initially, Chu Yunyue believed that the Feng family was collaborating with someone from the palace. But Feng Chao revealed that the people seeking them were from Nanyu Court. Is that the reason you and the witch from Nanyu Court acted together? Feng Chao looked up in surprise, but then realized that the man before her was aware that the prefect had been cursed. So, it was not unexpected that he knew Han Xiaotian was a witch. Yes, previously, our Feng family had no dealings with Nanyu court. This time, my father suddenly instructed me to use the Feng family's influence to secretly assist the witch in moving a shipment of military supplies to the northern borders. My father emphasized the importance of this task, but refused to share the reasons, no matter how I pressed him. Very good, continue, Chu Yunyue said leisurely, biting her lip. Feng Chao dared not utter any superfluous words and could only continue. We have devised 3 strategies. The first involves employing a witch to cast a curse upon the governor, ensuring that the military supplies encounter issues upon departure. If this fails, we shall impersonate the Zhao Wang to seize the supplies en route. Should this also prove ineffective, we will resort to poisoning within the northern army. Is there a possibility of failure with the heart-manipulating curse? Qin Wujing queried. If it were infallible, there would be no need for the subsequent 2 plans. By allocating additional personnel, we would surely find an opportunity. Thus, it cannot be a matter of fearing Zhao Wuji's intervention. I am uncertain, but I heard Han Xiaotian mention that if the cursed individual possesses unwavering resolve, their actions contrary to their true nature would significantly heighten the likelihood of failure. Speak of matters that intrigue this king, she urged. Feng Chao, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "This is the entirety of our plan." To her dismay, she felt the searing pain of a branding iron once more. She had always believed herself to be a formidable character, yet in the presence of this madman, her previous ruthlessness seemed trivial. The man before her exhibited no compassion, nor did he hold any reverence for life. The infliction of torture elicited no emotional response from him. His sole interest lay in his own desires. And should her actions slightly deviate from his expectations, he would not hesitate to impose punishment. Feng Chao trembled, unsure whether from pain or fear, her words faltering. What, pray tell, piques your interest? Are you not curious about the affairs of the Feng family? She felt on the brink of madness. She refrained from speaking further, hoping he might inquire of his own volition. However, her silence was deemed a transgression, and punishment was swiftly administered once more. Our family's treasury lies beneath the Tianyuan. Feng Chao found herself at a loss for words, divulging her family's secret. Noticing the man's lack of reaction, she felt a strange sense of relief. It is not at the very bottom, but rather halfway up the mountainside. The descent is quite discreet. No, rather ordinary. Unless one had traversed the area numerous times, it would be difficult to ascertain its location. My father intended for me to inherit the Feng family, yet my memory is not keen, and despite several visits, I still cannot recognize the place. I secretly marked it. A green pebble rests beside the Tianyuan, which marks the entrance to the treasury.
Oh.
How large is the pebble? At this moment, Feng Chao felt every nerve in her body tense as she noticed Qin Wujing's fingers twitch. In a flurry, she clarified, "It is no larger than a fist." A stone I casually picked up by the riverbank. Though not easily spotted, I dared not leave too conspicuous a mark. The key to the treasury is held by my father and the clan leader. One is a standard bronze key, while the clan leader possesses a blood-red jade pendant. There is but one such pendant, and as jade is prone to shattering, it is carefully encased within a wooden box by the clan leader. Only he knows where it is stored. Feng Chao mused, should the Zhao Wang harbor intentions towards the Feng family's treasury, she could seize the opportunity to eliminate him. At that moment, all the suffering she endured would be repaid 100-fold. Yet, despite these thoughts, she continued to speak. Should the pendant be destroyed, the treasury will be forever locked. My father has mentioned that our treasury contains not only the wealth of the Feng family, but also a remarkable treasure, though I am unaware of its nature. Qin Wujing nodded. Speak of other matters that intrigue this king. Tears streamed down Feng Chao's face as she lamented, having revealed her family's treasury secret. She felt she had nothing left to say. In truth, my father's first wife was poisoned by my mother. Little did I know that upon her demise, her younger sister would come to our household. However, that sister was no match for my mother, and both of her sons met their end at my mother's hands, as did all the sons of our family. My mother bore no sons, thus none should hope to bear them. Qin Wujing tossed the iron back into the fire. I have no interest in your family's feuds. Wailing, she confessed. The disgrace of my elder sister is mine to bear. I was the one who had her face marred, and it was I who incited the bullying of that wretched maid. It appeared she had divulged all she knew, extracting no further useful information from her. Qin Wujing sighed. Very well, I shall no longer trouble you. Feng Chao could not contain her joy, her smile radiating sincerity and exuberance. As if a lost soul had finally glimpsed hope. Yet, in the next moment, her laughter froze. A sharp pain at her throat sent her into a panic as she witnessed the blood gushing forth, acutely aware of her life ebbing away. She had not anticipated that, even after divulging everything, she would still face death. She never imagined this man would truly dare to kill her. She wished to ask why, but with her throat severed, no words could escape her lips. Not only was Feng Chao taken aback, but Zhao Yi was as well. The Feng family maiden, possessing such ethereal beauty, met her end in such a manner? He did not even witness how the prince executed the deed. Qin Wujing stood still for a moment, contemplating before issuing an order. Send the body to the marquis of the northern town, preserved in ice, lest it begins to decay along the way.
Ah?
Yes, yes. Should I convey a message to the marquis? Nothing need be said. Let him witness the body with his own eyes. Understood. Han Xiaotian and his compatriots, in an attempt to create a diversion to mislead others in Zhaozhou, had abandoned Zhao Wuji and returned to sow chaos, attempting to incinerate the granaries. However, the granary guards were not as easily overcome as those at the governor's mansion, and they were unsuccessful, even pursued for some time. By the time they returned, the traces of the scuffle in the inn had been thoroughly cleaned, and the puddles left by Yi Min's emergence from the water had also been removed. The wet garments she had changed out of were taken by the cloaked figures, who quickly returned with an identical set. Her attire was plain cotton, devoid of embroidery, in a common gray hue, just as Qin Wujing had prepared for her, making it easy to find an exact match. Chapter 37. Horseback riding. Yi Min had not rested well that night. Troubled by the thought that Little Sheep and the others might return to find the woman missing and question her, she could not afford to sleep soundly. She had concocted a life-saving golden snake curse to remain in the room for defense, but the little creature might inadvertently harm a sea upon her return. Nevertheless, that particular creature did not disturb her. Feng Chao's whereabouts were beyond Han Xiaotian's control. Upon discovering her absence from the room, he assumed she had gone out on business. Just before dawn, Qin Wujing returned, knocking on Yi Min's door. "My lady, are you awake?" Yi Min immediately perked up, lazily responding with a hum, inviting him in. Qin Wujing entered with a cheerful demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Yi Min, suppressing her curiosity, instructed, "Go inform the innkeeper to prepare breakfast. After we finish, you shall accompany me on an outing."
Certainly.
Qin Wujing brought breakfast into Yi Min's room, and after they ate, the two of them set out. At that moment, Yi Min finally had the opportunity to inquire, "Have you ascertained the identity of that woman?" "Yes, she is the fifth miss of the Feng family, Feng Chao." Yi Min was taken aback. The Feng family? The Tianyuan Feng family? Upon receiving his nod, she pondered. What animosity does the marquis of the northern town hold against the Feng family? Why would they target him? Or is it the Zhaowang they are after? She realized this matter seemed beyond her purview. She asked, "Where have you taken that woman, Feng Chao?" "She has not returned all night, and the Feng family's guards are already searching for her at dawn." "She has been killed," he replied nonchalantly. Yi Min. The man took a few steps, only to realize she remained rooted in place, so he returned. "What are you standing there for? At this moment, we have nothing pressing to attend to. Zhaozhou has a horse ranch. Allow me to take you to learn horseback riding." "What is with that look in your eyes? Why are you silent?" "This is the look of someone who wishes to pounce upon you and end your life." Yi Min glared at him, each word spat out through clenched teeth. "What is wrong with this dog of a man? The members of the Feng family, he claims he can kill at will. Even if they belong to a family of some standing, the court must still give them a measure of respect. Not to mention the Feng family, who practically wields power. Tianyuan was an independent nation 2 decades ago, a place that is easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Had they not insulted the princess of the Yi kingdom by treating her as an ordinary merchant, the Yi kingdom would not have raised an army against them. The details of that long-ago incident were unclear to Yi Min, but she was aware of the records, such as the fact that without the Feng family's inside help, the formidable forces of the Yi kingdom would have found it challenging to conquer Tianyuan. Though Tianyuan is governed by officials appointed by the court, their authority has been almost entirely undermined by the Feng family, who have become the local tyrants. Is the current emperor truly satisfied with the Feng family's ascendancy? Yet, what can he do against them? But now, her guard had killed a girl from the Feng family. You need not react so. With us together, even if the heavens were to open a hole, We could patch it up. Qin Wuji took it all in stride. Gripping Yimin's arm, let me be frank with you. My skills are unmatched in the world. Coupled with your witchcraft, who could stand against us? Lower your voice. Yimin felt her temper rising. Is it such an honor to possess witchcraft? It invites death upon oneself. Do you understand what it means to be besieged? To be regarded as a demon by the world? Although she was not afraid, she did not wish to rush into danger. Qin Wuji sighed, rubbing his nose before asking. So, will you learn to ride? Yes. Qin Wuji led her to the ranch, selecting a gentle little pony for her to practice on. He did not stray far, remaining close by. Ah, see, I have refrained from prying into your private matters until now, but you have caused quite a stir. And you must tell me the truth. Trouble? The Feng family? This matter hardly qualifies as trouble. Ask away. Yimin shot him a glance. You aren't working for the emperor, are you? Who exactly is your master? She asked with utmost seriousness, determined to have an answer. Yimin was prepared. If he refused to speak, she would employ the truth-seeking worm. To her surprise, he casually replied, the Empress. Yimin, really? Qin Wuji looked at her with amusement. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, use the truth-seeking worm. Such forthrightness? But if he was so candid, she would feel embarrassed to use it. Yet, Yimin activated it. Who are you working for? The Empress. Then why didn't you just tell me from the start that you are working for the Empress, instead of claiming to be the Emperor's man? Qin Wuji explained because at that time, it was indeed the Emperor who sent me to investigate the Southern Yutian. The Southern Yutian controls the grain transport business, and the Ministry of Revenue depends on them for survival. The Emperor wanted to hold some leverage against them. However, I did not anticipate that the Southern Yotian's influence would be so vast, not only holding sway over the Yu Kingdom, but also harboring witchcraft practitioners. Yimin chuckled. So, you are a double agent? You truly take orders from the Empress? Yes. Yimin pressed. Were you sent by the Empress to monitor the Emperor? Qin Wuji shook his head. No. The Emperor does not trust me. However, where my assistance is required, he does not hesitate to utilize me. After saying this, Qin Wuji looked at her in surprise. That was not the response he intended. The truth-seeking worm is rather terrifying. Yimin, seated atop her horse, looked down at him. What were you originally going to say? I was going to say, I cannot defy the Emperor's orders. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Wuji asked, Yimin, how long does the truth-seeking worm last? You cannot expect me to always speak the truth. Knowing certain things may compel me to silence you. Yimin clicked her tongue and retracted the worm. So, the Emperor and Empress are not on amicable terms? Yet, the facade presented to the outside world is quite different. The Emperor and Empress appear to have a harmonious relationship. The Empress admires the Emperor, and the Emperor respects the Empress, making them a model couple. It seems these are merely appearances. However, if the Empress seeks to protect the Marquis of Jinbei, could it be that the one who acted against the military supplies this time is the Emperor? That seems plausible. The Marquis of Jinbei holds a revered position, and only someone from within the palace could challenge him.
But why?
Yimin pondered, suddenly recalling that her maternal grandfather was a childhood friend of the late Protector Duke. The current Protector Duke is the Empress's elder brother. Although the two families appear to have no dealings, when her grandfather was wronged, the one who vindicated him was a disciple of the late Protector Duke. Chapter 38. Unless you wish to dye this intricate web of relationships. To say that the Marquis of Jinbei has connections with the Duke's estate seems a bit far-fetched. Yet, to claim there is no connection at all also feels disingenuous. Though the Yi family does not interact with the Marquis of Jinbei's household, Yimin, being in the capital, is well aware of the interpersonal dynamics among the families. The issue of military provisions has everyone in Zhaozhou on high alert. Yimin has been learning to ride at the ranch these days. This is not something that can be rushed. All she can do is keep an eye out, for it is only when someone acts that Qin Wuji can apprehend them. It seems Han Xiaotian believes he has everything under control and has not made any further moves. However, in recent days, they have begun frantically searching for Feng Chao and the guard protecting him. The girl could not have disappeared without reason. Something must have happened. A guard, looking serious, turned to Han Xiaotian. It is likely that the pair of them took action. The woman appears to lack internal strength, but her guard is formidable. Their identities must be extraordinary, yet they go to the ranch daily to ride. Does Han Yi not find that suspicious? They are guards of the Feng family. Their own lady has gone missing, yet Han Xiaotian consistently instructs them not to disturb the suspects and refuses to disclose the reasons. Several guards have begun to harbor dissatisfaction towards Han Xiaotian. We have already inspected that ranch and found nothing suspicious. You cannot provoke that woman. If you wish to interrogate her, feel free, but I will not involve myself. Should anything happen, I will not come to your rescue. Han Xiaotian has made his stance clear. Even those who would normally avoid conflict with a witchcraft practitioner dare not act recklessly. Nevertheless, they have already relayed the news back to their master, who will likely send someone over immediately. After learning to ride, Yimin discovered that it is not difficult at all. As long as one stays steady when the horse gallops, they won't be thrown off. You have your people here. So, why not head toward the northern frontier first? Let your people keep watch over the situation. Yimin rode her horse leisurely through the streets. After mastering horseback riding, she found herself reluctant to walk anywhere, preferring to ride. My people cannot handle the little lamb. Chu Yunyue had no horse to ride and could only follow beside her. Resolving this is not difficult. I will simply feed the little lamb some fodder. Just then, Zhao Wuji, riding in a carriage marked with the insignia of the local government, approached. Yimin immediately made way. Across from him, Zhao Yi appeared utterly astonished. Good heavens! What on earth is wrong with you? Zhao Wuji, dissatisfied, poked his head out of the carriage, following Zhao Yi's gaze, and was equally taken aback. That person is the prince? Is that truly the visage he bore that night? Zhao Yi possessed an extraordinary memory for faces. Once he had seen someone and made a conscious effort to remember, he would never forget. Otherwise, how could such an inept individual have been entrusted to Zhao Wujia's side by Chu Yunyue? The two men felt a tumult of emotions within but masked their reactions. Exchanging a silent glance before passing by Yimin noticed something amiss. It seems the governor has cast several glances our way. He is likely curious about my identity, wondering why I serve you in such a capacity. Chu Yunyue led her horse ahead. Yimin expressed her surprise. You recognize the governor of Zhao Prefecture? I haven't forgotten the relationship between the Zhao King and the Empress, she replied. But he has undergone a change in appearance. Can one truly be recognized after such a transformation? Without delving further, she returned to their earlier conversation. Do you think what I proposed is feasible? Indeed. When can you proceed? I can act at any moment, but you must avert those two guards. They were both action-oriented, and once a decision was made, they executed it. For Yimin, casting a curse was not a challenge. Upon returning to the inn, she found Xiaoyang and his companions idly waiting for further instructions. Yimin beckoned to Xiaoyang, shared a cup of tea, and engaged in casual conversation, while she had already placed a curse upon him. It was rare for her to advise Xiaoyang to cherish his life and avoid reckless actions. She did not wish to lose her sole client. That night, Chu Yunyue quietly left the inn, and the two guards, hearing the commotion, followed him out. Once they had distanced themselves, Yimin released the cursed insect and unlocked Xiaoyang's door. The fellow was notably vigilant at night, with a scorpion guarding his bedside. Upon sensing an intruder, the scorpion lunged at Yimin's face, but a small golden snake emerged from her collar, biting the scorpion and pulling it toward her garments. The snake understood her intent, dragging the struggling scorpion onto the table and crunching it with relish. Senior Han Xiaotian, startled awake, was initially shocked to see Yimin, then horrified at the sight of the now lifeless scorpion. Ah, my venomous scorpion. He scrambled up, a mixture of anger and sorrow crossing his face as he inquired. What brings you here, in the dead of night? Nothing of consequence. I merely came to inform you to abandon any thoughts of targeting the supplies of the Duke of Northern Defense. She gestured toward Han Xiaotian. You are under my curse. Extinguishing your life would be as simple as squashing an insect. This statement was not mere embellishment. Cold sweat broke out on Han Xiaotian's forehead as he recalled the tea he had consumed earlier. Oh no! How could I have been so careless? He felt immense regret but could not resist explaining. You may have misunderstood, Senior. We are not targeting the Duke of Northern Defense, but rather the Zhao King. Does the Southern Yudang have a grudge with the Zhao King? I am not entirely certain of the details. The young master instructed me to withhold the supplies, leaving Zhao Prefecture, and sell them to Beiyan. The funds will be placed within the Zhao King's residence. I uncovered this information myself, but I am unclear on the exact execution of the plan. The young master is meticulous. Each step is overseen by different individuals, ensuring that even if one segment falters, the entire scheme remains concealed. Yimin tossed a porcelain vial in his direction. Inside are the eggs of a golden curse. Compensation for your scorpion. Whether you possess the skill to hatch them is up to you. Han Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, but soon elated. Thank you, senior. Do not express your gratitude too soon. You must remain hidden in the inn until the supplies reach the northern border. Should there be any sign of disturbance, I shall take your life. Han Xiaotian understood she was not merely attempting to intimidate him, and a chill ran down his spine. He cautiously inquired, what if others attempt to act? Then you shall intervene on my behalf. I trust you do not wish for your own demise. The young woman, clad in male attire, regarded him with an indescribable air of nobility. Of course not, he replied earnestly. He had yet to master the pinnacle of sorcery, and was unwilling to perish. Chapter 39. Departure. The following morning, Yi Min prepared to set out. Chu Yunyue had returned to the inn in the dead of night. Yet when she went down to breakfast, she did not see the two guards. You haven't killed them again, have you? She asked upon exiting the inn. Certainly not. I merely rendered them unconscious. If no one awakens them, they will likely remain in that state until noon. The two mounted their horses and exited the city, unexpectedly encountering the travel-worn Chu Yunyue. Yi Min had no intention of greeting him, but he spotted her. Yi Min, what brings you to Zhao Prefecture alone? Lord Wei Ling. She nodded, gesturing toward the nearby AC. I have a guard accompanying me. Chu Yunyue's gaze swept over Chu Yunyue, who inexplicably made him feel uneasy. As a young lady, carrying a male guard with you could tarnish your reputation. What are you doing in Zhao Prefecture? His tone suggested a desire to meddle. Chu Yunyue bristled at this. Lord Chu, does my master need to explain her actions to you? What is your right to question her? This fellow had donned a common facade, yet his demeanor remained insufferably arrogant. Chu Yunyue, taken aback by the inquiry, retorted, I have known Yi Min for some time. It is only natural for me to be concerned for her safety when I see her traveling alone. He was disinclined to argue with the servant, and turning back to Yi Min, he asked, who is this guard of yours? Are you aware of his background? Was he questioning Chu Yunyue's character? Such suspicion was understandable. Yi Min possessed exquisite beauty and a delicate frame, making her appear vulnerable. Should her guard harbor ill intentions, she would find herself in perilous circumstances. I know my guard's background well enough, Lord Wei Ling. You think too much. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. She clearly wished to avoid further conversation, and with that, she spurred her horse forward. Chu Yunyue raised an eyebrow in triumph at Chu Yunyue, promptly following her. His expression resembled that of a favored concubine victorious in the palace intrigues. Chu Yunyue hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue her and offer assistance. He believed that while traveling, she need not avoid him. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the furious glare from Chu Yunyue, nearly choking on his indignation. Ha! Still staring, are you? Chu Yunyue cast a discontented glance back. Yi Min turned her head, and indeed found him still watching them. Resolutely, she urged her horse to quicken its pace. Chu Yunyue, why are you avoiding Lord Chu? Are you flustered by this unexpected encounter? I see. You have a mouth. Why must you speak with your rear? It took Chu Yunyue a moment to comprehend her implication that he was being foolish. Then why are you running? Did she expect him to greet a troublesome encounter? After all this time apart, she wouldn't want others to see her in the company of Chu Yunyue. They would not assume the Duke had remarried while still maintaining ties with his ex-wife, but rather speculate that Yi Min still harbored feelings for the Chu family's wealth and was attempting to reclaim it. She was not well acquainted with Chu Yunyue. Why would she want to complicate her life? Chu Yunyue, being rather concerned about affairs of state, noticed that Yi Min was reluctant to engage with him and thus refrained from approaching her. In truth, Chu Yunyue was not as dedicated as Yi Min had speculated. He merely found the noise at home unbearable and had chosen to arrive at Zhaozhou ahead of schedule. Throughout the journey, his thoughts were consumed with the imperative to ensure that the supplies reached the town North Marquis safely, without interference. He did not anticipate encountering Yi Min here. It was evident to him that she intended to pretend she had not seen him. Had he not taken the initiative to greet her, she would have remained silent. At that moment, Chu Yunyue felt a profound regret for his earlier behavior upon returning to the capital. Why had he acted so unkindly? Why could he not have entered cheerfully, clarifying their previous misunderstandings before broaching the subject of separation? Instead, he had ostentatiously brought Su Jin back, trampling upon her dignity as the rightful mistress of the household at her moment of joy. Ironically, he had not perceived his actions as wrong at the time. However, upon reflecting calmly now, he realized that his lack of concern for her situation had blinded him to the hurt he had caused. Had he shown a modicum of humanity then, avoiding her embarrassment, their families could have parted with dignity, and she would not have been so unwilling to exchange a word with him, nor would her gaze have been so frigid. Yimin departed decisively, while Chu Yunyue's mind remained in turmoil for several days, reminiscent of the time of their separation. Yimin had become quite adept at riding, significantly increasing her speed. Fortunately, while lacking martial skills, her physical condition was adequate to endure the journey. Initially, they intended to travel without pause, but as night fell, they made a fire by the roadside to rest. After nearly 9 days, finding a place to rest became increasingly challenging. The northern regions grew more desolate with each passing day, and towns were scarce. When they did come across a small town, it was often deserted. The Deyi kingdom, vast and rich, had been ravaged by war for nearly 20 years, leading to a significant decline in the population and leaving many lands uncultivated and barren. After more than 10 days of travel, the two finally arrived in Yunzhou for a brief respite. However, Yunzhou was even poorer, lacking a decent inn. They settled for a private restaurant, where they also requested a room. The reason for sharing a room was simply that there was only one available. Yunzhou possessed merely 1,000 acres of arable land, with the remainder being wasteland. To put it into perspective, Chu Yunyue had received a commendation of 1,000 acres of fertile land after winning a battle. However, the Lord of Yun was not of royal blood. He had been the commander of the imperial troops during the reign of the late emperor and had pledged loyalty before the current emperor ascended the throne, having saved the emperor's life during a hunting incident, thus earning the territory of Yunzhou. Yet, Yimin observed that the Lord of Yun seemed incapable of governance. The land appeared quite suitable for cultivation, evidenced by the flourishing wild grasses. "Where do you two travelers hail from? It is rare for outsiders to visit our area," inquired the proprietor, a robust man in his 40s, who, feeling no need for formality, engaged in conversation with them while they dined at one table. The rustic folk of these remote areas had little regard for etiquette, driven by curiosity to inquire. Yimin responded with a smile, "We are visiting family at the border. We are concerned that they may not have sufficient warm clothing for the winter." "Your family must be in the military, then?" "This time of year, my little establishment often receives several military visitors," the proprietor observed astutely. "Indeed," he continued. "Are there any recent visitors from afar? If so, we could travel together." "There are some from outside, but they do not seem to be family visitors," the proprietor gestured towards a nearby grocery store. "They have been staying there for 3 days and have also come to my place for meals. They arrived dressed finely and in a beautiful carriage, clearly from a wealthy family." Chapter 40. The Gu child, the proprietor added. "They have been in town for 3 days, dining at my establishment daily." As he spoke, his wife called him away. Seeing Yi Min deep in thought, Qin Wu Ji suggested, "If you are curious about those people, I could investigate." Yi Min shook her head. "No need. After such a long journey, I am sure you are tired as well. I can use my Gu techniques to probe." The guest rooms of the establishment were a large dormitory, accommodating 7 or 8 people. While one need not adhere to strict formalities while traveling, Yimin would not choose a place where they would be forced to sleep in close quarters. Qin Wu Ji went to freshen up, while Yimin sat cross-legged on the bed, releasing several Gu insects out the window, directing them towards the grocery store across the way. After a moment of reconnaissance, she found that the 3 individuals were currently absent. Noticing their absence, Yimin did not dwell on it. She joined Qin Wu Ji after his return, washed up, and then seized the opportunity to rest. Though the sky had yet to darken, she preferred to sleep early, wake early, and continue their journey. However, she was awakened abruptly by the sounds of a scuffle. As Qin Wu Ji opened his eyes, Yimin quickly followed suit, exchanging a glance to confirm that the commotion was not directed at them. "I will summon the Gu insects to assess the situation." Yet, the Gu insects remained unresponsive, and she could not even sense their presence. "Damn it, have they been killed?" Qin Wu Ji nodded. "The fighting is not far. I will check it out." "Wait. One of them is a witch." Yimin lowered her voice as she slipped out of bed. "Take me with you." Qin Wu Ji swiftly approached, lifting her into his arms without a word, and they exited the room, leaping onto the rooftop. The location of the fight was indeed the grocery store across the street. In such a remote town, there was no designated commercial area like in the capital. The storefronts were directly adjacent to the merchants' living quarters. Qin Wu Ji nimbly entered the grocery store from the roof, where the earlier conflict had reached a conclusion. They observed a woman being restrained by 2 men and a woman. The 2 men were strikingly handsome, while the woman exuded an ethereal aura. The captured woman was covered in blood, her features obscured, yet her eyes burned with remarkable fury. Su Qing, you venomous vixen. I took you in out of kindness. And you have killed my daughter and abducted my son. You will not die a good death. The woman, clad in white, her garments billowing in the breeze, looked cold and indifferent as she replied, Yet I am alive and well, while your life rests in my hands. I will kill you. The woman screamed in madness. But it was futile. She was held down by the two men, and as one of them twisted her arm behind her, she let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. Kill me, and you will never see your son again, Su Qing said with a gleeful smile. The words silenced the nearly deranged woman, her eyes still filled with resentment. Su Qing wasted no time. She produced a short flute from her waist and began to play a hauntingly beautiful melody. Almost immediately, the door behind her stirred with quiet rustling, revealing a ragged little boy stepping out of the room. However, the child's skin had taken on an unnatural pallor. Little Bao, my little Bao, you wretched woman. How could you do this to such a small child? The woman went berserk, disregarding the agony in her arms as she desperately tried to break free. Her son had disappeared at the age of 3, and now, 5 years later, he stood before her, still the height and appearance of a 3-year-old, yet devoid of the vitality of a living being. She dared not contemplate the trials her son had endured. Even a fleeting thought would rend her heart asunder, inflicting a pain both acute and powerless. Su Qing let out a soft laugh, Mother. But before she could finish her sentence, a sudden wave of peril surged forth, prompting her to evade instinctively. Just as a child lunged toward Su Qing, the child, seemingly made of iron and copper, had his little arm severed in an instant. Alarmingly, they had not even glimpsed the weapon that had delivered such a blow. Naturally, it was invisible. What Chu Yunyue had unleashed was merely inner strength. Who? The three of them turned, bracing for confrontation. They beheld an unremarkable yet towering man descending gracefully, cradling a woman. What is that? Chu Yunyue disregarded the trio, directing his inquiry toward the child.
Hoa.
Yi Min's demeanor was colder than ever, her gaze sweeping over the three. Who are they? I do not recognize the woman named Su Qing. Chu Yunyue replied, gesturing toward the man in green. This is Boyong, the young master of Nanyu Court. And the one in blue is even more formidable. Can you guess his identity? He turned, only to find Yi Min glaring at him with a frosty countenance, clearly uninterested in his banter. The fearsome Zhao Wang, known throughout the capital, flinched at a mere glance from his master, the crown prince of Beiyan, Tuo Bahong. I have yet to inquire about your identities. Tuo Bahong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an expression of disinterest to avoid trouble, though concealed weapons lurked in his grasp. Yi Min's gaze remained icy as she spoke, her lips parting slightly. I demand their lives. In an instant, a bloodthirsty flame ignited in Chu Yunyue's eyes at her words, a smile curling at his lips. As you wish. With that, he surged toward Tuo Bahong, unleashing a palm strike imbued with 30% of his inner strength toward his heart. Tuo Bahong's face paled. His intention to ambush Yi Min thwarted as he hastily directed his concealed weapon toward Chu Yunyue. Yet, Chu Yunyue neither flinched nor retreated, meeting the attack head-on, striking Tuo Bahong in the chest and sending him reeling several meters, blood erupting from his mouth. Su Qing hastily commanded Goa to confront Chu Yunyue, while Zhuo Boyong advanced with his sword toward Yi Min. However, as he drew within 2 meters of her, he was repelled by a golden light that erupted from her form. He could not discern the nature of this golden entity, only feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. The golden figure targeted him, attacking multiple times until he discerned it to be a golden serpent. Preoccupied with fending off the serpent, Zhuo Boyong was entirely defenseless against Yi Min seizing the opportunity. She assisted the injured woman to safety. Her wounds were grievous, with one arm shattered by Zhuo Boyong and numerous lacerations across her body. Yi Min summoned the goo insects, a swarm emerging from her sleeves to burrow into the woman's body. I will ease your pain first, then we shall seek a doctor. The woman, murmuring about her little treasure, suddenly snapped to attention upon seeing the swarm of goo insects, her gaze filled with venomous resentment. You are also a witch. Not all witch doctors are devoid of humanity, Yi Min replied softly. Afterward, she prepared to inform Asi that she would take the woman away. If she could eliminate the 3 adversaries, she would, but if not, it would be of little consequence. The woman, however, refused to leave, biting onto her, mumbling incoherently. My little treasure. Chapter 41. The fall of the female general, the woman's body had been incapacitated by the goo insects, leaving her only able to move her head. She bit at Yi Min's clothing, tugging her toward Goa. Yi Min understood her intent. She hoped someone might save her child. However, that child had already been transformed into a goo and could not revert to human form. Even Yi Min could not achieve such a feat. Su Qing possessed skill. Though not extraordinary, her combat prowess relied heavily on the goo child. At this moment, Tuo Bahong was gravely injured, and Zhuo Boyang was overwhelmed by the golden serpent, relying solely on the goo child to contend with Qin Wujie. The three soon realized they were outmatched and began to contemplate retreat. "Let us go," Su Qing shouted. And suddenly, a dozen individuals emerged to hinder Qin Wujie. Amidst the chaos, Su Qing seized the moment to play a short flute, and within moments, a dark swarm of crows descended from the sky. These two had been transformed into goo. Simultaneously, Yi Min raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of insects from her sleeves to envelop the crows. The flapping crows fell silently to the ground, leaving behind only a carpet of black feathers, devoid of blood or bones. The insects then turned toward Su Qing. "What sorcery is this?" Su Qing's complexion paled. She believed herself at the pinnacle of witchcraft, only to discover someone capable of summoning a swarm of insects with a mere gesture. Did that woman conceal the insects within herself? It was both revolting and terrifying. Meanwhile, the dozen assailants could scarcely withstand Qin Wujie's onslaught. His methods of killing were brutally ruthless. Devoid of weapons, his hands were more fearsome than any blade, tearing through flesh and bone with savage efficiency, snapping the arm of an approaching individual before shredding them apart. At that moment, Su Qing could no longer afford to consider Tuo Bahong, turning to flee inside. Zhuo Boyang attempted to rescue Tuo Bahong but quickly realized the futility of his efforts and fled. Qin Wujie kicked away the approaching goo child and prepared to pursue the two. "No need to chase." Her voice was like a switch, compelling the bloodthirsty man to halt his pursuit instantly. The goo child, relentless, lunged once more at Qin Wujie, only to be ensnared by the insects. Yi Min stated, "They have fallen victim to my goo. Little treasure, little treasure." Yi Min instructed the insects to bring Goa closer. As they dispersed, the child revealed a grotesque visage, baring his teeth in a menacing manner, only to be swiftly restrained by the golden serpent around his neck, preventing him from biting. At this moment, Yi Min scrutinized the child closely. Despite his transformed appearance, he remained undeniably adorable, his round little face suggesting he must have been quite endearing in life. Regrettably, his eyes were now filled with ferocity, his teeth blackened, and his mouth void of a tongue. Yi Min harnessed the power of the primal divine goo, calming the child momentarily. He stood still, observing Yi Min and the woman she supported, his eyes reflecting a myriad of questions, yet also an unsettling tranquility. Overwhelmed by her child's gaze, the woman burst into tears. "Miss, I beg you, let me hold my child. My little treasure. It was all the mother's fault." Yi Min contemplated for a moment before withdrawing the goo insects from within her. Freed from their paralysis, the woman swiftly regained her senses. As if numb to pain, she struggled to rise, throwing herself into her child's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Previously, she had claimed that the woman named Su Qing had brought her home, having harmed her daughter and abducted her son. She could not fathom how her daughter had met her demise. Yet merely witnessing her son's current state filled her with profound regret and guilt. In her heart, she likely believed that the children's plight stemmed from her actions. Yet how could she be blamed? There was no wrongdoing in kindness. The fault lay with those who repay goodwill with malice. Little Bao gazed innocently at the woman, unresponsive as she cradled him. "Your son still retains a flicker of vitality. He may not remember you, but he can sense your goodwill," Yi Min reassured her. "The goo are never lifeless. The foremost requirement to become a goo is that one must not be dead. Little Bao still lives, albeit destined to exist solely as a goo henceforth." Yi Min's words were intended to alleviate the woman's despair. Qin Wujin did not approach. While Tuo Bahong was treated as a cushion beneath him, his gaze fixed on this side, clouded with inscrutable shadows. He did not come forward, nor did Yi Min summon him. She walked over to retrieve the severed arm of Xiao Bao. "The woman's control over him has been severed. You shall have ample time to reunite with your son. For now, focus on healing." The woman shook her head, fully aware of her own frail condition. She had previously suffered from a grave illness, which rendered her vulnerable to capture. The blood she had lost today was significant, and her current lucidity was merely a result of her unwillingness to close her eyes in the presence of her son. Miss, what manner of beings are you sorcerers? I mean no offense, I simply. If you inquire, I too cannot elucidate. My mastery of sorcery is quite inexplicable. I can restore Xiao Bao's arm. But we must not delay any longer. Your injuries require immediate attention. She was beyond saving, on the brink of death. Suddenly, Qin Wujin spoke up. Rising, he approached and stood before the woman, his towering stature casting a shadow over her like a predator gazing down upon its prey. You would do well to divulge the identity of that woman. Should the information prove useful, I may be able to avenge you. With no alternatives left, the woman hesitated only briefly before relaying the truth. To the astonishment of both men, this woman was none other than the renowned General Su Siyuan of Beiyan. Her reputation as a formidable female general was well known. Su Qing had been rescued by her from the battlefield at the tender age of 7, and she had lived ever since as an adopted daughter within the General's household. Although her status fell short of that of the legitimate daughters, she was still afforded the privileges of a half-master, with servants attending to her needs. Su Siyuan had not anticipated that Su Qing would harbor resentment due to her lesser status. Su Qing had blossomed into a striking beauty, though she was not as radiant as she appeared now, an appearance that belonged to Su Siyuan's biological daughter, Su Wan. Su Qing attempted to usurp Su Wan's identity, but Su Siyuan swiftly discerned that her daughter had been replaced. Sensing exposure, Su Qing acted against Su Mingrue. At this moment, Su Siyuan recognized the necessity of punishing Su Qing, yet she found herself powerless against her. Her general's estate was under the control of her husband, and her son was being manipulated as leverage against her. This time, her subordinates had gathered information indicating that Su Qing intended to visit Xiao Bao, prompting her to follow eagerly. Unfortunately, her subordinates had betrayed her. The group of assassins that emerged to confront Qin Wujin had accompanied her. Su Qing and her cohorts were aiming for the Duke of Northern Defense. While I am unaware of more details, His Highness the Crown Prince should be able to provide you with all the information you seek, Su Siyuan remarked with a slight smile aimed at Tuo Bahong. Chapter 42. The Cloud King is untrustworthy. Tuo Bahong remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at Su Siyuan before shifting his gaze elsewhere, as if resigned to his fate. Should we inform the Cloud King of these events? Yi Min inquired of Qin Wujin, implicitly questioning whether the Cloud King was within their control. Qin Wujin shook his head in silence. Yi Min understood. The Cloud King was not to be trusted. The Duke of Northern Defense was specifically tasked with safeguarding against Beiyan, and now the enemy's prince had crossed into Dai territory without seeking the Cloud King's assistance, thus proving his untrustworthiness. She lifted the gravely injured Su Siyuan, discarding 100 taels of silver onto the ground. Should you choose to report this matter to the authorities, for your own safety, do not divulge the identity of the lodgers. This sum was intended for the surviving family of the grocery store, a message addressed to them as well. For members of the family had perished, with the parents and their son and daughter-in-law found dead at their respective doorways, seemingly struck down while eavesdropping. The remaining 2 elderly individuals and a young daughter, along with an infant, were left behind. This family was tragically unfortunate. However, Yi Min would not offer comfort. With the pillars of their household gone, her consolation would serve no purpose and could even attract trouble. Let us depart. Qin Wujin, upon hearing this, knocked Tuo Bahong unconscious and dragged him along. The Gu child, clutching its severed arm, hurriedly followed Yi Min. Qin Wujin glanced at it. Is this child yours? Xiao Bao had come of his own accord, perhaps instinctively following his mother. Yi Min had intended for the doctor to stay at the inn temporarily. She still needed to find a physician for Su Siyuan, and a Si was injured as well. Yet upon entering the room, she found Su Siyuan had already passed away. A weight settled in Yi Min's heart, but she concealed it. Gather your things. We cannot remain here. It may draw unwanted attention. Furthermore, the commotion at the grocery store would have certainly alerted the neighbors, making it impractical to seek a physician for a C's treatment. It seemed Qin Wujin could read her thoughts. If those individuals have left men here, they will undoubtedly search for us. If the searchers discover our departure, how do you think they will treat the innkeeper? Yi Min furrowed her brow, realizing the truth in his words. Those individuals were ruthless. The grocery store family had suffered for no reason, and it was unlikely this small inn would escape their wrath. Then we shall remain. Yi Min carried Su Siyuan's lifeless body outside, just as she noticed the door across the street shift slightly. Indeed, the innkeeper was also in a state of distress. Come out. You need not fear. I shall not harm you. Her tone was cold. At such a moment, even a display of goodwill would not be believed. After a brief pause, the door opened, and a tall man stepped out, summoning his courage, swallowing nervously, yet hastily shutting the door behind him to shield his wife. What do you want? Compared to Yi Min, he seemed more wary of the Gu child trailing at her side, his gaze frequently darting toward it. Go fetch 2 tables and set them over there, quickly. Yi Min nodded towards Eve's. The innkeeper dared not hesitate and hurriedly moved the tables to the designated spot. You will sleep soundly tonight and hear nothing. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. We shall wait here. Yi Min placed Su Xiyuan's body down and walked inside to find Qin Wujin having already torn Tuo Bahong's clothing into strips to bind him. Yi Min's expression darkened. Did he not realize there was a hidden weapon lodged in his chest? Did he not feel the blood flowing out as he exerted himself?
Qinsi.
He turned toward her, his deep, shadowy eyes seemingly concealing a monstrous hunger. Rest. I shall find you a doctor. Yi Min noted that his demeanor seemed slightly off. Reflecting on the moment he ceased his actions, a change in his emotions became apparent. No need. Qin Wujin cast her a fleeting glance before continuing to bind Tuo Bahong. You should rest. Yi Min, disinterested in further argument, stepped forward to grasp his arm. She was cautious not to apply too much pressure lest it aggravate his wound, and fortunately, he did not resist, standing tall and gazing down at her. Previously overlooked. It now struck Yi Min that the blood he had shed was, in fact, black. The dart had been poisoned. Unable to contain her fury, Yi Min delivered a fierce kick to the still unconscious Tuo Bahong. While she could not mend his injuries, she was determined to counter the venom. Unsure of the poison's potency, she wasted no time in unfastening Qin Wujin's clothing. She intended to extract the poison using the Gu insects before finding him a doctor. But before she could finish, he seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace while tightly wrapping an arm around her waist. What are you doing, removing my clothes? Qin Wujin's gaze bore into hers, a sharp glint lurking within his depths that sent a shiver down her spine. Yi Min felt a sensation akin to being hunted by a ferocious beast. What are you thinking? She inquired, a hint of annoyance in her tone. However, despite her question, the man showed no intention of listening. Before she could finish her words, she felt his lips envelop hers.
Ye minimum eklayme din şok.
This scoundrel is indiscriminate in his affections. Hastily, she tried to push him away, but her resistance only fueled Qin Wuji's dissatisfaction. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her. Ignoring his own injuries, he pressed against her, the toxic dart embedded in his chest, not even a thought in his mind. Its exposed end was a cylindrical iron rod, akin to the size of a wooden arrow, and with a forceful motion, he drove it deeper into his flesh. As he kissed her fervently, Yi Min was torn between indignation at the violation and embarrassment from the intimate contact. She found herself incensed that this audacious man dared to be so brazenly lustful. Moreover, it was the first time she had encountered someone so reckless about their own body, as if their wounds were non-existent. To her dismay, she noticed her clothing was becoming soaked with the blood seeping from his wound. How utterly ruthless. Despite her anger, a part of her subconsciously cared for his condition. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her lips, yet he did not let her go. His breath was warm against her skin, and the latent hostility in his eyes had diminished somewhat. He leaned his forehead against hers, his voice a low rasp. Do you enjoy this? Yi Min, her face flushed, retorted. You dare to lay hands on women too? She was in no rush to assist him with the antidote. Stalling for time was not a problem, and she relished the thought of him enduring some discomfort. Qin Wuji paused, bewildered. Do you think I should only touch men? He had entirely forgotten about his previous claims of exhausting his savings at Hongmei Villa. Yi Min's icy gaze met his. Qin Si, I could render you impotent for life. She would concoct a potion to ensure that. Unfazed, he seemed quite pleased with her current lack of resistance, and he leaned in closer once again. Chapter 43. Displaying ferocity this time, Yi Min did not indulge him. She raised her hand to block his mouth, exasperated. What about your injuries? It was as if he only then realized he was hurt, glancing down at the dart embedded in his chest. Without warning, he yanked it out. Are you out of your mind? Yi Min nearly exploded with frustration, rushing to cover his wound. The weapon in his hand was 4 inches long and barbed, tearing through his flesh as he removed it. The sight was enough to make one shudder. He truly had no regard for himself. Noticing her anxious expression, the hostility in Qin Wuji's eyes faded. SK, women are so naive. Such a minor injury has you in a tizzy. Hadn't she just been pushing him away? Yet now, she seemed so concerned for him. Yimin listened to his light-hearted tone, utterly perplexed at his amusement. Today, I've discovered your mind is quite different from that of a normal person. Gritting her teeth, she sent forth a flurry of glowing orbs from her body, which flew to his wound to staunch the flow of blood. This was her poison antidote, and using them would deplete her supply. Qin Si, I warn you, if my antidote fails, I will make you pay. Typically, 5 would suffice to neutralize his poison, but she had used them all to stop the bleeding. Qin Wuji seemed oblivious to her words. What are these little things? Yi Min, her face darkened, chose to ignore him. Seeing her displeasure, he refrained from further questioning, instead regarding her with concern. Does it hurt? Yi Min shot him a bewildered glance. His gaze faltered as he averted his eyes, his ears reddening. Aren't you in pain from using the poison technique? You've used it so many times today. From past encounters, he could surmise that her technique did not always cause her pain. She had previously used it without consequence, but he was unaware of her limits. Yi Min continued to manipulate the poison within him without responding. She simply did not wish to engage. Qin Wuji, sensing her silence, felt at a loss. Did that kiss leave her unsatisfied? But he had no one to practice his technique with, after all. As she finally neutralized his poison, she announced, I'm going to find a doctor. Turning, she discovered a small creature at the door, its tiny arm raised as if hoping she could mend it. Her heart softened, and her previously cold demeanor warmed. First, let us take care of your arm. It will take time for me to help you, as I currently lack the necessary antidote. The little one looked up at her, unsure if it comprehended her words. Yi Min decided to lift it into her arms. Someone is coming, Qin Wuji warned, his voice laced with menace. Yi Min instantly became alert. How many? 31, of which 30 are mere amateurs, likely from the government. And the other? Yi Min's brow furrowed. She did not relax at the mention of officials. In a place as small as Yunzhou, 30 government officials were clearly excessive. Only upon seeing them did she realize the gravity of the situation. Qin Wuji moved to the courtyard, ready to confront the intruders, while the innkeeper remained obediently under the eaves, too afraid to move. Qin Wuji shot him a glance. What are you doing just standing there? Hurry inside and hide. The innkeeper hesitated before scurrying back into the house. Master, will everything be all right? His wife trembled, watching the unfolding events from behind the door. The innkeeper comforted her, trying to muster courage. They don't seem like bad people. If trouble arises, just hide under the bed. The courtyard was small, and Qin Wuji spoke without lowering his voice, which the innkeeper overheard. They could have left, but they stayed out of concern for the couple. What will you do? The innkeeper had not yet answered when a loud banging echoed outside. Instead of searching the neighboring store, the officials headed straight for the inn. It seemed the local officers were disregarding the emperor's orders. Qin Wuji instructed Yi Min, stay here. Before he could depart, she called out, wait. His suspicious gaze turned toward her as she hesitated for a moment. Bring Tuo Bahong. We're escaping. She had initially intended to bury Su Siyuan, but now had no choice but to abandon her body. Qin Wuji glanced at the tightly shut door. It's a pity we cannot bury this stranger's body. But I hope they won't trouble the innkeeper when they see us escape. The sound of frantic banging echoed from outside, as if they were determined to break in. Suddenly, the side door burst open, and 2 horsemen galloped away. The officials immediately pursued them, but naturally, they could not catch up. One of the pursuers leapt onto the scene, his target clearly Qin Wuji, who had taken Tuo Bahong. Yi Min thought to herself. It seemed he was coming to rescue Tuo Bahong. Let us hand him over if necessary. She had placed a curse on Tuo Bahong, not fearing he might be lost. Qin Wuji scoffed, not possible. How can you speak to me that way? He did not hesitate, leaping off his horse to confront the pursuer. Yi Min exclaimed, good grief. Now that your wound has stopped bleeding, you're feeling bold again. Are you? Do you have no sense of how deep your injury is? Is this really the time to show off? Yi Min was not worried about the pursuers, but the reckless actions of this man were driving her to the brink of explosion. She fails to comprehend the vanity that men often wish to exhibit, believing instead that this man's mind is somewhat unhinged. Tuo Bahong fell heavily from his horse, yet in this moment, no one paid him any heed. The individual pursuing was slender, presumably a woman, adorned with a half-bronze mask, displaying remarkable agility. However, she ultimately found herself at a disadvantage against Qin Wuji. This woman was adept at employing poison, carrying a multitude of toxins on her person, a cause for concern indeed. The food for the golden snake was poison, and Yimin typically concocted toxic goo to nourish it, as ordinary toxins failed to pique its interest. Yet, she noticed that the little golden snake gazed at the woman with palpable appetite. Amidst her frantic endeavors, the woman cast a chilling glance at Yimin, seemingly disapproving of her presence. Good, Qin Wujin remarked with a smile. She is indeed quite concerned for me. Yimin, however, diverted her attention from Qin Wujin, her astonishment mounting as she beheld the officials barging into the tavern, intent on attacking the couple that owned it. Fortunately, they were rescued by the Gu child, who exhibited formidable combat prowess, easily dispatching the officials, wielding its severed arm as a weapon. It appeared that there were issues with the Cloud King. Yimin's expression turned frosty. Simultaneously, the woman suffered a broken arm at the hands of Qin Wujin, her mask torn away. The Cloud King colludes with Beiyan? In Chapter 44, the Gu child joins the fray. The woman's true form was revealed to be a slender man. No wonder Yimin had mistaken him for a woman. His appearance was indeed deceptive. Could there truly be such a frail man? Qin Si displayed no disdain outwardly, yet the man felt a deep sense of ridicule. In a fit of rage, he hurled a cloud of poison powder at Qin Wujin, knowing he would inhale some himself. But the pressure exerted by his opponent left him little choice. Qin Wujin fanned the poison away, but still inhaled a small amount. Within mere moments, he felt a burning sensation in his chest. Such potent venom. He practiced the Shura sword, which fortified his vital channels, rendering him resilient against the most formidable toxins. When engaged in battle, he disregarded his own safety entirely, trusting in this internal technique to heal his wounds. However, the poison did affect his speed, though he appeared swift. He was comparatively slower than before. The man, on the other hand, demonstrated immense explosive power, thriving in adversity, growing more formidable as the situation worsened. Realizing his precarious position, he gritted his teeth and surged forward, seizing the man's weapon and delivering a decisive strike. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable efficiency. The man's eyes widened in terror, words caught in his throat, yet Qin Wujin offered him no opportunity to speak. His head rolled away from his shoulders. Qin Wujin coughed up blood, wiping the crimson from his lips as he turned to Yimin. Now do you see my capabilities? At that moment, he had altered his appearance to that of an ordinary face, yet Yimin found even this plain visage strikingly alluring. She chose not to respond, instead directing her horse towards the small tavern. Inside, the ground was littered with corpses. Yimin counted at least a dozen dead, while the Gu child pursued any remaining survivors. You cannot remain here. I shall leave you 1,000 taels. Now flee for your lives. Yimin was aware that the tavern owners were hiding inside. She did not enter, but instead placed 1,000 taels on the ground and went to retrieve Su Siyuan's body. The door creaked open, and the tavern owner, trembling, emerged with his wife. Miss, who exactly are you? Knowing this will be of no use to you, it is best you abandon this establishment and escape while you can, Yimin stated without elaboration. For there was little need for explanation. Hearing the sounds of conflict, she could not remain indifferent. Upon witnessing Su Siyuan's tragic fate, she found it impossible to turn a blind eye. Do you have a shovel? She inquired. Yes, in the woodshed, the tavern owner quickly pointed out, adding, I will fetch it for you. Yimin took the shovel and departed. As her figure vanished from the courtyard, the tavern owner's wife finally spoke. What should we do now? The tavern owner, glancing at the silver notes on the ground, gritted his teeth. We leave. Gather a couple of clothes. The group of fleeing officials hurried back to the government office in a state of panic. My lord, what are you shouting about? What is this disgraceful appearance? The man addressed as my lord was a middle-aged figure clad in a blue uniform, emerging from his quarters with a stern countenance. My lord, we encountered a ghost. It was a child, around 3 or 4 years old. Thankfully, we fled quickly, or we would not have returned to see you. The mention of a ghost was met with skepticism from the lord, who was about to reprimand them when a weak, chilling female voice echoed from within. Let him enter. The once imposing lord now appeared momentarily subdued. You go in and report. You lot remain outside. He indicated to one of the subordinates to enter. The speaker was indeed the escaped Su Qing, though her current state was markedly different. Her once ink-black hair had faded and fallen away, leaving her scalp sparse. While her body was devoid of pain, she felt utterly drained. Speaking was a strenuous effort. Moreover, she had no inkling as to the cause of her condition. Did they capture the two? Su Qing inquired, her gaze fierce. This subordinate does not know. I saw that gentleman chasing after them, entangled in combat. But I am unaware of the current situation. Then, why are you not investigating? If Su Qing had the strength, the official would likely have lost his head by now. She was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding her condition, yet she was convinced that those two were responsible. She leaned towards believing that the woman had cast a spell upon her. After all, she too was a sorceress. If she had indeed been cursed, how could she not have sensed it? Thus, she was left in doubt, but one thing was clear. They must be captured. Find the Cloud King.
Pursue those two at all costs.
As long as he brings them to me, I will agree to any conditions. Su Qing's expression was severe. The lord, clad in his uniform, dared not speak further, hastily acquiescing and promptly exiting. At this moment, Yi Min was digging a pit in the forest, while Qin Wujin sat beside her in meditation. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Qin Wujin's eyes snapped open to reveal the Gu child approaching. Yi Min paused her work, embracing the Gu child with a gentle smile. Will you stay with me from now on? Qin Wujin gazed intently at her smile, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. The Gu child, with its dark eyes, eventually nodded after a long pause. Could it comprehend human speech? Qin Wujin pondered skeptically. Not yet, she replied. She had conveyed her intentions to him through her divine Gu. Qin Wujin remarked, it is evident that the Gu child nodded to her, yet she claims it cannot understand. Must we not be more subtle in our jest? I am about to delve into your memories, she stated. After the Gu child nodded, Yi Min proceeded to explore its memories. Though the Gu child had not yet drawn its last breath, its vitality was waning, and given its agility, it could track without detection, making it ideal for gathering information. The retrieval of memories was swiftly completed, and upon witnessing Yi Min's icy demeanor, Qin Wujin inquired, what have you discovered? The enchanting Su Qing has struck a deal with the Cloud King, intending to pursue us relentlessly at all costs. How could such a captivating beauty tolerate the thought of becoming bald? She must be in a state of utter desperation at this moment. If she is anxious now, what will happen later? The Gu she has crafted took her considerable effort to create, and its effects are undoubtedly profound. Qin Wujia inquired. Do you know the nature of their transaction? Yi Min shook her head. I do not know. They did not disclose it. Qin Wujia pondered for a moment before asking. Can you place the Gu doll near them to monitor their movements? Yi Min replied, it is not feasible at the moment. Chapter 45. This man is toxic, contemplating whether to remain and confront the enemy or hasten towards the northern territory. Yi Min chose the former. After interring Su Siyuan's remains, her expression turned solemn. Let us depart. We must distance ourselves from here. What are your plans? If they are determined to deal with us at any cost, we must prepare accordingly. Should she venture north without addressing the imminent threat, it is highly likely that she would attract unwanted attention. Her identity as a witch has likely been detected by the enemy, and advancing towards the northern territory could provide them with leverage against the northern protector. Yi Min's intention in coming here was to assist, not to embroil the northern protector in trouble. Turning to him, Yi Min asked, how is your injury? Qin Wujia tossed Tuoba hung onto a horse and mounted swiftly. I will survive. Yi Min adjusted her direction and galloped for over an hour before halting. You should stay here and continue to recuperate. With that, she ventured deeper into the mountains alone. Though Qin Wujia agreed verbally, he stealthily followed her. Once he deemed the distance sufficient, he found a spot to conceal himself. Suddenly, a bronze cauldron emerged, roughly the size of a 3-year-old child, but certainly too large to be hidden within her sleeves. Qin Wujia's pupils constricted. She possessed such remarkable abilities. No wonder during the last pursuit of the lamb, she had produced a small pot from her sleeve. He had been puzzled about where she concealed it, only to realize that she did not hide it on her person at all. Yi Min scattered a circle of white powder around herself and poured a potion into the bronze cauldron. Moments later, a swarm of insects surged towards the cauldron. An overwhelming tide of them. An ordinary person would have fled in terror, yet she exhibited no sign of alarm. If Qin Wujia had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that such a multitude of insects could exist within the seemingly tranquil forest. Moreover, the insects she summoned were solely ants. Though Qin Wujia's movements were subtle, Yi Min detected him. Feeling her gaze upon him, he silently cursed his misfortune. He had been discovered. This woman had an odd temperament, While their interactions had previously been harmonious, her demeanor had noticeably shifted after their kiss. She was not truly angry, but Chu Yunyue sensed a certain distance in her attitude towards him. As he turned to leave, Yimin's calm voice broke the silence. Is your body all right? With a forced bravado, he replied, yes. I mentioned that it is merely minor injuries. There is no need for concern. Then come here. Chu Yunyue paused, surprised that she would summon him. Was she not concerned about others discovering her ability to retrieve items without any tools? A grin spread across his face. She clearly regarded him as one of her own. Thus, her request for him to remain in place stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being, rather than a desire to keep her powers hidden from him. He leaped into her circle of white powder, a smile illuminating his face. Is this cauldron also a skill that only witches possess? Indeed, I am the only one with such a gift. This is the power of the divine goo, known as the storage space. It can hold up to 1 cubic meter. I have kept this cauldron in the space, nurturing it with potions. It enhances the efficiency of goo crafting. How did you manage that? Chu Yunyue asked, his expression one of eager curiosity. Yimin cast a haughty glance at him. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. It is futile, as you cannot learn it. Chu Yunyue pondered whether he had been looked down upon. As the ants rushed into the cauldron, struggling and succumbing, their bodies were refined within. The turmoil of insects lasted only a brief moment. Yimin swiftly covered the cauldron, sealing the sounds of conflict within. The refining process required an hour, during which Yimin remained industrious. Qinxi trailed behind her, observing as she lifted a large stone, disturbing a centipede the size of a thumb, which scurried away in haste. Without flinching, she seized it with her delicate hands, the repugnant creature coiling around her alabaster wrist. Even Chu Yunyue, accustomed to bloodshed, felt a shiver of discomfort at the sight, yet she showed no sign of hesitation. She produced a small jar and placed the centipede inside. Chu Yunyue rubbed his arms, watching as she tossed a black pill, no larger than a grain of rice, into the jar, followed by a sprinkle of white powder through a tiny opening in the lid. Are you concocting a goo? He inquired. Yes, Yimin replied, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the jar before adding more potion. Subsequently, she set the jar aside and busied herself with other tasks. As Chu Yunyue observed, he felt that each of her actions appeared effortless. If he had the materials, he too could craft a goo. Yimin, do witches accept apprentices? Only then did Yimin turn her head to glance at him. Do you wish to learn? Chu Yunyue nodded eagerly, his gaze filled with fervor. He had been captivated by her ability to produce items seemingly out of thin air. Yimin doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. The ability to learn witchcraft primarily depends on innate talent and bloodline. You are not suited for it. Do not harbor such thoughts. With his exceptional martial arts talent, he should focus on honing his skills, not on becoming a witch. Is she intentionally ridiculing me? Chu Yunyue mused. Approaching her, he wrapped an arm around Yimin's slender waist, leaning close to her ear. I am here to show you my worth. Is that agreeable? His voice trailed off, trembling with uncertainty, for he noticed Yimin's expression darkening in an instant. Quickly, he released her, but alas, it was too late. She had seized one of his fingers and twisted it sharply. Ouch! Let go. It hurts. Yimin remained unyielding, her expression icy. Qinxi, I care for your well-being and your health, and you presume me to be weak and easily deceived? You dare to utter such crude words in my presence? Panic surged through Chu Yunyue. He had not anticipated her displeasure. I apologize. I will not speak of it again. Is that satisfactory? Yimin coldly released him, turning away to attend to her tasks. Rubbing his injured finger, he found it was not broken, but certainly bruised. The chill emanating from Yimin was palpable, and Chu Yunyue gazed at her with a pitiful expression. After a moment, he approached her again, hesitantly stating, I noticed the maid beside the crown prince seemed quite pleased when she spoke to him in such a manner, even playfully poking his chest. Yimin cast him a cold look, then froze in surprise. The look in his eyes reminded her of a little black dog she had once taken in. Each time the dog misbehaved and was scolded, it would cautiously approach her, desperately seeking her affection, displaying the same expression. Do you believe yourself to be a nobleman? Or do you think I aspire to be the maid of a wealthy family? Chu Yunyue averted his gaze, his ears flushed. I merely wish for you to poke my chest as well. Is this man truly toxic? Yimin pondered. Chapter 46. The ignorant man. Yimin observed the man's flushed ears with a peculiar expression. Are you not fond of visiting brothels? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Qin Wuji replied, What? What brothel? When did I ever express such an interest? It dawned on him that he had previously mentioned continuing his escapades at Hongmei Villa.
No.
Qin Wuji's emotions were a tumultuous blend of confusion and frustration. With Yi Min's gaze fixed upon him, he felt as though he had no way to articulate his predicament. How could he explain that he had merely been jesting, unaware she would take him seriously? I have reformed. After a long pause, Qin Wuji managed to utter this declaration. Yi Min's gaze grew increasingly strange, and Qin Wuji sensed this was not a favorable sign. What is wrong? He inquired, feeling utterly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Nothing, Yi Min replied coolly, opening a small pot to reveal a centipede, which had now transformed into a pool of blood, with several tiny centipedes wriggling within it. Although Yi Min found it repulsive, she refrained from handling the centipede directly, and instead summoned the goo child. This pot of goo was meant to assist in reattaching the child's severed arm. The small centipedes scurried to the fracture, swiftly disappearing one by one. Try moving your arm, Yi Min instructed the child. The child moved its little arm and discovered it could function normally, darting away in glee. Qin Wuji's expression turned cold. It ran away? The goo child is cunning. Was it merely here to have its arm reattached? However, the child quickly returned, clutching another centipede in its hands and presenting it to Yi Min with wide, expectant eyes. Is this a gift for me? Yi Min accepted the offering and ruffled the child's withered hair, saying, Thank you. Does this little one truly understand gratitude? Qin Wuji was pleasantly surprised, having previously regarded the goo child as a mere tool. Yi Min nodded. Indeed, the goo is superior to humans. Is that a subtle jab at me? Qin Wuji mused. The goo child, incapable of smiling, appeared markedly more cheerful upon receiving Yi Min's gift. It dashed off again, returning shortly with another centipede. Yi Min smiled as she collected the creature. Thank you. You are so obedient. The child continued its pursuit, returning with yet another centipede, and then another, and another. Yi Min observed the little one's exuberance in catching centipedes. Her heart softened, yet she lamented the fact that she had no vessels or cauldrons left for refining goo. I shall have to concoct poison on site, treating it as a snack for the little golden snake. Meanwhile, the pursuers of the Cloud King quickly followed the trail to their location. Aware that there were sorcerers among the enemy, the Cloud King did not hesitate to send forth a contingent of over 1,000 soldiers. Suddenly, the leading commander spotted a peculiar head emerging unexpectedly from the grass, its blue skin unmistakably unnatural. The commander was startled but remained composed, commanding the troops to halt while he scrutinized the bizarre sight. The goo child had nearly exhausted its search for centipedes in the woods and, upon spotting the soldiers, felt an inexplicable joy. Clutching several centipedes, it scampered toward them. What is that creature? Archers, prepare to shoot. Before the commander could finish, the child leaped toward him. With delight, the goo child rubbed its face against the commander's armor, attempting to embrace him, though its short arms could only manage a meager grasp. In its excitement, one of the centipedes escaped and crawled up the commander's armor. Capture that monster. The commander's face drained of color in terror. Chaos ensued within the ranks as soldiers brandished ropes and spears to subdue the child. Yet, the goo child's robust skin rendered it impervious to harm, and it perceived their actions as playful antics. Fleeting memories lingered in its mind. Once upon a time, this was how humans had played with it. Those memories were hazy, but the joy remained etched in its consciousness. The goo child became more animated, while the soldiers grew increasingly frantic. Yi Min glanced toward the child, estimating the approaching force to be around 1,000. She extracted a slender weapon, piercing her own heart to draw a drop of blood, which she added to her medicinal cauldron. Qin Wuji winced at her lack of hesitation. 1,000? That number surpasses mere palace guards. The Cloud King dares to privately maintain troops. He shall not last long. His tone was laced with a wicked charm. Yi Min could not resist explaining, see, dukes are permitted to maintain troops. They must protect their territories, and even within their own realms, they require forces to combat bandits. Moreover, given that Yun Prefecture is so close to the northern borders, having soldiers ensures immediate support when needed. Qin Wuji, astonished, replied, Dukes can actually keep soldiers? He didn't know that. The soldiers of Zhao Prefecture had been secretly raised by Zhao Wuji, and he had taken great pains to keep it hidden for fear of exposure. To avoid revealing his ignorance, Prince Zhao decided to remain silent. Unperturbed by the man's embarrassment, Yimin continued, however, dukes cannot raise troops indiscriminately. They must report how many soldiers they maintain, and for what purpose, and receive imperial approval to have them organized by the Ministry of War. The Cloud King brazenly dispatches soldiers to pursue us. His troops must surely be properly organized. She added, yet, I am curious how such a small population in Yun Prefecture can afford an army. As she opened the medicinal cauldron, she found only a single black queen ant, roughly the size of a fingernail, surrounded by dozens of eggs. Yimin carefully collected the eggs in a porcelain jar, leaving the queen ant to remain in the cauldron as she took it with her. Let's go inquire about the Cloud King's dealings with Beiyan. Chu Yunyue glanced at Tuo Bahong, who had awakened yet feigned unconsciousness. Can we not question this person? He is the Prince of Beiyan. Oh, I nearly forgot about him. Yimin recalled, contemplating. We must first enter the city and find a place to interrogate him. Tuo Bahong, realizing his charade had been uncovered, decided to drop the act. Yet before he could speak, he was swiftly knocked unconscious, the action executed with ruthless efficiency and devoid of compassion. Chapter 47. The Curious Man. This time, Yimin and her companions did not ride horses, as the trails they left would be too conspicuous. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on the weakened Chu Yunyue, who bore the burden of carrying them back into the city under the cover of darkness. They returned to the small restaurant, now deserted, the proprietors having fled overnight. However, the place was in disarray, stripped of anything of value. Tables, chairs, pots, and pans had all been taken. Fortunately, the well still functioned. Yimin used a broken wooden bucket to draw water, splashing it onto Tuo Bahong to rouse him from his stupor. After enduring a day and night of torment, Tuo Bahong appeared utterly weakened, groggily opening his eyes to glare at Yimin and the other with palpable hostility. Who are you two? We are merely humble heroes, intervening in injustices we encounter. They replied. When we witness the innocent citizens of some grocery store being harmed by your trio, how can we stand idly by? Fuming, Tuo Bahong retorted. Do you take me for a fool? I have questions for you, and I shall administer some torture first to see if you can withstand it. If you cannot endure, you will answer whatever I ask. Yimin summoned the Ant Queen, and a small ant crawled onto Tuo Bahong, biting him. Instantly, he felt a searing pain at the wound, akin to embers igniting on his flesh, the burning sensation rapidly spreading throughout his body. Yet, he couldn't utter a single word, only gasping for breath. Chu Yunyue glanced at her in confusion. Why not use the true word goo? I want to see the effect of the Ant Queen, she replied. Chu Yunyue stepped closer, observing Tuo Bahong's miserable state. What was the intended effect of this goo you had planned? It is meant for combat. With this Ant Queen, I can command all ants within a 10-mile radius. However, nurturing the Ant Queen is somewhat troublesome, as it requires nourishment from human hearts. If it goes hungry, it becomes disobedient. Chu Yunyue cast a sidelong glance at Tuo Bahong, his gaze chilling the prince to the bone. Is this what you prepared as food for the Ant Queen? Not exactly, Yimin clarified. What I truly need are the eggs laid by the Ant Queen. They are beneficial for the divine goo. Tuo Bahong gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, the poison from the Ant Queen making him feel as though he were being roasted alive. Remarkably, he managed to withstand the torment for a quarter of an hour. Finally, he could bear it no longer and, with immense effort, spat out a few words. What do you wish to ask? Well, you can still speak. This goo is somewhat ineffective, Yimin mused. Very well. What brings you to the great industry kingdom? As Tuo Bahong listened to their inquiries, he was also assessing their identities. Their interest in his purpose for coming to the great industry indicated a strong likelihood that they were indeed from that realm. The King of Clouds desires the military power of the Northern General, as the Prince of Beiyan. I am certainly inclined to facilitate the internal strife among the great industry as subjects. Under the influence of the poison, Tuo Bahong spoke slowly, his words faint and somewhat slurred. How do you intend to incite this internal strife? By assisting the King of Clouds in dealing with the military supplies of the Northern General, Yimin replied, tapping her fingers on the ground impatiently. Do not respond to each of my questions one at a time. As a seasoned captive, you should understand the importance of voluntarily sharing the entire story. Tuo Bahong was nearly incensed to the point of bloodshed by her demeanor, thinking that as the Prince of Beiyan, he had never been treated with such disdain. Yet, suffering under the toxin's torment, he yearned for a swift liberation and reluctantly acquiesced. My situation in Beiyan is dire. If my subordinates can seize the border, it would surely bolster my position. Once the military supplies of the northern general falter, the Beiyan army will invade, capturing half of Yunzhou, only to be defeated by the King of Clouds thereafter. Yi Min was already aware of the military supplies, so she recognized the truth in his words. However, she was astonished that so many sought to undermine a mere northern general. Those in the court might include the current emperor, while Beiyan also coveted him. The northern general truly faced overwhelming odds. Half of Yunzhou's territory was still a considerable distance away, yet the King of Clouds showed no interest in developing his province, allowing it to dwindle to the scale of a county. Though this land was not insignificant, Beiyan was a great power that could rival the great industry. Could such territory truly tempt them? You covet half of Yunzhou's land?
Tu obas en question.
More than that, the King of Clouds would not agree. The rest we shall strategize later, Yi Min replied. What dealings exist between the King of Clouds and Su Qing? I do not know. Su Qing is closer to Zhuoboyang. Zhuoboyang, the young master of Nanyu Court? Nanyu Court belongs to the people of Yu Country. The Little Lamb is a shaman trained there, and Su Qing is also affiliated with Nanyu Court. Is the Yu Country planning to establish a shaman army? Tuoba Hong had not revealed much information, as he had approached the King of Clouds for cooperation based on information provided by Su Qing. He was unaware of any other individuals harboring intentions against the northern general. With traces of Nanyu Court in both regions, it seemed that the Yu Country was scheming in the shadows. Yi Min rose and turned to Qin Wuji. Shall we take a break before heading to the King of Clouds' residence? The man shook his head. Let's go now. I am hungry. Good heavens. It sounds as if you are going to feast on a person, Yi Min remarked. Qin Wuji's gaze fell upon Tuoba Hong. This one, let us kill him. Tuoba Hong exclaimed, Are you truly intending to kill me after everything I have revealed? Yi Min gasped, Are we really going to kill him? He is the Prince of Beiyan, and he looks rather decent. It would be a pity to lose him. Qin Wuji's expression darkened. How handsome can he be? Can he compare to me even in the slightest? He must die. Tuoba Hong must perish today. Sensing Yi Min's reluctance to harm him, Tuoba Hong felt a flicker of hope. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to Qin Wuji. Good sir, have you never looked in a mirror? No one responded to him. As Qin Wuji pushed Yi Min out of the room, stay outside for a moment. As the door closed, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Tuoba Hong felt a wave of immense danger radiating from the man before him. He longed to flee but found himself immobilized. Why do you seek my life? My existence poses no threat to you. Tuoba Hong pleaded anxiously. Qin Wuji crouched down, lowering his voice to Tuoba Hong. I am the Zhao King of the great industry, and I recently killed the fifth daughter of the Tianyuan Feng family. Tuoba Hong froze, then shouted, Why tell me this? With no justification to spare him, Qin Wuji offered him one. A surge of inner energy pierced through Tuoba Hong's forehead. The tightly shut door swung open, and Yi Min turned to see the man emerge from the darkness. To kill? Indeed. Yi Min found his demeanor perplexing. If he were to be labeled as cold-blooded and heartless, his aura, as he stepped out, was indeed gloomy, as if he were reluctant to take a life yet felt compelled to do so. Conversely, if he were to be considered unwilling to kill, no one had compelled him to act, yet he executed his task with such decisiveness. Chapter 48. The King of Clouds' residence, the Yunyue mansion, bore the stature of a noble's estate, yet the entire residence was exceedingly modest. Yunzhou, being impoverished, rendered the King of Clouds' residence incapable of grandeur. By the time Yi Min and Qin Wuji entered, night had fallen. The guards at the mansion were lax, with only a few brightly lit courtyards visible amidst the enveloping darkness. The two entered the estate silently. Judging by the condition of the mansion, the King of Clouds' bedroom should be easy to locate. However, Qin Wuji strolled ahead with an air of calm, as if savoring a leisurely exploration. How can a military leader like the King of Clouds fail to arrange for even a single patrol? Yi Min exclaimed, producing the Ant Queen. Allow me to handle this. The ants can swiftly seek out the hidden compartments of the King of Clouds' residence. Qin Wuji yielded, observing the mansion at his leisure, internally lamenting the King of Clouds' incompetence. He rarely set foot in Zhao province, yet he allowed Yunzhou to decay into such a state. In such a vast land, could he not appoint a capable official to manage it? Simply selecting a scholar to govern would prevent Yunzhou from becoming so desolate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the mansion. The location is somewhat distant, making it unlikely for them to be disturbed. Qin Wuji surveyed the surroundings, finding no imminent danger, and leapt onto the rooftop to observe the commotion below. I see nothing of interest, "Let us proceed," he declared. He descended, intending to take Yi Min along to witness the excitement, but she deftly sidestepped him. Qin Si was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face, feeling as though he had been forsaken in that moment. Yet, he soon heard Yi Min's serious command, "Go rescue that woman." The lingering intensity of her rejection left Qin Wujie feeling desolate, casting a mournful glance at Yi Min, who was clearly preoccupied with matters beyond him. With a heavy heart, he resolved to proceed with the rescue. Yi Min soon uncovered that the Yunwen manor harbored a grave secret. Within the confines of the royal estate lay a vast dungeon, whose construction had evidently taken an extensive period. Inside, dozens of women were imprisoned, each confined to cramped quarters, barely large enough for them to lie down, all bearing the burden of pregnancy. What was the Yun king scheming? Chu Yunyue had fled from a village in the northern territories to escape an unwanted marriage. Possessing striking beauty, her parents had sold her to a local landlord in his 50s as a concubine. Unwilling to comply, she had knocked her groom unconscious on their wedding night and fled. While passing through Yunzhou, the royal guards, captivated by her allure, brought her to the Yun king's manor. Though the king was not young, his status and appearance far surpassed that of the corpulent landlord, and she found herself willing to accompany him. Little did she know, the king derived pleasure from tormenting women. Bound by one hand and suspended, any attempt she made to loosen her restraints resulted in a painful lash. Chu Yunyue was paralyzed by fear, but seizing the opportunity when the king departed, she managed to untie herself and escape. Unbeknownst to her, this was the king's design. He relished the thrill of the hunt, watching his prey desperately flee, only to see their hopes extinguished and despair etched upon their faces. At that moment, Chu Yunyue found herself cornered in the courtyard, the Yun king standing above her with a mocking smile. "Did you not wish to become my concubine? Why do you run?" His grin sent shivers down her spine, as she perceived him as deranged, twisted, and terrifying. "Let me go. I truly understand my mistake, Your Highness.
Please spare me."
Chu Yunyue pleaded desperately, struggling against the two guards who overpowered her. Just then, a tile struck one of the guards, creating a gaping wound in his head, and Qin Wujie appeared unexpectedly. He had been present for some time, observing as Chu Yunyue was toyed with like a mouse. However, he had bided his time before intervening. With a swift motion, he dispatched two guards, causing the onlookers to pale in shock. The Yun king narrowed his eyes, signaling to his guards before inquiring, "Who are you?" Qin Wujie extended his long leg, retrieving a guard's weapon and raising it defiantly. "I shall cleanse your manor of its filth." With that, he unleashed havoc. "How dare you?" The Yun king roared, advancing towards him. As a former commander of the Imperial Guards, he was no stranger to combat. He believed his prowess would quickly subdue Qin Wujie. Yet after merely 10 exchanges, he delivered a vicious blow that nearly severed Qin's arm, blood gushing forth. The Yun king stumbled back, clutching his wound. "Archers," he commanded, and the archers rushed forward, arrows poised to strike. Qin Wujie seized a guard, using him as a shield against the arrows while simultaneously grasping Chu Yunyue by the collar, who was disoriented and nearly fell several times. Yet he managed to keep her upright. Though he wasn't overly careful in protecting her, he ensured she remained unharmed. At that moment, Yi Min had also discerned the tumult within the royal estate and made her way towards the dungeon. The chaos had drawn attention away from her, allowing her to reach the dungeon entrance with ease. As a guard drew his weapon, she swiftly dispatched him. Entering the dungeon, she was met with damp darkness, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Several guards were stationed within, but upon witnessing their comrades fall to her serpentine companion, they hesitated to approach. Yi Min advanced, and with each step, they retreated. Despite her lack of martial prowess, she exuded an aura that commanded respect and fear. What was the purpose of this dungeon? The guards exchanged anxious glances, and the bravest among them pushed forward, asking, "Who are you?" The small golden snake darted toward them in an S-shape, causing the guards to shriek and flee in panic. However, the snake merely sought to intimidate. Yi Min ignored their retreat, crouching before a cell where a filthy, pregnant woman was confined. "Why are you imprisoned here?" she inquired. The woman, filled with terror and anguish, struggled to meet Yi Min's gaze, but remained silent. She longed to warn her that the dungeon was laced with a narcotic and that they must act swiftly, lest they fall victim to its effects, rendering them unable to resist. Yet, fear held her tongue. worried that the woman before her could not contend with the monsters that tormented them and that she would face retribution later.
Can you speak?
Do not be afraid. I can help you escape. The narcotic in this dungeon will not affect me, and all those who have tormented you shall perish. Yimin's voice was soft and reassuring, her smile warm and inviting. Though her words held a deadly intent, the women, having endured confinement for far too long, yearned for escape and safety. As she spoke, the small golden snake returned with several keys. Given the multitude of cells, one key could unlock many doors. After a few attempts, Yimin found the correct key, but the woman hesitated to step out, timidly asking, "Who are you?" Yimin, unwilling to disclose her identity, noted the woman's reluctance and turned to the guards who had retreated to a distance. From this moment forth, those who cooperate shall live. Sensing her statement lacked sufficient gravitas, she added, "There is but one chance for survival." Little Jean dispatched them. The small golden snake lunged toward the guards, who were left scrambling in fear. "The king is ill. He requires infants as a remedy," they blurted out in a frenzy. These women were specifically kept to bear children. Over the years, the population in Yunzhou had dwindled, leaving no room for further captures. These women had been brought in from afar. The guards, desperate for survival, began to compete for the singular opportunity to live, realizing that the snake showed no mercy. Although their confessions came swiftly, 2 guards still succumbed to the venom before Yimin called for them to halt. "What illness afflicts the king?" she pressed. The guards shook their heads. "We know not. My lady, do not blame us for our cruelty. We dare not defy the king's orders, or we would meet our demise. We too find his actions abhorrent, yet we are powerless to resist." Yimin smiled brightly. "It appears you still possess a shred of conscience. Very well. Come forth and kneel before these women to atone for your sins." Several individuals, upon witnessing the lifeless body of a companion sprawled on the ground, face darkened and deathly still, hesitated not to kneel before the women in the small prison, bowing their heads in remorse and pleading for forgiveness, claiming they had no choice in the matter. Most of these women appeared dazed and lost. Observing their expressions, Yimin approached the cell of a woman whose eyes harbored resentment. "Can you forgive them?" This woman, visibly pregnant for 5 or 6 months, exuded a foul odor, her suffering rendering her age indiscernible. She timidly glanced at Yimin but remained silent. When Yimin extended a hand to assist her, she hesitated yet did not refuse. "How have you fared here?" Yimin inquired, changing her approach. After a moment of silence, the woman replied, "What can one expect in this place? They do not regard us as human beings." Those who attempted to resist were either brutally disemboweled to extract their unborn children or had their hands thrust inside them, forcibly removing their offspring. The newborns, so frail and delicate, were mercilessly slain, and for women like us, who can barely bear a few children before facing death, they care not for our fates. As she spoke, her gaze toward the guards was rife with bitter hatred. The guards claimed they were coerced, yet there was no trace of remorse in their eyes while committing their vile deeds. Forgiveness? She longed to devour their flesh and drink their blood, utterly incapable of forgiving. However, she dared not voice such thoughts. The woman who sought to rescue them possessed a heart of compassion, and if she were to reveal her true feelings, the benefactor might deem them malicious and withhold her aid in the future. They were all expectant mothers, and survival was a daunting challenge without assistance. Yimin's expression revealed nothing of her emotions as she tossed the keys to several guards. "Open all the cells." The golden serpent stood nearby, its serpentine form fixed upon them, and the guards dared not disobey, hurriedly unlocking the cages. Mimicking Yimin's actions, they attempted to assist the women out. But not a single woman accepted their help. Most recoiled in panic, some glared at them with fierce hostility, and a few even lunged at them in a frenzied attack. One woman initiated this assault, and the rest, fueled by a surge of spirit, followed suit. The guards, initially hesitant to retaliate, called out for Yimin. "Miss, please intervene. The true culprit is the prince. They should seek vengeance upon him." Yimin smiled gently. "Do you not seek atonement? Allow them to vent their frustrations upon you. Were you attempting to deceive me regarding your supposed repentance?" The guards had previously thought Yimin easily fooled, but her serene smile now filled them with dread. The woman Yimin had assisted, initially hesitant to approach, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Yimin's words and rushed forward, clutching her belly. The women, though lacking in strength, became fierce, their faces contorted in rage. Devoid of weapons, they resorted to biting, resembling a pack of ravenous, Mad dogs. The guards soon realized that these women harbored no regard for their lives and would not passively endure their flesh being torn apart. Yet, as they attempted to resist, it felt as if they were pricked by something sharp, akin to embers igniting upon their skin, and in mere moments, they were engulfed in flames of agony. Their strength dwindling, and as fingers pierced their eye sockets, they could only emit faint sounds. They were left to despair, mere prey. Yimin observed the women. Consumed by madness, she questioned whether permitting them to unleash their hatred was indeed right, if it would condemn them to eternal confinement in this dark prison, or lead them to derive pleasure from their torment and impose their suffering upon the innocent. She understood that at this moment, she had no right to urge them toward forgiveness. Having confirmed that no guards remained, Yimin turned to seek Qin Wuji. The scene Qin Wuji presented was one of carnage. The man stood amidst the corpses, drenched in blood, his eyes of vivid crimson, radiating an aura of cold fury intertwined with a bloodthirsty madness, akin to a vengeful deity. Chu Yunyue, having been rescued by Qin Wuji, dared not approach, crouching low, covering her mouth in silence, trembling as she gazed at him. She had once thought herself saved by a hero, yet the look in his eyes was all too familiar, reminiscent of the cruelty she had endured at the hands of the Cloud King. There were still survivors around, yet none dared to draw near. Yimin arrived to witness this hellish scene, the ground strewn with bodies, soaked in blood. The guards of the prince surrounded Qin Wuji, yet did not dare to attack, their eyes filled with terror. Yimin's heart trembled. Indeed, something was amiss with this man.
I see.
Chapter 50. The consequences of disobedience. Qin Wuji showed no response to Yimin's voice. His scarlet gaze malevolently scrutinized the crowd, ready to tear apart anyone who dared approach. Yimin inhaled deeply, a sea. She stepped forward cautiously, and upon sensing her footsteps, Qin Wuji abruptly turned. In that instant, the murderous aura emanating from him rendered the unimportant bystanders weak-kneed. Yimin felt a shock of fear as she paused momentarily before continuing her approach.
I see.
Why do you look at me so? Do you not recognize me? I am the one who bought you clothes and provided you with silver. Yimin's words faltered slightly. Indeed, she had not spent much on him, never having even paid his monthly wages. The man's gaze fixed upon her, devoid of any warmth, his eyes swirling with violent rage. She had sensed before that within this man lay a beast he could not control. Yet, she had not anticipated the horror that would emerge when that beast was unleashed. Yimin endeavored to appear unafraid, offering a gentle, composed smile. "I see. Do you wish to kill me?" At that moment, she seemed numb to fear. Seeing this version of a sea, she felt an intense urge to reach out to him, for he was deeply ensnared in darkness and in dire need of her. "You wish to kill Yimin?" His eyes flickered slightly, and Yimin wondered if this reaction signified that he recognized her.
I see.
Finally standing before him, she mustered her courage, maintained her smile, and reached out to grasp his arm. To Qin Wuji, her touch felt like the onslaught of a ferocious beast. His eyes flared with fury as he seized her wrist with crushing force. The pain surged through Yimin's head, draining the color from her face and causing cold sweat to bead upon her forehead. It was excruciating, yet her past trials had endowed her with immense resilience to pain, and she could endure it. She did not intend to harm him. Despite his fierce, vigilant gaze, she slowly caressed his cheek. "I see you hurt me." Qin Wuji's pupils constricted, reflecting her pale, pained face. At that moment, his rationality returned, and a fleeting confusion crossed his eyes as he gazed at her. His gaze dropping to where he held her wrist, now twisted and misshapen. In terror, he released her hand and stumbled back. What expression adorned his face? It seemed a blend of guilt and fear, tinged with madness. Had he harmed her? Would she be afraid? Would she leave? Surely she would. Rather than waiting for her departure, he might as well kill her beforehand. Thus, she would remain bound to him until her last breath. Yimin did not retreat. She stepped closer. "You despicable servant, you've crushed my hand, yet you still retreat?" Seeing her little face, which was forced to smile, Qin Wuji's fingers trembled. In her current state, he found it difficult to act. "What are you dawdling for? Support me." Qin Wuji pressed his lips together, hesitant to approach her, fearing he might cause her even greater harm. "Do you dare to disregard my words?"
Ye minimum fine English.
But the tone in which she spoke was remarkably gentle in Qin Wuji's ears. Finally, he stepped forward to assist her, unsure whether it was out of fear of disobeying her or a resolve to suppress the violent urges within him. The moment his body leaned in, Yi Min shifted her weight onto him, not intentionally, but out of sheer weakness. At that moment, she realized just how tightly she had been wound up. I mentioned my name earlier. They must have heard it. What should I do now? She languidly cast a glance at those present, exuding an air of lethargy. Qin Wuji pressed his thin lips together, feeling that the immediate concern was not this. How is your hand? Yi Min glanced up at him. Rest assured, I am not the type to discard my servants without a second thought. I do not mind your lack of familial ties. Just ensure you perform your duties well from now on. Her words warmed the taut strings of Qin Wuji's heart, and his tense demeanor suddenly broke into a smile. All right. I discovered a dungeon filled with numerous pregnant women. The Cloud King seems to be ailing and requires infants as medicinal catalysts, having abducted many women to bear them. Is there a way to expose the Cloud King's actions without revealing ourselves?
Yes.
He answered without hesitation, as if he possessed significant capabilities and was utterly reliable. In truth, his mind was quite blank, preoccupied with thoughts of how much pain she must be enduring from the fracture of her wrist. Why hadn't she fled? She is truly remarkable. As for a method, he had none at present. However, the absence of a solution now did not imply there would be none later. He would devise a plan soon. His confidence in his response led Yi Min to believe him without doubt. That is good. Assist me to rest. You will handle the remaining matters. She added with a grave tone. Do not bring me distress, understood? The servant understands. Yi Min soon discovered that his method of cleaning up was to eliminate all witnesses. Yet, very few remained alive in the Cloud King's manor. The population was sparse, and there were no maids or attendants, only guards. Yi Min felt no sorrow for their demise. If these guards, who had aided the Cloud King in the cruel treatment of those women, were to survive, then what could be said of the innocent women who had suffered tragic fates? As adults, they ought to be accountable for their actions. Yi Min did not linger on the scene, instead channeling the power of the divine insect to heal her broken wrist. Restoring her injury was not difficult, but the pain from using the divine insect was more intense than a broken bone. Damn it, that wretched AC. Yi Min inadvertently cursed. Qin Wuji flinched, wondering if she had previously referred to him as a dog slave. He felt no anger, but rather a sense of guilt, choosing to pretend he had not heard. Yi Min cast a sidelong glance at him, and seeing his lack of response, she said nothing further, retrieving a porcelain vial and pouring half of its contents into her mouth. These insect eggs would not hatch within her body, but would serve as nourishment for the divine insect, or in other words, for her. In a sense, she was one with the divine insect. Chu Yunyue was too frightened to remain among the corpses and hesitated before running to Yi Min's side. Miss, are you all right? I am well. Yi Min had little desire for conversation. When Yi Min adopted an air of nobility, she became difficult to approach. And Chu Yunyue dared not speak casually to her, yet she remained close, quietly staying by her side. Qin Wuji returned after dealing with the Cloud King's people. I will search the surroundings. The Cloud King was still alive, his limbs broken. Yet he seemed indifferent to the pain of his wounds as he bound others, indicating a desire to prolong their torment. Yi Min had already grasped the situation within the Cloud King's manor. There was a cook in the kitchen with broken legs, and to the west, there was a courtyard with a Buddhist altar, where a woman, presumably the Cloud King's wife, resided. In her courtyard, there was a well filled with corpses. Chapter 51. The Cloud King's wife Yi Min stated, there are still some pregnant women in the dungeon. They are too frightened to come out at the moment. Aside from them, there are no living souls in the manor. However, the soldiers pursuing us have returned from the southern barracks, led by a man accompanied by 5 followers, seemingly to report back to the Cloud King. Qin Wuji once again marveled at the efficacy of the witchcraft. No wonder witch doctors are shunned throughout the land. It is a crime to possess such treasures. Understood. Qin Wuji replied and promptly prepared to deal with the returning soldiers. Yi Min swiftly called him back. What do you understand? Qin Wuji, innocent and guileless, looked at her. Aren't we to deal with those returning soldiers? Do not take any lives. Just incapacitate them. Understood. Although he believed those soldiers could not escape suspicion for aiding the Cloud King's nefarious deeds, he resolved to spare them, since she wished to show them mercy. Yi Min then turned her attention to Chu Yunyue. What are you still doing here? Chu Yunyue stood up straight. I have nowhere to go. My parents intended to sell me to an old man. I escaped from home. If you do not mind, please let me follow you as a maid. I can endure any hardship. Yi Min did not respond to her plea and walked towards the courtyard with the Buddhist altar. Upon entering the courtyard, The dry well was immediately visible, a large stone pressing down upon it. Yimin glanced at it and pushed open the door of the altar. A richly dressed woman knelt before a statue of Guanyin. When the door creaked open, her body trembled slightly, and she appeared anxious and fearful, not turning around. "Are you the Cloud King's wife?" Upon hearing the voice, the woman turned her head, her eyes wide with shock and panic, her face pale. "Who are you?" Yimin smiled. "You might not wish to know my identity." Yimin found a mat and sat cross-legged in front of the woman. Before she could ask anything, the woman bombarded her with questions. "Was that commotion outside caused by you?" "Yes," Yimin replied. "And where is the king? He must not have long to live now." The woman paused, then sighed with relief, asking, "And the people in the manor? They are all dead." The woman stared at Yimin in shock for a long while before breaking down in tears. "Dead? All dead? Good. Those beasts, worse than pigs and dogs. They are monstrous. It was about time someone came to kill them all." She cursed vehemently, her sobs suddenly ceasing as she scrambled to her feet and rushed outside, appearing somewhat deranged. On her way out, she encountered a few scattered corpses, the pitiful remains of those who had fled in panic only to be caught and slaughtered by the formidable Chu Yunyue. The woman showed no fear of the dead bodies. Upon seeing the guards in the Cloud King's uniform, she could not help but laugh. Her laughter was a twisted, haunting sound. Yimin followed her, choosing not to stop her. The woman reached the front yard and surveyed the scene of carnage, and upon spotting the Cloud King, bound and discarded like a dead dog, she could not resist rushing forward to kick him brutally. The kicks jolted the unconscious Cloud King awake, and she began to slap him wildly. In the midst of her fury, she seemed to remember something and turned to run towards the kitchen. The woman searched frantically like a headless fly until she finally found the chef, his legs severed, amidst the pile of firewood. She rushed over and wept over him. "Your Highness, how did you get out?" The chef, bewildered, looked at Yimin and Chu Yunyue, who had come with the Cloud Princess. With a mix of panic and confusion, the Cloud Princess remained silent, continuing to weep for the chef. Seeing this, Yimin initially thought there might be some unresolved matter between them. Once the Cloud Princess had cried enough, she wiped her tears and turned to Yimin to explain. "Forgive me for this display. He is but my adopted son." Yimin scrutinized the chef, somewhat astonished.
How old is he?
The Cloud Princess lowered her gaze, concealing the sorrow and resentment in her eyes. "He is barely 19. He simply appears older due to the hardships he has endured." She had thought adopting this child was a stroke of luck, unaware that it marked the beginning of his misfortune. Once the Cloud Princess had regained her composure, she recounted her experiences to Yimin. Although she hailed from a family of officials, her father was merely a local bureaucrat with a modest rank. Initially, she believed marrying the Cloud Prince was a significant elevation, not realizing that he was inhumane, afflicted with a hidden ailment, yet bearing a noble title. His actions grew increasingly lawless. Deceived by a few Taoist priests, he believed that newborn infants could cure his ailment, transforming the entire region of Yunzhou into his personal apothecary. However, those priests failed to heal him and ultimately met their demise at his hands. Yet, the Cloud Prince's malevolence did not cease with the loss of his alchemists. Perhaps by this point, his intention was no longer to cure himself, but rather, his twisted psyche could not tolerate the happiness of others. It was no wonder that Yunzhou lay in such desolation. Yimin had previously been astonished at how one could be so incompetent as to govern a region into such a state. It turned out the Cloud Prince had not governed Yunzhou at all. Instead, he relentlessly drained its vitality. "Are you aware of the women imprisoned in the Cloud Prince's dungeon?" Upon receiving a nod from the Cloud Princess, Yimin inquired further, "How long has the Cloud Prince been committing these atrocities?" The Cloud Princess replied, "For nearly a decade." The Cloud Prince had held his title for about 13 years and had been a perpetrator for 10. Has no one intervened? The Cloud Princess's face contorted with anguish. "He is the king of Yunzhou. Who dares to challenge him? My family perished because of this." As she spoke, tears flowed anew. Her father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, sister, brother-in-law, and 3 entire households had been ruthlessly slain by the Cloud Prince, including her young brother at the time. Remembering these horrors, the Cloud Princess wept once more. Shortly after her marriage, she had discovered his inhumanity. To be honest, she had not minded this at first. He had treated her well initially, and she believed that despite his flaws, he was a remarkable man. Little did she know that his kindness was merely a facade. The notion of adopting a child had provoked him, making him feel belittled, as if her desire to nurture another child was a humiliation to him. However, there were occasions when her presence was essential, such as during summons to the capital. Initially, the Cloud Prince had threatened her family's lives to compel her obedience. It was only 2 years ago that she learned her parents, siblings, and their families had long been murdered. Thoughts of despair consumed her. Yet she was unwilling to succumb to death. Instead, a faint hope for revenge became the fragile thread that sustained her existence. Chapter 52. Truly hungry when Chu Yunyue returned after incapacitating the soldiers, he brought the Gu child with him. Yimin introduced the identity of the Cloud Princess and then asked, "Do you not have a way to expose the Cloud Prince's actions to the world? Pray tell. What is your plan?" Chu Yunyue rubbed his stomach. "Is there anything to eat?" "There is. I will prepare something for you." The Cloud Princess thought the others wished to dismiss her and promptly left. Chu Yunyue hesitated, but did not follow. Chu Yunyue had no intention of dismissing anyone. He was genuinely hungry. The transport of supplies by Chu Ho would inevitably pass through this area, and he would certainly report the events that transpired here. Yimin remarked. However, after reporting, it is possible that the case of the Cloud Prince's massacre will also be investigated. That is easily managed. We can have the local populace file a joint complaint. Do you think the locals are unaware of the Cloud Prince's actions? They are certainly aware, but dare not speak out. Moreover, with the Cloud Princess still alive, she would be more than willing to assist us. Chu Yunyue smiled, contemplating that the Cloud Princess would have no choice but to cooperate unless she wished for her own demise. I will write to the Empress regarding this matter. Once she is informed, events will unfold as we envision. You need not worry. Yimin nodded, while Chu Yunyue felt a surge of anxiety, wondering about the origins of these individuals who could so easily contact the Empress. Suddenly, Yimin turned to Chu Yunyue, who perked up, instinctively displaying a pleasing demeanor. She was saved by you. It is your responsibility to make arrangements for her. Only then did Chu Yunyue look at Chu Yunyue. She hurriedly knelt, "Young master, I escaped from home with nowhere to go. I can endure any hardship and perform any task. If you keep me by your side, I will serve you diligently." As she spoke, she bowed repeatedly, clearly eager to stay close to them. Yet, Chu Yunyue seemed to ignore her words entirely, muttering to himself, "Do I really have to accommodate her? You never mention this when you ask me to save someone. How do I accommodate her? What a hassle. Should I just kill her instead? If she reveals our secrets, it would only bring us trouble." Such a dilemma. Chu Yunyue trembled in fear. If I were to speak a single word about the benefactor's affairs, may I be struck by lightning and meet a terrible fate. The kindness the benefactor has shown me, I can scarcely repay, and I would never cause him any distress. Chu Yunyue pointed to Yimin. "The one who saved you is my master. I am not your benefactor." Chu Yunyue quickly turned to Yimin and bowed again. Only then did Chu Yunyue smile in satisfaction. "Where is your home?" "In the Northern Territory, in a village called Shangyun. My father is a schoolteacher, my mother a farmer, and I have 2 elder brothers, both of whom are already married with children." Chu Yunyue hurriedly divulged everything without being prompted. "In the borderlands, it would not be convenient for you to stay with us. However, I can send you back home. Are you willing?" Chu Yunyue was not willing, for upon returning, she would undoubtedly be captured. Yet at that moment, she dared not voice her concerns, repeatedly affirming, "I am willing, I am willing. I will obey your orders." Yimin waved her away, then remarked, "In Yunzhou, there are also a witch named Su Qing and a man named Su Boyang from Nanyu Court. They pose a bit of a problem. It may not be wise to kill them just yet. How about I capture them both later? This matter is up to you." While Yimin was not entirely cold-hearted enough to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others, he did not possess a fervent zeal for punishing the wicked either. The Cloud Princess brought food over. Chu Yunyue ate while Yimin invited her to help arrange for the women in the dungeon. A few of the bolder women ventured out of the dark prison, yet they were lost, unsure of where to go or what to do next, many of them pregnant, soon to give birth, and uncertain of their future. Others did not even dare to step out of the dungeon, having endured so much abuse that even when the door to freedom was opened, many were too afraid to emerge. Upon encountering the women emerging from the dark prison, Yimin called out to them, startling several who instinctively recoiled in alarm. However, they soon recognized Yimin as their savior, and their defensive stances relaxed somewhat. "Do not be afraid. Do you still remember where you come from? I am from Li Family Village. My hometown is in Zhao Prefecture, Stone Village. My stepmother deceived my father and sold me. Many among them were unaware of their own origins, having spent their entire lives within the confines of their village. Most had been sold, passed through the hands of various individuals before ending up in the Yunwangfu. Some had been sold as children to noble families and, having offended their masters, were subsequently sold again. Very few had a place to return to. Nearly all were homeless. The Yun Wangfei remarked, "It is the prince's wrongdoing. I am willing to provide shelter for these women." The efforts to settle these women continued until dawn, yet the remains scattered throughout the Wangfu still awaited attention. Qin Wuji, after finishing his meal, ventured out but returned empty-handed. "The people have escaped?" Yi Min frowned. How could Su Qing and Zhuo Boyang, under her curse, manage to flee? Qin Wuji lifted the water jug, only to find it empty. "When I arrived, the officials were all dead. Much like the fate that befell the Yunwangfu, there were no survivors. I examined the wounds. They were inflicted by a master swordsman." TSK, Yimin scoffed. "If this continues, our great Yi kingdom will meet its demise. A prince of a prefecture, and the only local officials have been casually exterminated." Qin Wuji expressed, "An incompetent emperor is not the worst. The terrifying part is that he still believes himself to be a wise ruler." Yi Min turned to him. "Do you harbor a grudge against the current emperor?" "It cannot be termed a grudge. I simply desire his life." Qin Wuji remained silent, then stood, saying, "I must interrogate the Yunwang. Will you accompany me?" "I shall go." Chapter 53. Listening to you, the Yunwang lay discarded among the corpses of the guards. His limbs broken, treated like refuse. The resentment within him had been ground to dust by such indifferent treatment. Qin Wuji approached and lightly kicked him, prompting the Yunwang to struggle to open his eyes, indicating he was still alive. "I have 2 questions for you. First, does the current emperor know what you have been doing in Yun Prefecture? Second, what dealings do you have with the sorceress named Su Qing?" The Yunwang's lips moved, and only when Yi Min leaned closer did she hear him whisper, "Water. Behave, answer the questions, and you shall receive water." Yi Min administered a truth-inducing curse. The Yunwang struggled to swallow before finally responding, "The emperor is aware. I had Su Qing treat my hidden affliction." Upon uttering this, he appeared terrified, as if shocked that he had spoken the truth. Yi Min turned to Qin Wuji. "The emperor is indeed aware of the Yunwang's misdeeds." Qin Wuji scoffed. His eyes filled with mockery and disdain despite his silence. "Keeping him alive allows me to ensure he cannot divulge any of our secrets. Do you wish for his life?" Yi Min calmly inquired, sensing Xi's desire to spare the Yunwang. The Yunwang possessed no significant achievements. His title was merely a result of loyalty to the emperor. It could be said that the emperor had deliberately released such a menace into Yun Prefecture, making the Yunwang a living testament to the emperor's disgrace. When Qin Wuji looked at Yi Min, a deep smile danced in his eyes. "I shall heed your wishes." This enchantress, with an unremarkable visage, managed to exude such alluring charm. Exhausted, Yi Min decided to rest, leaving Qin Wuji and the Yun Wangfei to handle the mess at the Yun Wangfu. The Yun Wangfei showed no intent to conceal the matter. Upon dawn, she summoned several bold women to spread the word of the Yun Wang's vile deeds. The populace was shocked, yet as Qin Wuji had predicted, the Yun Wang's atrocities were not entirely unknown. Some had perceived his actions but dared not speak out. A figure dressed as a swordsman drove a carriage, from within which Zhuo Boyang's weak voice emerged. "Are we really leaving like this? Young master, the curse you bear cannot be delayed. We must return to seek the great sorceress for a remedy." The entire Yun Wangfu was annihilated overnight. "If we do not leave immediately, we may never escape." The swordsman expressed dissatisfaction with Su Qing, questioning her audacity to provoke without knowing the identity of her adversaries. Had she not sent the Yunwang's forces to pursue them, they would not have had to abandon their plans in Yun Prefecture. Zhuo Boyang glanced at Su Qing, whose face was marred with sores. Unable to speak or move yet aware of her surroundings, his brows furrowed tightly. "If Su Qing did not realize we were cursed, are you certain this is indeed a curse?" Compared to Su Qing, Zhuo Boyang's condition was significantly better. Aside from feeling weak and experiencing occasional searing pain, he could still speak and move, and he bore no grotesque sores. The swordsman responded, "There are greater forces at play. The one who cursed you is undoubtedly a powerful sorcerer. Although Su Qing possesses some talent, she is not particularly formidable. We must abandon this mission. Nothing is more important than your life." Zhuo Boyang noted the swordsman's discontent with Su Qing and chose not to pursue the topic further, instead asking, "Has Tuo Bahan been found?" "Not yet, but the corpse of the poison master beside him has been discovered. Young master, this time you miscalculated from my observations. Those two were likely just passing through. You should not have provoked them. Chapter 54. Time to rest. How could I have known those two were so formidable? Even the Yunwang mobilized his troops and could not handle them. Zhuo Boyong was angry, but bore no ill will towards Su Qing. The swordsman remarked. The Yunwang's military strength is too meager, totaling just over 1,000 men. Given the population of Yun Prefecture, it cannot muster a powerful army. Meanwhile, in the northern border army, the guards were vigilant. Qin Wuji's men attempted to deliver the body of Feng Chao to the Jinbei Marquis, but were thwarted by the watchman atop the tower upon nearing the camp. The Jinbei Marquis, over 60, yet remarkably robust, surveyed the beautiful corpse before him and the jade pendant taken from her. His expression grew grave. Is this the 5th daughter of the Feng family? What does it mean to discard this body outside my military camp? Some had already been dispatched in pursuit, yet the assailants were swift. It remained uncertain whether they could be caught. Regardless of the intent behind discarding the body, communication with the Feng family was imperative, the leader of the surprise camp stated. Sun Yi frowned deeply. Are they attempting to gather evidence linking us to the Feng family? Sun Yi was the grandson of the Jinbei Marquis and, by blood, Yimin's cousin. He had visited his soft little cousin during her childhood, but had not seen her since growing up due to his commitments to the military and familial restrictions against associating with the Yi family. The Jinbei Marquis waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? Throwing a body outside my military camp. Who do they wish to curse? Right to the Feng family. Seeing his grandfather's decision made, Sun Yi had no choice but to comply. The messenger would take time to deliver the letter to the Feng family. Although carrier pigeons were quicker, there had been no prior correspondence between the Northern Border Army and the Feng family, and training the pigeons for the route was necessary. Thus, no carrier pigeons were available for use. At this moment, Yi Min and her companions were preparing to set out. Shuho will arrive within 3 days. Do you know what to say when you see him? Qin Wuji asked the Yun Wangfei. The Yun Wangfei nodded. I know. At the Yun Wangfu, there are those with righteous hearts who stand against injustice. I was imprisoned in the Buddhist hall and knew nothing when I finally ventured out to investigate the commotion. Everyone in the Wangfu was dead. The actions of the Beast King shall be relayed in their entirety to Lord Chu without omission. However, deep within, the Beast King's consort harbors some doubts. Do you truly believe Lord Chu will concern himself with these matters? The Beast King has always enjoyed the Emperor's favor. Hence, he undoubtedly will. A smile, deceptive and cunning, plays upon Qin Wuji's lips, clearly a ploy to sow discord. Aside from being the Emperor's trusted confidant, what else can Lord Chu expect from him? Yi Min swiftly mounted her horse. Let us be off. We have a journey ahead. Within 3 days, Chu Yunyue would traverse the territory of Yunzhou, preoccupied with the task of escorting grain and originally had no intention of pausing in Yunzhou until the Beast King's consort personally sought him out. Chu Yunyue is a man who, despite his inability to comprehend matters of the heart, possesses a sense of justice. Upon hearing of the Beast King's deeds, he could not remain indifferent. The past few days have not been kind to the Beast King's consort. The deceased guards had families, and while some rejoiced at their demise, many sought compensation from her. Furthermore, a massacre had occurred at the government office, and this incident was attributed to the perpetrator responsible for the Beast King's downfall. Those seeking retribution similarly turned to the consort for answers. However, her status afforded her some ability to command the armies of Yunzhou, yet the commanding officers insisted on seeing the Beast King, which the consort forbade. Their sole duty was to guard the beast's residence against the agitated populace, neglecting the corpses within. The consort and the women of the estate coexisted with the bodies for several days until Chu Yunyue's arrival led to the bodies being dealt with. The consort was only willing to hand over the gravely wounded Beast King to him. His Highness's actions over the years have been nothing short of despicable. How could I trust the armies of Yunzhou to aid him in his mistreatment of women? She lamented, tears streaming down her face. Her suspicions of the Yunzhou army were not unfounded. Chu Yunyue cast a calm glance at the officer, who hastily retreated, eager to clarify. We were indeed unaware of His Highness's actions over the years. Our duties have solely involved training and occasionally pursuing bandits. How could we know of what transpired at His Highness's residence? Chu Yunyue doubted the truth of his words but refrained from pressing him further, merely inquiring. Has the Beast King assigned you any tasks recently? Initially a casual question, it turned out to yield a significant response. The officer recounted the order to intercept two skilled individuals, a task given with utmost caution, as one of them was a shaman. During their pursuit, they encountered a ghostly doll that disrupted their plans. Upon hearing of the shaman, Chu Yunyue's expression shifted. A shaman? How old are they, and what do they look like? Regrettably, the officer had not seen Yi Min and Qin Wuji, only knowing there was a man and a woman, the woman being the shaman and the man a formidable warrior. The mere mention of a man and woman conjured Yi Min's image in Chu Yunyue's mind, recalling her decisive departure with a guard of uncertain trustworthiness, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Despite his discomfort, he did not cast suspicion upon Yi Min nor reveal his feelings outwardly. He observed the Beast King, now a mere shadow of his former self, but was unable to extract any useful information. With no time to investigate the Beast King's case, he instructed the Yunzhou army to safeguard the consort, directing the officer to assign people to investigate the matter, promising to address it upon his return. The Yunzhou army, lacking a guiding force, naturally acquiesced to Chu Yunyue's commands. After relaying his orders, he resumed his journey. At that moment, Yi Min and her companions had already reached a small town in the northern frontier. Days of travel, compounded by the pain from Qin Wuji's earlier injury, had left her looking exceedingly haggard, as if she were on the verge of death. The town boasted an inn, yet only 2 guest rooms were available. Had Yi Min been alone, it would suffice, but they were accompanied by her second brother, Chu Yunyue. Qin Wuji gazed at Yi Min expectantly, while Chu Yunyue clutched his sleeves, bowing his head. Without acknowledging them, Yi Min stated, "I will take 1 room. They will share the other." "You expect me to share a room with another woman?" Qin Wuji's eyes brimmed with indignation. "I require rest," Yi Min replied coolly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Qin Wuji immediately pointed to Chu Yunyue. "Ask her if she can agree to that arrangement. As a young lady, does it not tarnish her reputation?" Chu Yunyue, head bowed, replied, "I shall heed the lady's command." Qin Wuji shot a chilling glance at Chu Yunyue, causing her to lower her head even further. Yi Min remarked, "Do you think my need for rest is due to anyone else?" Qin Wuji fell silent. Chapter 55. Sun Yi alone in her room. Yi Min retrieved the medicinal cauldron. The heart of the individual within had been consumed by the Ant Queen, a specimen she had extracted from one of the guards in the Beast King's residence. The Ant Queen had recently laid more eggs, and Yi Min collected them all, rinsing them in the teapot's water before swallowing them whole. She then entered a meditative state, absorbing the power derived from the eggs. Yi Min had not intended to meet with the Duke of the Northern Frontier. Possessing the Ant Queen allowed her to sense activity within a 10-mile radius. Once the military supplies transported by Chu Yunyue arrived, she planned to thoroughly inspect them. If all was well, she would return to the capital. Having exhausted her stock of medicine, she could not concoct any poisons without materials. However, she did not anticipate that the Duke of the Northern Frontier would seek her out. After receiving the corpse of the Phoenix family girl, he had tightened security. The border was now rife with visitors traveling long distances to see their loved ones in the military. A few days prior, the soldiers had warned the townsfolk to report any outsiders. As soon as Yi Min and her companions checked into the inn, the owner promptly alerted the military. A girl, seemingly gravely ill, accompanied by a guard and a maid, appeared highly suspicious. "Miss, I've brought you hot water," the innkeeper announced, knocking on Yi Min's door. Awakened from her meditation, Yi Min's senses heightened, detecting more than one breath outside her door. Surely, those pursuing them would no longer be a threat. Who could this be? She waved her hand for the hidden doll to conceal itself, while the little golden snake coiled within her collar, poised for action. Yet, before she could open the door, she heard Qin Si's voice. "Isn't that the second son of the Duke of the Northern Frontier? Do you recognize me?" Sun Yi regarded the rather unremarkable guard before him, unable to recall any prior encounters. Qin Wuji scrutinized Sun Yi, clad in military attire, a smile plastered on his face. Resembling a sycophant in perfect alignment with his current role, "I have come from the capital and have seen you twice. I heard you have been accompanying the Duke in the military. Are you here to inspect the border town?" At that moment, Yi Min opened her door, revealing Sun Yi flanked by several loyal soldiers, each standing rigidly, their expressions devoid of warmth, clearly well-trained. Yi Min nodded toward Sun Yi. "Is there something you need, General?" Sun Yi turned his gaze to Yi Min. "You are from the capital?" "Yes, I grew weary of the capital and ventured out for a change of scenery." Sun Yi was not easily convinced by her words. "There have been sightings of spies from Beiyan at the border. May I ask you a few questions?" "Go ahead. What is your name?" Yimin contemplated providing a false name when Qin Wuji interjected. Yimin's son, Yi paused momentarily. What are your parents' names? Yi Huiren, Sun Guizhi. Sun Yi stared at Yimin for a long moment before exclaiming in astonishment. You are Xiao Yezi's cousin? What brings you all the way to the northern frontier? Yimin responded. What on earth is Xiao Yezi? Sun Yi, having shed his previous seriousness, expressed concern. Why does your complexion seem so poor? Do not linger at the door. Come inside, and let us converse. Surprised by the unexpected warmth from this unfamiliar cousin, Yimin glanced at the smiling Qin Wuji and stepped aside to allow Sun Yi to enter. Sun Yi, unreserved, took a seat and remarked, the northern frontier is harsh and cold. Winter has not officially arrived, yet the chill is already in the air. Why are you not enjoying the comforts of the capital? What brings a young lady like you so far? It is my family's guard who requested my company. Yimin gestured towards Qin Wuji. Exposing my identity, are you? Come on, let's mutually harm each other. Sun Yi's gaze turned less amiable as he looked at Qin Wuji. Unperturbed, Qin Wuji bowed respectfully, embodying a certain solemnity. I am on the orders of Her Majesty the Empress to track the military supplies of the Northern Duke. She received word that someone intends to act against these supplies. Along the way, I have gathered considerable intelligence. Might the Northern Duke have time for a meeting? Yimin interjected. You reveal my identity merely to approach the Northern Duke. Do you? Are you in the Empress's employ? Sun Yi scrutinized Qin Wuji. Standing tall, Qin Wuji replied with unwavering confidence indeed. Sun Yi offered a cryptic smile. Surely. This brother is jesting. Our northern frontier military has no dealings with Her Majesty. Qin Wuji thought to himself that the Northern Duke's second son was rather wary. If there were any connection between the Northern Duke and the Empress, he would not have needed to undertake this arduous journey. The Empress could not simply watch the Northern Duke be schemed against. He continued, initially, the Empress discovered that someone intended to act against the Northern Duke's military supplies. Unwilling to confront the unseen adversary, and not wanting to see the soldiers guarding the northern frontier suffer due to the treachery of those in court, she sent me to keep watch, hoping the supplies would reach the Northern Duke intact. However, along this journey, I have uncovered the involvement of other forces. I must discuss these matters directly with the Northern Duke. I hope the second son can understand. Sun Yi remained silent, seemingly weighing the veracity of Qin Wuji's words. After a moment, he turned to Yimin. Xiao Yezi, how did this guard come to be by your side? Do not call me Xiao Yezi. We are still cousins. Yimin replied. She hesitated to respond, instead gazing at Sun Yi with confusion. Second son, why do you call me that? Sun Yi, taken aback and feeling somewhat hurt, recalled how adorable she had been as a child, soft and cherubic, trailing behind him, urging him to carry her. How had she grown to address him as second son? Yimin was surprised by Sun Yi's reaction, considering the Northern Duke's household had never been fond of her mother, and the two families had long ceased communication. Their interactions had been scarce in childhood, and had it not been for Qin Si recognizing him as the Northern Duke's second son, she would not have known the young man before her was her cousin. Why was he so warm toward her? Feeling somewhat out of her depth, Yimin cleared her throat. Cousin, it seems we have not kept in touch. Sun Yi opened his mouth to explain but caught sight of others present and swallowed his words. Indeed, I have not visited you much over the years, Xiao Yezi. Are you reluctant to disclose the identity of this guard? Yimin replied, no, I understand why you call me Xiao Yezi. Letting go of the name seemed trivial. She did not need to dwell on it. She continued, a sea was pursued and took refuge in my home. I saved him, and out of gratitude, he comes to assist me occasionally. It is true that there are plans against the Northern Duke's military supplies. Perhaps, cousin, you might allow him to meet the Northern Duke? Chapter 56. The Northern Duke Xiao Yezi has come to the northern frontier? The Northern Duke, with a rugged appearance and a thick beard, sat heavily in the commanding position. His brow furrowed deeply. Why should my granddaughter concern herself with such matters as military supplies? He felt a sense of urgency. Something must have happened to his granddaughter. Where is she? Take me to her. Sun Yi replied, Grandfather, I have arranged for my cousin and her companions to stay in a courtyard. Shall you meet her? What of the guard by her side? Military camps are not places for casual visits, but staying at an inn seemed inconvenient. So Sun Yi had arranged alternative accommodations for Yi Min and her companions. Let us meet my cousin first. The Northern Duke, who had kept the border secure from invasion for 10 years, felt a knot of anxiety. He had not seen his granddaughter in years. Would she resent him? Would she scowl at him? What if her expression was displeased? How would he appease her? With a heart full of apprehension, he approached the small courtyard, slowing his horse as he feared disturbing his granddaughter. Upon finally arriving at the entrance, he noticed that it was a modest home. The Northern Duke, appearing calm, dismounted and smoothed his clothing and tousled hair before stepping into the courtyard hesitantly. Before he could take more than a couple of steps, Yimin emerged and gracefully bowed. "I greet the Northern Duke." Every movement she made was steeped in elegance, transforming the most ordinary gestures into something refined. Despite her male attire and pale complexion resembling that of a sickly person, she exuded a poise that surpassed even those from long-established noble families. Having prepared himself mentally for this moment countless times, the Northern Duke felt a surge of tenderness upon seeing his graceful granddaughter. "Xiao Yezi, why do you appear so unwell? Are you ill?" As he spoke, the Northern Duke turned sharply to Sun Yi, kicking him lightly. "Why did you not inform me sooner that your cousin was unwell? Go fetch Dr. Shengguan." Sun Yi, feeling unjustly punished, swallowed his grievances. "Was it not you who rushed off in a hurry, leaving no time for me to speak?" "Yes. Grandfather, I shall fetch Dr. Shengguan at once." Sun Yi hastily mounted his horse and departed. This rascal, utterly unreliable. The Northern Duke glared at Sun Yi before turning back to Yi Min with a kind smile. "Xiao Yezi, why did you not write to your grandfather to inform him of your arrival in the northern frontier?" Yi Min replied, "Does grandfather truly care for me? And why do you all call me Xiao Yezi? I have no carrier pigeons to send messages." She stepped aside. "Please enter and sit." She was uncertain how to address this commanding figure of the border. Calling him the Northern Duke seemed deliberately distant, while referring to him as grandfather felt unfamiliar. "Ah, indeed." The Northern Duke chuckled heartily, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Qin Wuji. "I greet the Northern Duke," Qin Wuji bowed. The Northern Duke did not spare him a glance, settling into his seat and warmly beckoning Yi Min. "Xiao Yezi, please take a seat." With many questions swirling in his mind, he found himself at a loss for words. "I shall not sit. My guard has matters to discuss with you. I will fetch some pastries for you both." Yi Min offered a slight bow and called to Chu Yunyue to head to the kitchen. The Northern Duke watched his granddaughter's retreating figure, letting out a barely audible sigh. When he finally looked up at Qin Wuji, all traces of affection had vanished, replaced by the fierce, cold gaze of a seasoned warrior. "What are your intentions in approaching my granddaughter with that countenance?" Qin Wujin sat quietly, his heart startled by the revelation. Throughout the journey, no one had detected his disguise, yet the Northern Duke saw through it at a glance. He maintained his composure and replied, "Your Grace, you misunderstand. The young lady is aware of my true appearance. I donned a disguise merely for convenience, and to spare her any trouble." The Northern Duke regarded him with a sardonic smile, a low grunt escaping his lips. "Speak plainly. What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Qin Wujin adjusted his demeanor, adopting a serious expression. "Initially, the Empress sensed that someone intended to undermine your military supplies, though the evidence was not conclusive. I was sent as a precaution. Remarkably, we encountered individuals from the Tianyuan Feng family and the Northern Yen Crown Prince along the way, both accompanied by sorcerers." Upon hearing this, the Northern Duke's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Are you implying that my dear little Yezi has encountered sorcerers?" His voice was low, yet his aura radiated a predatory intensity. Qin Wujin raised an eyebrow, noting the Duke's formidable presence. He bowed respectfully. "Your Grace, you must not speak to little Yezi in such a manner. It may frighten her." The Northern Duke tempered his ferocity, casting an irritated glance. "Little Yezi is someone you can address so casually? You insolent brat, do you seek punishment?" His fist crashed onto the table, splintering it into fragments. Qin Wujin's eyelids twitched, yet he remained unflustered, bowing again. It was a slip of the tongue. "I shall refer to her as such in private henceforth." The Northern Duke snorted. "You still have yet to answer my question." "Yes, the young lady did encounter sorcerers." The Duke's gaze sharpened. "Her complexion appears quite sickly. Is it a result of her encounter with the sorcerers?" "Indeed," Qin Wujin noted, pondering the Duke's peculiar inquiries. The Duke exhibited apparent concern for Yi Min upon learning of her encounter, yet he did not inquire whether she had been cursed. Did the Northern Duke know the identity of the sorcerers? Qin Wujin concealed his speculations, stating, "The Northern Yen has gathered its forces, poised to attack the northern borders should your military supplies falter. You must bolster your defenses here. Who are you to instruct me?" The Northern Duke felt an inexplicable disdain for Qin Wujin. "Did you deliver the corpse of that girl from the Feng family?" Feigning ignorance, Qin Wujin replied, "Corpse? What corpse?" We had no conflict with the Feng family's faction. The Northern Duke scrutinized him for a long moment before diverting his gaze. He was taken aback to learn of the connection between the young lady and the Duke. Chu Yunyue gazed at her with admiration and envy. My lady, please allow me to accompany you. I was sold to an old man by my parents. Returning home is tantamount to a death sentence. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you provide me with sustenance. I ask for no wages. Yimin visited a pastry shop to purchase some delicacies. You must understand that I am not an ordinary young lady. Have you considered what it entails to follow me? This implied she might consider allowing her to stay. Chu Yunyue's heart soared. I have thought about it. I fear no hardship. I have been confined to a small mountain village all my life, never having seen the outside world. If you wish for me to remain, I am prepared to do anything. I require a medicinal person. Would you be willing? Chapter 57. Willing to be a medicinal person. Yimin recognized Chu Yunyue's ambitions. This young woman longed for more than a mundane existence. Chu Yunyue felt a flutter of panic, unsure whether it was the unusual term medicinal person or Yimin's penetrating gaze that unsettled her. What is the role of a medicinal person? If you wish to stay, you must be of some service to me. I have no shortage of attendants. It makes no sense to feed an idle mouth, does it? Chu Yunyue thought to herself. You are related to the Duke. How could you not afford to support many? Yet, she dared not voice this thought. You are correct, my lady. I am willing to be a medicinal person. Yimin smiled gently, akin to a blooming orchid, elegant and beautiful, yet distant. Very well, being a medicinal person may be arduous. But it will not lead to death. It will be beneficial for you. You shall understand in due time. Chu Yunyue lowered her head. Upon returning to the small courtyard, she headed toward the front hall, where the two were conversing. Yimin turned and called her. Come with me to the kitchen. Do we not need to deliver the pastries to the Duke? No need. Go to the kitchen and boil water for tea. Chu Yunyue followed obediently. The Northern Duke, upon hearing Yimin's voice, emerged with a warm smile. Little Yezi, let the servants handle the trivial matters. Come and converse with your grandfather. Yimin hesitated momentarily before approaching. Cough. Did grandfather finish speaking with Si so soon? The Northern Duke was delighted to hear her call him grandfather. What could be discussed with a little brat? Little Yezi, you traveled far. Why did the Zhu family not arrange for guards to escort you? Do not worry. If that Zhu lad dares mistreat you, your grandfather will deal with him. Yimin tilted her head, puzzled by the fierce general's unexpected kindness. Why do you treat me so well, grandfather? The Northern Duke paused, realization dawning upon him. He understood why his granddaughter greeted him with such elegance, why she bore no grievances or scorn. It was simply because she had never anticipated affection from him. His heart sank, as if burdened by a great stone. Leaving him breathless, he cast a glance at Qin Wujin, who discreetly withdrew. Little Yezi, come here. Yimin stepped into the room, sitting quietly as she awaited her grandfather's words. The Northern Duke stared at the ground in silence for a long while before finally asking, Have you taught yourself the art of sorcery? How did you know? Yimin's face displayed astonishment, devoid of the panic of secrets being uncovered, only sheer surprise. This sorcery. Even she was unsure of its nature. If someone possessed knowledge, she would be eager to hear their insights. The Northern Duke fell silent again, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Before finally exhaling deeply, since you are married now, you ought to focus on being a good wife and mother. Sorcery is not something to be trifled with. At that moment, Yimin could not even explain her separation from Chu Yunyue, hastily pressing, Do you know the nature of my sorcery? How could I not? The divine sorcery is an inherited trait in our bloodline, passed down to females and not males. While powerful, no one has ever been able to master it. It consumes its host. So it is an inherited trait. Does this mean your ancestors were sorcerers? My divine sorcery has been passed down through blood? Why is my mother unharmed? I have always protected your mother. Of course, she remains unscathed. The Northern Duke sighed, reflecting on his selfish daughter. I did not foresee that the divine sorcery would activate within you, and you surely have many questions for me. Do you not? Yimin nodded, indeed. The Northern Duke replied, There is no rush. When your cousin arrives, I will explain everything in detail. Yimin had to suppress her anxious heart. Fortunately, Sun Yi soon returned with the elderly physician, Dr. Shangguan, who was over 80 years old. The pulse of Miss Yi appears to be in good condition. The old doctor felt Yimin's healthy pulse, yet observed her pale complexion, causing him to doubt his own expertise. How peculiar. After decades of practice, I refuse to believe I cannot discern a pulse today. Dr. Shangguan rolled up his sleeves, intent on diagnosing Yi Min's pulse with utmost precision. Yi Min swiftly withdrew her hand, saying, "Doctor, my pallid complexion is simply my natural disposition. My health is intact. You should attend to my young guard who is both injured and poisoned and in greater need of your care." Dr. Shangguan pressed Yi Min's wrist back down with determination, insisting, "How can a healthy person possess such a pale visage? I shall take your pulse once more." Yi Min replied, "Very well, please proceed." Dr. Shangguan switched from left to right hand, yet he remained unable to discern any clarity. "There is another patient waiting outside. Do not trouble my cousin any further." Sun Yi stepped forward to assist Dr. Shangguan, stating, "My grandfather has matters to discuss with my cousin. Please attend to the other patient." These young men today truly lack conscience. "Was it not you who insisted on dragging me along?" Dr. Shangguan shot Sun Yi an irritable glare.
Sun Yi,
Maintaining a smiling demeanor, did not argue. In his youth, Dr. Shangguan had renounced a life of luxury in the capital to serve as a military physician. And in his later years, he chose not to return home to enjoy a comfortable life, but instead followed to the frigid northern territories. The majority of the military physicians in the Northern Army were his students, and he was greatly respected by the entire Northern Army. The Duke of Zhenbei took Yi Min for a horseback stroll, with Sun Yi trailing behind them, venturing into the wilderness, where eavesdroppers were unlikely to lurk. "To what stage has your witchcraft advanced?" the Duke inquired. Yi Min replied, "I have not practiced witchcraft for long. How many stages does it entail?" Her encounters with witchcraft practitioners had been limited to a young man named Xiao Yang and a woman named Su Qing. She was aware that neither was her equal, yet she had no sense of her own progress. The Duke of Zhenbei brushed his weathered face, admitting his own ignorance on the subject. However, he maintained an air of gravitas, stating, "When a witchcraft practitioner first begins, they must study pharmacology, learn to prepare and nurture venomous insects, cultivating them to be exceedingly poisonous and obedient to commands, to be deemed a witchcraft practitioner. After achieving the status, there are further distinctions: third level, second level, first level, and grand witchcraft practitioners. The heart-confounding insect, for instance, can only be concocted by a first-level witchcraft practitioner, a feat that requires both innate bloodline advantages and several years of dedicated effort." Yi Min interjected, "I am capable of concocting the heart-confounding insect." The Duke paused. "You have secretly begun learning witchcraft at such an early stage?" "No, I only started learning recently, perhaps less than 2 months ago." Chapter 58. Bloodline. The Duke of Zhenbei had an illustrious ancestor, a grand witchcraft practitioner capable of creating a poison that could annihilate tens of thousands, a single insect worth the might of an army. She could also forge the devouring Qi insect, which could consume the essence of a clan, leading to its decline and ultimate disappearance. Should the essence of a nation be devoured, it could even meet its demise. Despite the existence of such a powerful witchcraft practitioner being a rarity in millennia, society has used her as the benchmark to define every witchcraft practitioner, mistakenly believing that if allowed to flourish, all practitioners could become similarly fearsome. In reality, after that practitioner's demise, the remaining witchcraft practitioners found themselves regarded as malevolent beings. They had rebelled but were defeated. Thus, in the present day, witchcraft practitioners have become shrouded in mystery. A mystery stemming from their fear of appearing in the light of day. The Duke of Zhenbei had heard of his ancestors' abilities from his grandmother. He was uncertain whether any witchcraft practitioners could reach such heights, but he knew that his grandmother had met a tragic end. She, too, was a witchcraft practitioner. Her yearning for power, leading her to activate a divine insect she could not control, which ultimately consumed her. At that time, the Duke was but 15, and he recalled his grandmother's frantic attempts to capture his mother to feed the divine insect, which ultimately led to her own demise. The memory of his grandmother's forehead being marked by a red, throbbing and drawing her in, accompanied by her agonized cries, remained vivid in his mind. Once she had been entirely consumed, the red transformed into a beam of light that entered his own forehead. The young duke felt a profound panic until the birth of his eldest daughter, Sun Guizhi, Yi Min's mother. When Sun Guizhi was born, she bore a similar red on her forehead, which vanished a few days later. The Duke then realized that this was the divine insect, which seemed unable to exist independently and could only dwell within a human host. Because of this, he cherished and protected Sun Guizhi dearly, only to inadvertently nurture her selfish and entitled disposition, treating the efforts of others as her due. When Yi Min was born, the Duke also visited, noticing that she too bore a red dot on her forehead, indicating the divine insect had transferred to her. It took the Duke several years to uncover useful information about the divine insect, discovering that it did not simply choose any host, but was selective. For instance, it had no interest in Sun Guizhi. The Duke lamented that all his years of care for his daughter had been in vain, as the divine insect disregarded Sun Guizhi. As Yimin listened to the Duke recount these past events, she inquired, "Grandfather, are there any records regarding witchcraft practitioners from our ancestors?" The Duke shook his head. Such records could not possibly endure. Even if they existed once, they were hastily destroyed. Your grandmother learned of these matters from your great-grandmother. Do my cousins and uncles know? The Duke nodded. Of course, but rest assured, they would not speak a word of it. Your mother is unaware of these matters. If such information were to surface, even if the royal family were to show mercy, the relatives of those considered malevolent would inevitably seek to eradicate them. The Duke shared this knowledge with his family, hoping that should Yimin ever find herself in peril, they would extend their assistance. Yimin asked, "Why has grandfather not kept in touch with me all these years? I thought you were avoiding the stigma of the Yi family." The Duke replied, "The analogy is quite apartment Yi Huiren, that good-for-nothing, believes himself capable. Yet he has no real ability. His position as a deputy in the Ministry of Justice was obtained through your mother's plea to me, and he has remained stagnant in that position for years. How could I possibly regard him highly?" The Duke cast a glance at his granddaughter, embodying the demeanor of a wise recluse. He then sighed, "My maternal family has ties to witchcraft practitioners, and the Emperor is aware of this. With you now possessing the divine insect, I fear the Emperor might discover the immense power within you. As a military general with a firm grasp of authority, he would certainly pay extra attention to those close to him. Should the Emperor uncover the divine insect within you and forcibly activate it, I dread that my granddaughter might meet a fate akin to that of my grandmother." Now that her divine insect had activated, there was no longer a need for concealment. Yimin understood this reasoning, yet her grandfather's words carried significant weight. Did the Emperor also harbor witchcraft practitioners? A sardonic smile played on the Duke's lips as he remained silent. Yimin remarked, "A sea holds the Emperor in disdain. Does your grandfather share a similar sentiment?" The Duke studied his granddaughter's serene face, then quickly donned a gentle smile. "The Emperor undoubtedly employs witchcraft practitioners, though I am uncertain of the extent of his dealings. However, your husband serves the Emperor, so even if he were to discover your abilities in witchcraft, he would not act against you. Just ensure you remain cautious around him and do not display any signs." "Grandfather, I have divorced Prince Wei-ling." The Duke stared in astonishment. "Prince Wei-ling? That is Lord Chu Yunyue. He has his own beloved, and I parted ways with him upon returning to the capital." "What?" The Northern Marquis and Sun Yi simultaneously raised their voices. Yi Min, having emerged from her meditation, found her hearing heightened, feeling a sharp pain in her eardrums from the shouting. "What does it mean that he has a beloved? You have been married to him for 2 years, and he runs off to battle only to return with a sweetheart? Little Yi, what is the situation with your divorce? Speak of it in detail." Both men's eyes burned with a fierce anger, as if they would march to the residence of the Chu Marquis at the slightest hint of her grievance. Yimin stared at them blankly. The matter of divorce had long ceased to occupy her thoughts, yet a warm undercurrent flowed within her heart. She recounted the events of the day Chu Yunyue returned to the capital. On the day the Wei Ling Jun returned, he brought back his beloved, a renowned female physician who had endured the hardships of war alongside him and was even pregnant. The Wei Ling Jun did not wish to disappoint her, which I can somewhat understand. However, to bring her home so brazenly at that time was a blow to my dignity, making it impossible for our families to maintain any future relations. That scoundrel Chu Yunyue. As the Northern Marquis, I felt a surge of anger, nearly cursing aloud. But I refrained, remembering my granddaughter was present. Sun Yi's expression darkened. If he did not want to let that physician down, why did he marry you in the first place? That rascal deserves a good scolding. Cousin, do not be fooled by his supposed prowess. His victories in the Eastern Front were largely due to outside assistance. The revelation that Wei Ling Jun's victories relied on her grandfather's support left Yi Min speechless. She had always regarded Chu Yunyue as a capable leader in battle, deserving of the title of national hero. But now her cousin claimed his achievements were partly due to her grandfather? The military talents of the Eastern Front perished with the elder generation of the Chu family. At that time, my grandfather dispatched 3,000 elite troops from the Northern Army, which I led at breakneck speed to assist him. Do not underestimate these 3,000 elite warriors. They are valiant fighters, unmatched in battle, yet they excel at reconnaissance and ambushing the enemy. Sun Yi continued. If Chu Yunyue did not have such accurate intelligence, how could he conclude his victories so swiftly? If he were not your husband, why would we send him our elite forces? This man, who accepted our assistance only to return with a physician to humiliate you. Whether Yimin felt humiliated or not, it was evident that both Sun Yi and the Northern Marquis were quite disgusted. Their expressions suggested they would gladly desecrate the ancestral graves of the Chu family, dismantle their ancestral temple, strip Chu Yunyue of his clothing, and publicly humiliate him. Yet, Chu Yunyue had not reported to her cousin about his achievements. I had instructed him not to say anything. Sun Yi spoke through gritted teeth. The Northern Marquis' household had guarded their territory, maintaining a low profile for years to avoid overshadowing their achievements. If the Emperor were to discover that their contributions were also critical to the Eastern Front's plight, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Logically, they should not interfere, even if the Eastern Front faced barbarian invasions forcing the Emperor to relocate the capital. The Northern Army could hold onto some territories, preserving their strength to eventually reclaim lost lands. Yet if they intervened, any leaks could arouse the Emperor's suspicion, turning the Northern Army into a thorn in his side. At that point, before any foreign invasion could occur, the Emperor might seek to eliminate them. However, Chu Yunyue was the husband of their little Yi, and despite the risks of facing the Emperor's wrath, they still attended to the calamity in the Eastern Front. And what was the outcome? That scoundrel Chu Yunyue. Damn him. Yimin discerned the multitude of curses in their eyes. The officer responsible for transporting military supplies this time was indeed Wei Lingjun. Did her grandfather and cousin know this? Yimin inquired. The Northern Marquis scoffed. They know. You grind your teeth as if waiting for someone to arrive, so you can flay their skin and dismantle their bones. Yimin quickly added, Grandfather, please do not take action against Wei Lingjun. You command an army of 300,000. He is currently favored by the Emperor. If you were to harm him, others might think you are dissatisfied with the Emperor. Those private matters are trivial. You bear the lives of those 300,000 soldiers. Yimin disliked others suffering because of her. She had never dragged down those who did not care for her. And it made no sense to let those who cared for her face repercussions. Listening to her, the Northern Marquis grew even more displeased with Chu Yunyue. His little Yi was such a sensible girl. How could that scoundrel take advantage of her? Chu Yunyue, for some reason, felt a chill run down his spine under the Northern Marquis' gaze. He had already delivered the military supplies, and Sun Yi, along with the logistics officers, was busy counting them. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yunyue approached the Northern Marquis respectfully, bowing. I have come to convey a message from the Emperor, who acknowledges your hard work in defending the Northern Front. Though they were both marquises, the Northern Marquis held a title, while Chu had none. So Chu Yunyue needed to pay his respects. The Northern Marquis thought to himself, spare me, who cares if he remembers? My struggles are not in service of the throne. Nonetheless, he maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing towards the capital. Protecting the people is a military commander's duty. I dare not trouble the Emperor with my concerns. Please also convey to the Emperor to take care of his health and not overwork himself. Flattering words can be spoken by anyone. Chu Yunyue could still sense the coldness in the Northern Marquis' gaze, but he dismissed it, attributing it to the Marquis' character. I have yet to thank you for the situation on the Eastern Front. My intention was to inform the Emperor, but General Sun was reluctant to stir up trouble, so I had to comply with his wishes and remain silent. I had meant to bring a token of gratitude for you, but in my haste, I forgot. Chu Yunyue expressed his sincere apologies. When he left, it was purely out of a desire not to linger at home. He considered such matters and only remembered halfway that he should have brought a token of thanks for the Northern Marquis. The Northern Marquis looked at him squarely. Your legitimate wife is still my granddaughter. You come to deliver military supplies. Yet little Yi did not even prepare a token of gratitude for you. That seems rather inappropriate. Chu Yunyue's expression stiffened for a moment. You cannot blame Miss Yi. The Northern Marquis is unaware that I have divorced her. Divorced? What foolishness did my cousin engage in while you were away at war for 2 years? Sun Yi had approached at some point, his long face set in a manner that suggested he was ready to reprimand Yimin. He patted Chu Yunyue on the shoulder. Brother Chu, if there is anything you wish to discuss, do not hesitate to tell me. Miss Yi has done nothing wrong to the Chu family. The Northern Marquis also took a serious tone. Boy, are you trying to fool me? If she has done nothing wrong to the Chu family, Why then did you choose to divorce her? She is a young lady just coming of age, managing the household in a home without a man. And it makes no sense for a man to return from battle victorious and decide against living together. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Northern Marquis's fists cracked ominously. After calming down, it was clear that punishing Chu Yunyue was not an option. The ladies of the Northern Marquis's household were in the capital, and he would not act so impulsively. However, making Chu Yunyue uncomfortable was something the grandfather and grandson would relish. Son, he concurred. Your swift victory against the barbarians also had my contribution. If I hadn't considered you were little Yi as husband, would I have exerted myself so tirelessly to rush to your aid? Although I, as her cousin, have not had much time to teach little Yi, my intentions as an elder brother are sincere. If she has erred, I have the right to correct her. Son, he stated. Brother Chu, do not mind little Yi's feelings. If she has done anything wrong, feel free to say it. As her cousin, I will certainly support you. What could Chu Yunyue possibly say? He could say that Yi Min performed exceptionally well, splendidly, and that I brought another woman back to slap her face when I returned to the capital? He could express his concern that if he acted too gently, Yi Min might take advantage of the support from the Yi family and my mother and grandmother, stubbornly refusing to leave. He could admit that he knew his actions would embarrass Yi Min, yet he proceeded regardless. Chu Yunyue was utterly agitated. He felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and bury himself. The Major General was overly anxious. Miss Yi truly excelled. Chu Yunyue's face flushed crimson as he stammered, It is my fault. I have developed feelings for another girl. The Duke of Junbei cast a cryptic glance. Oh? Pray tell. Chapter 60. Chu Yunyue felt an impulse to flee under the Duke of Junbei's gaze. During my absence at home for those 2 years, Miss Yi managed the Yi family with utmost diligence, serving my mother and grandmother in my stead. My previous actions were impulsive, causing Miss Yi considerable embarrassment. Upon my return, I shall certainly seek her forgiveness, and if she finds herself without a place to go, I pledge to take good care of her. Rest assured, Duke and Major General. Chu Yunyue spoke earnestly, bowing in sincerity. The Duke of Junbei scoffed, Pa, who the devil cares for your care? Since it was your fault, an apology is warranted. As a man, you should stand tall. What skill is there in bullying a girl whose family offers no support and whom you cannot care for? Son, Yi interjected you. Is it possible this scoundrel regrets parting ways with little Yi? There is no need to care for little Yi. I could assist you in battle. Do you think I cannot look after my cousin? Chu Yunyue was unsure whether he felt shame or anger, his cheeks burning. He had no face to remain before them, seeking an excuse to slip away. Yi Min was utilizing the Ant Queen to inspect the military supplies for any tampering, and she overheard everything. The supplies were intact. Yi Min accepted the Ant Queen, casting a glance at the agitated creature, and summoned the little golden snake, swallowing it whole. This particular poison had great utility, however, it lacked loyalty. Yi Min had nothing left to nourish it, and when needed next, it would not heed her commands, thus becoming merely sustenance for the little golden snake. After its feast, the little snake danced joyfully on the ground, swirling in delight. The Gu child emerged from the shadows, gazing longingly at Yi Min, hoping for something delicious. With its round black eyes fixed on her, it seemed to comprehend her intent and left reluctantly. Yi Min remarked, That little fellow's departing figure is quite pitiful. Qin Wuji glanced at the frolicking little golden snake. Are you just going to abandon that ant? His curiosity piqued. It would be long before he realized the extent of his wife's extravagance. The Ant Queen she casually fed to the little golden snake possessed potential coveted by all sorcerers. Its quality and utility far surpassed that of the snake. Why keep it if it is of no use? Yi Min looked at him. The supplies are secure. I will bid farewell to my grandfather tomorrow and then return to the capital. Will you accompany me? Qin Wuji asked. Aren't you concerned that someone might act against the Duke of Junbei after you leave? Currently, there are sorcerers in Beiyan, and while the Duke can intimidate the restless army, he cannot guard against the schemes of sorcerers. Yi Min replied, If those individuals could easily strike against my grandfather, they would have done so already. I am not worried. Moreover, my presence here serves no purpose. I have exhausted my medicinal resources, and without them, I cannot refine useful poisons. She casually glanced at Qin Wuji. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to do so. I will reach out to you. Qin Wuji was left speechless. How will you contact me? Yi Min chuckled. Sorcerers have their own means. Qin Wuji noted her tone was rather audacious, which endeared her to him even more. Will you visit Yunzhou on your return journey? Yes, I wonder how the Princess of Yun is faring, whether she can manage subsequent affairs. I must see for myself. Qin Wuji nodded. Then I shall accompany you. Yimin replied, do you actually have something to attend to? Were you merely asking for fun? However, she did not press him for details, saying, I plan to make a detour to Huaizhou. What business do you have in Huaizhou? Yimin crossed her legs, gently caressing the little golden snake's head. Such a cold-blooded creature was as docile as a pup in her hands, having come this far. I might as well visit a sister. Besides, did she not say she was going out for business? She will surely need to bring back some goods. Qin Wuji was astonished. You actually have a sister? Yimin cast a light glance his way, and Qin Wuji quickly recoiled. I was merely curious. Our little Yi is such an exceptional individual. What sort of person qualifies to be considered your sister? Everyone has their close friends, and Yimin certainly had hers. Chu Yin was the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's residence, but she lost her birth mother during childbirth, and having lost her true mother, she gained a stepfather. Her stepmother was not kind, and with no elder brother to protect her, the esteemed daughter found her circumstances no better than Yi Min's. Before Yi Min's marriage, Chu Yin was taken in by her maternal family in Huaizhou, and she too is now married. When news of Chu Yunyue's victory spread, Chu Yin wrote to congratulate Yi Min, urging her to visit Huaizhou if she had the chance, expressing her longing to see her but lamenting her inability to travel. Now that she had the opportunity, Yi Min planned to pay her a visit. After the little golden snake conveyed Yi Min's intention to leave to the Duke of Jinbei, within moments, the sound of hooves echoed outside Yi Min's courtyard. Little Yi, you have only just arrived in the Northern Territories, and now you wish to depart? The weather is turning cold. How uncomfortable will the journey be? Stay here in the north until spring, and when the snow falls, your grandfather will take you to build snowmen. The Duke's voice could be heard even before he entered the room. Yi Min was busy grooming the Gu child's hair. The child's hair was as dry as straw, and she would need to care for it properly upon their return. Unable to spare the time to greet the Duke, she replied, I fear I cannot endure the northern climate, so I shall not spend the winter here. My travel plans are already set. I will depart tomorrow. And if time permits after spring, I will come to visit you. Upon hearing that his granddaughter could not endure the cold, the Duke felt reluctant to let her go but was slightly disappointed. What time do you plan to set off tomorrow? Your grandfather will see you off. At the hour of Qin. The next day, the hour of Qin arrived, and the Duke of Jinbei came, accompanied by Sun Yi and 2 guards. Yesterday, I was hosting a welcome banquet for that Chu fellow when I received your message, and your grandfather rushed over. Little Yi, for all these years, your grandfather has been unable to visit you, and he has always felt guilty. Now he wishes to offer you the very best, should you encounter any difficulties. You must tell us. If we learn that you are not well, it would sadden your grandfather for half a year. I have been quite well. It is you who worry too much, grandfather. Yi Min genuinely believed she had been living well. She was not one to neglect herself. If others treated her poorly, she understood how to treat herself kindly. Her grandfather's concern felt like an unexpected gift to her. Cousin, why do you and grandfather call me Little Yi? Finally,
She seized the opportunity to ask.
Chapter 61 Sun Yi helped Yi Min recall the scene of their first meeting. At that time, the emperor summoned the Duke of Jinbei back to the capital, and after spending half a year in the capital, the Duke, suppressing his excitement, made a tepid visit to his little granddaughter. At that time, Yi Min was merely 3.5 years old, with delicate arms and legs. It remains a mystery how she managed to climb to the rooftop. When she heard that her grandfather had come to visit her, she called out in a sweet, childlike voice, Grandfather. The Duke of Northern Town was nearly terrified at the sight and urgently shouted, Why are you up so high?
Come down.
In response, Yi Min joyfully spread her arms and exclaimed, Little Leaf is flying, and jumped down. Fortunately, the Duke was able to catch her, and the little girl, covered in dirt, showed no fear, laughing merrily in her grandfather's embrace. Yi Min bashfully wiped her face, admitting, at that time, I didn't know any better. Due to the presence of a divine insect within her, she had a remarkable memory. Upon hearing Sun Yi's words, she recalled the event. It was not she who climbed up there by herself, but rather her father's cousin, her aunt, who had coaxed her to do so, claiming that her grandfather was a great hero who adored her. Regrettably, she could not drift away like a leaf. Otherwise, she would have truly gone to find her grandfather at the Duke's residence, presumably with the intent to harm her. To her surprise, the Duke actually came to visit her after she had climbed up. Sun Yi enjoyed playing with her, and at that time, Yimin felt neglected by her parents. Naturally, she cherished the attention from her cousin and loved following him around. However, Sun Yi only played with her during that month. The Yi family, noticing the bond between the two children, hoped to mend their ties with the Duke's household through Yimin. Unfortunately, the Duke went to the northern borders and took Sun Yi with him. By the time Sun Yi returned to the capital, he had matured and no longer sought to play with his little cousin. Mu Qing and a Song were trusted guards by the Duke's side, while the guard named Si, whom Yi Min had with her, was of concern to her grandfather. You should take them with you. You can entrust them with any task, he advised. Sun Yi glanced at the two, who promptly stepped forward to greet Yi Min, saying, "We greet our master." The Duke would not allow her to refuse their presence, so Yi Min accepted their company. Si, feeling somewhat disgruntled, expressed his concerns. Inside the carriage, Yi Min sat with Chu Yunyue, while a Song drove, and Qin Wuji and Mu Qing rode on horseback. Is this the caliber of protection the Duke has arranged for you? I could easily dispatch them with a single finger. How can I trust you to them? Qin Wuji remarked, lifting the carriage curtain to speak with Yi Min, his tone irritatingly condescending. Yi Min cast him a cool glance and replied, "Why didn't you voice this concern to my grandfather before?" Qin Wuji was momentarily taken aback. Why hadn't he spoken up? He was simply being cowardly. Though he would never admit it, retorting, "In your interest, I wouldn't dare to undermine the Duke's authority. I truly do not believe you could kill me with one hand. Care for a challenge?" Mu Qing interjected, expressing his discontent. Most of these guards were war orphans taken in by the Duke, having trained alongside the young general from a tender age, thus possessing remarkable martial skills. Among the guards, Mu Qing was one of the foremost experts, particularly skilled in stealth and intelligence gathering. He had never encountered someone so presumptuous. Qin Wuji glanced at Mu Qing haughtily and replied, "I have no time for this." Clearly, he was intimidated, and though Mu Qing felt disdain, he refrained from engaging further. Noticing that the two looked quite young, Yi Min inquired, "How old are you both?" "Master, I am 17. I am 14. Mu Qing was 17, and A Song was 14. The Duke chose them not only for their capabilities, but also because they were both youthful and unmarried. And accompanying Yi Min would surely be more comfortable than serving in the military. A Song, being younger, added, "Please do not call me master in public. You should address me as young lady." "Why is that?" A Song asked. "We are your servants. Calling you young lady seems presumptuous." Yi Min laughed. "You are quite aware of this distinction. There is indeed a difference between master and young lady. Being a master equates to owning a slave. You must obey any command, and any harm can be inflicted upon you. A maid like Ming Cui, while serving, will eventually be arranged to marry upon reaching maturity, and such arrangements must be approved by her. One is considered property, while the other is compensated for her service. Though this law remains, purchasing slaves has become associated with the dehumanization of individuals. Thus, the nobility refrains from buying slaves to avoid disgrace. Nevertheless, the distinction between the two has long been blurred in the Yi kingdom, with servants often treated like slaves." Qin Wuji cast a subtle glance at Yi Min, hidden behind the curtain, obscuring his expression. "Does the Duke train you as slaves?"
Mu Qing,
Sensing the offense in Qin Wuji's words, replied with displeasure, "We are war orphans." "And what of it?"
Qin Wuye retorted.
Yi Min lifted the curtain, casting a scrutinizing glance at the man. "See, is this how all those who serve the royal family behave?" Qin Wuji felt an ominous premonition. The repeated exposure of his ignorance by Yi Min made him anxious whenever he saw such an expression on her face. I know how it is. I was merely teasing them. Without guardianship, war orphans would find themselves enslaved, and the Duke could not adopt all these children. According to the Yes laws, the treatment of adopted children is akin to that of illegitimate offspring, meaning they could inherit property. Seeing Yi Min pull back, Qin Wuji finally exhaled in relief. What a wretched world. How many things do I remain unaware of? Upon arriving in Yunzhou, Yi Min did not seek an audience with the Princess of Yun. She discreetly observed and confirmed that the princess was unthreatened, managing the chaos within her household. Thus, she continued her journey toward Huaizhou. At this moment, the Feng family had received news of Feng Chu's demise. "Did you say the Duke received a female corpse, and she bore this jade pendant?" The head of the Feng family trembled as he clutched the pendant, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, as if he wished to tear the messenger apart. The messenger, displaying no fear, calmly replied, "The Duke instructed me to convey that someone discarded the corpse outside the northern military camp." The individual responsible possesses formidable skills, and we could not apprehend them. The only proof of the corpse's identity is this jade pendant, yet no one in the army recognizes the body. If the Feng family does not claim it, the Duke will proceed with the burial. The head of the Feng family gripped the pendant tightly, struggling to contain the twisted fury and hatred in his eyes, rendered momentarily speechless. Just then, a beautifully dressed woman rushed in, breathless and disheveled. Chapter 62 concludes. The woman collapsed against the head of the Feng family, her urgency and disarray unable to mask her stunning beauty. Trembling, she reached for the jade pendant in his hand, bursting into tears. This is the identity pendant of Xiao Wu. It is hers. How could it not be that someone had stolen Xiao Wu's pendant and placed it on an unnamed corpse? Who said my Xiao Wu is dead?
How could she possibly die?
My Xiao Wu is such a precious and remarkable girl. How could such a girl die quietly outside? Is it you who said this? Is it you? You dog servant. You dare curse my Xiao Wu. Suddenly, she turned and slapped the messenger, who was caught off guard and received a stinging blow to the face. He was instantly displeased, for he was a messenger of the Northern Army, not a slave of the Feng family to be struck at will. He had come to deliver the message regarding the deceased, and not only did he receive no gratitude for his efforts, but he was also assaulted. Fortunately, before his departure, the Lord provided him with ample funds. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to return. I have conveyed the message. I bid you farewell. The messenger, with an impassive countenance, retreated, uttering his words with indifference before turning to leave.
Halt!
Who permitted your departure? Do you think our Feng family is a place where one can come and go as they please? Come here. The woman, clearly accustomed to being domineering in her household, could not tolerate the insolence of a mere messenger, especially when the Feng family was a prestigious lineage that commanded respect even from the imperial authority. Angered, she sought to reprimand the messenger, shouting for the surrounding servants to quickly surround him. Unbeknownst to her, the messenger showed no regard for the Feng family. Upon sensing someone tugging at his clothing, he swiftly turned and knocked the woman down. The Feng family had stood strong for many years, the messenger remarked. Might I suggest you keep your concubine in check? What does it signify to pull at a man's clothing in your presence? I cannot afford to bring disgrace upon the Northern Frontier Army. He represented the pride of the Northern Frontier Army, and a soldier's honor must not be compromised. While the Feng family deserved respect from the imperial authority, the Northern Frontier Army did not owe them anything. They were not beholden to the Feng family. You, the woman, furious, felt her blood boil, especially after recently receiving the tragic news of her daughter's death, only to be humiliated by a messenger. The head of the Feng family wore a grim expression, his face etched with rage. Yet, one must acknowledge that a person of integrity, despite inciting displeasure, commands a certain level of respect. The head of the Feng family dared not confront the Northern Frontier Army's representative and coldly stated, "It is hardly the place of a mere messenger from the Northern Frontier Army to meddle in Feng family affairs. Please proceed without escort." The messenger strode away with deliberate speed and steadiness. The head of the Feng family, darkened in demeanor, ordered, "Spread the word. Whoever allows this man to procure even a morsel of food or drink shall face dire consequences." Understood. The messenger soon discovered that, even with silver in hand, he could not procure a single bite to eat or a cup of tea in the land of Tianyuan. Curse that wretched Feng family, he muttered under his breath. Cursing their ancestors. Thirst compelled him to drink from a stream, and hunger drove him to nibble on fruits. Fortunately, his robust constitution allowed him to endure starvation until he finally escaped Tianyuan and found a warm meal. The head of the Feng family traveled to the northern frontier to retrieve the body, where they identified the remains of Feng Chao, mourning with shattered hearts. Feng Chao had departed with individuals from Nanyu Court, and all her guards had vanished, including the witch doctor, who had been accompanying her. The Feng family had begun to suspect that this incident was connected to Nanyu Court. Initially, it was mere speculation, but within a month, news arrived from Beiyan that their prince had also gone missing under suspicious circumstances, prompting Beiyan to secretly dispatch individuals in search of him. Ultimately discovering the body of Tuoba Hong in Yunzhou, Beiyan, enraged by the prince's demise allegedly caused by the machinations of Day, prepared for war. However, the Feng family found the situation peculiar. Tuoba Hong had sought their assistance and had made contact with them. The head of the Feng family was aware that Tuoba Hong's ill-fated journey had been accompanied by individuals from Nanyu Court. Having already harbored suspicions towards Nanyu Court, The head of the Feng family now firmly believed that his daughter's death was orchestrated by them. Yet, at this critical juncture, their storeroom was inexplicably robbed. The information regarding the storeroom most likely had been extracted from Feng Chao's lips, since Feng Chao had been murdered by Nanyu court. The theft could not be divorced from their involvement. The Feng family declared open conflict with Nanyu court, with the war at the northern frontier becoming increasingly intense. Various states dispatched troops to reinforce their forces, necessitating a corresponding increase in military supplies. However, during this tumultuous period, the emperor turned a blind eye to the corruption of his subordinates. On a moonless, windy night, Prince Zhao executed all corrupt officials, leaving none alive. At that moment, Yi Min was still practicing witchcraft when a bloodied man staggered into the room.
Yi Min caught him in her arms. "Ah, see."
The man softly acknowledged her, pulling her close, inhaling her scent with an overwhelming sense of comfort. Yi Min frowned. "They are hunting for Prince Zhao outside. They are indeed searching for me." Qin Wujin replied. "You truly are Prince Zhao. How did you know?" Only Prince Zhao would act so madly. Qin Wujin despised being called mad. Abandoned by his father at birth, he had inadvertently caused the death of his grandfather at 5, his aunt at 6, and his cousin at 7. At 8, he was confined with beasts. If he were not a little mad, how could he eliminate those attempting to take his life? Should he perish, it would be his mother who would descend into madness. Yet, when she uttered those words, they sounded melodious. "Father wishes to kill me." Yi Min remained silent for a moment, then said, "Then let us commit regicide. My grandfather will support me." The man laughed. "Very well." Yi Min, requiring little strength to take a life, summoned a goo insect to extract the emperor's blood. Qin Wujin led her into the palace, where Yi Min produced an insect and crushed it before the emperor. Terror filled the emperor's gaze as he observed the insect, and then, as if under an invisible force, his body shattered like the insect. At that moment, Qin Wujin felt a twinge of regret, not out of paternal affection for the emperor, but rather because he did not wish to ascend to the throne. Had he known, he would have preferred for his mother to have another child with the emperor. He merely desired to be Yi Min's devoted servant. However, he had no choice but to proceed, as he could not trust his other brothers to assume power. The new emperor ascended the throne, immediately enacting a series of reforms. The system of fiefdoms was abolished, and the concept of female virtue was dismissed, especially regarding women. He had long harbored disdain for the notion that women should uphold chastity. The nation of Dai had endured consecutive wars, with countless citizens perishing. And with so many farmlands left untended, how could strong, healthy women be expected to uphold such ideals without reproducing? Furthermore, he abolished the abhorrent system of slavery. Orphans of war were hastily growing up to marry and bear children. Why should they be enslaved? Yi Min sat regally upon the foam chair, remarking, "It seems our Aussie is quite opposed to the institution of slavery?" Qin Wujin, donning a smile, replied, "Of course not. Only I am worthy of servitude, to be your eternal slave." This chapter, halfway through, has yielded disappointing results, merely 4 coins in a day. It is truly unnecessary to continue writing. I shall condense the remainder of the main storyline into the latter half of the chapter and extend my apologies to readers who appreciate this book. When you scold me, please do not involve my family.